Okay. We're here. What's happening, people? Oh yeah. So I went out and bought something yesterday. I thought might make a nice addition to the stream. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna put it on right now. There it is. I got a plant. Like my plant? Everybody's got a plant. A fake plant. So there's my fake plant. Now I'm officially an AMC YouTuber. I feel like I've arrived. So anyway, there's my plant. I'm gonna have to name the plant, I guess. So maybe somebody could come up with a name for the plant, but whatever. Grifty. So I wanted to get started a little earlier today, so I'm not up all night with this shit. And wanted to work on 3-4 hours of sleep. Is not really preferable. So anyway, we'll look at the futures when that happens and see where the hell that shit ends up or starts out anyway. Hi, Antoinette. What time is piano class? I need to hook my keyboard up to this computer and play piano sometime, but it's all the way over there and I'm all the way over here and I just don't feel like doing it. So someday. No class today. Oh, okay, I gotcha. That is true. I mean, I realize I'm speaking very vaguely, but I don't really want to talk about it while this song is playing, but it's okay. I owe you a lesson. I could do that. Could do that sometime. Maybe, yeah. How's When the Saints Go Marching In coming? Still playing that one? Or you've moved on to, God, I don't even remember what else is in that book. I don't remember. But anyway, a new song. What new song? There's always a new song. It's crazy. And then people are like, "Oh, we got to the end of this book." Well, guess what? There's another book. There's always another book. So, G position. Cool. So, here's the Common Sense Investor. And I was watching something of his yesterday. And everybody was like, talk about options. And so I guess he is talking about options. So I'm just going to go ahead and fake this out. No, I'm going to fake that out. There's plenty of time for that later. So I didn't watch any of this Common Sense Investor nonsense yet. But there's another one too. Talking about his option trade from last week. Right here. My options play last week. Anybody else having this problem where these thumbnails don't show up? I don't know why. It's kind of annoying, but Beautiful Brown Eyes. I think I remember that one. Okay. So, anyway. Oh, yeah. Quad witching next week. I mean, I guess technically, but there's a stock option expiration every week. So that really doesn't count. That one's already there normally. So, I mean, I refer to it as triple witching, but whatever. Anyway, let's go see what the CSI has. The squeeze is finally here. Quad witching. That's the catalyst. Well, I mean, okay, but we have this triple witching happens every week, or I'm sorry, every quarter. And so we've had several of them happen. Boy, it was exciting the first time a triple witching happened after this whole thing got started, because it legit was the catalyst. And some people are still trying to claim that it could be. But anyway, let's see what CSI has to say about options. Understanding options, the bid and ask prices. Let's see what he says. I have no idea.
What's up, everybody? It's Convertible Investor coming at you with another video. In this video, I'm going to continue on with talking about options.
Wait,
and
continue
how
on.
to understand.
I didn't see. I have to look. I didn't see. The only one I saw was him talking about his option trade from last week. So, WTF here. Common sense investor. Oh, well, I guess that one came first, so I guess we need to watch that one first. Shit. Well, and so while that's loading, Antoinette, I'm assuming that, oops, no class today because 9/11. Is that why? Or is it something else?
What's up, everybody? It's the Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video in my...
It is 9/11, and somebody said to me earlier that, 21 years ago, 21 years ago, we watched the Twin Towers crumble. And 21 years later, we watched Queen Elizabeth II's casket in a funeral procession. It's been a hell of a 21 years in between. Had everything from wars, pandemics, Donald Trump, and this insane stock market bubble. That's all I'm going to say about that. I just wanted to acknowledge it. So, piano teacher went on vacation. Okay. Fair enough. We do go on vacation sometimes. Well, anyway, okay, so here we go. Common Sense Investor. This is his first option video.
My last video, I made a statement that comment down below things that you would like me to share with y'all. I would either know the answer or I would go research the answer, and I would come back and I would share that answer with y'all. And shout out to Rod. He says, what about more charting videos like you used to do? I would like to see when you think the next run will be and where it will run. Now he's referring to AMC. Rod, I'm going to give you your little...
Wouldn't we all love to know that? And that is not 1080. Excuse me, that is not 1080p. There we go.
Thumbs up and a heart. Then I want to take a look at this person's comment. Jay wants to know, what are my brackets? Now, I'll do a brackets video. I'm just holding off on it right now. And I have my reasons. But I will be doing a brackets video. The next comment that caught my attention was from Tomfoolery. And I have that little icon right there that if I hover over it, it tells me that Tom has been a member of my channel for 7 months. And so, Tom, I appreciate you. Love you. Tom said, as far as video ideas, how about an options tutorial vid? Like a step-by-step how-to on how to play options. I get the basic idea behind options, but I've never actually bought any. So in this video, we're going to discuss charting.
You should probably keep it that
and
way.
Options for these two subscribers. So the first thing we want to do is let's talk about charting, okay?
No, let's not.
I'll be using TradingView, which is really the best charting platform I've ever seen, and because of all the tools and indicators you can use. There's a link down below. It's $15 a month.
Where's this
First
option
month's free
talk?
if you use my link.
That's all I care
what
about.
we're going to be talking about now is support.
Back here.
That's what turned me on here to AMC's option instead of the General Mills option. So, things before I end this video concerning this options play. Number one.
Okay, I guess he gets into it here.
With the same strike price.
Okay. God damn.
When I seen this gap, so I went over here to my tools. I got the rectangle tool, and I created this box. That's my gap down box, okay? And I watched the stock. It came down into here, it bounced around, and I got anxious. Now, I wanted to buy
gap down
option for AMC because of this gap down. And
gapped
what
up
I was
right back up through there. Oh, that's not going to fill that gap, is it?
Until it broke out of this trend line, this trend box right here. All right? That would have been the perfect scenario. But I went ahead and I hurried up and I bought one contract, got filled at 37 cents on 9/6 at 12.10. And I put my arrow for where I bought that option for 37 cents. Cost me $37 for that option. Now, like I said, I should have waited till it broke out up here before I bought the call option, but I didn't. I went ahead and bought it right here. And what happened? It falls down below that support line and it travels down. Now, my option is losing money because the stock is falling instead of rising.
Double down.
But I said it's going to fill that gap. I told my people in the Discord I believed it was going to fill that gap. So I went ahead and purchased another option with the same strike price of $8.50. I bought another one and I paid 19 cents for it. So totally so far, this option play has cost me $37 for the first option.
Really?
$19 for the next option, which I have a total of $56 invested in this options play. And what happened? The stock did a reversal. It started going up. I started getting excited. It's starting to move up, but it's not moving up fast enough because I only bought these options for Friday.
Ooh.
All right? You can buy options, weekly options, monthly options, so forth. And
gotta
this
go
was
closer
just
to the money or in the money if you're going to do that.
Just like you buy a Powerball. You buy a Powerball on Monday or Tuesday.
Here it is. There's the comparison. Lottery tickets.
You waiting for the drawing on Thursday. All right? In this particular case, I bought these options on Tuesday there.
Hey guys, it's 4:20. I just looked down and saw that. I'm just pointing that out. You guys like my treat?
And then on Wednesday, I doubled down, and it was running up, and I'm getting excited. But at the same time, I'm running out of time because this was only for Friday. This was my lottery ticket for the week.
Better buy another one.
And I told the people in the Discord,
better triple down.
Bitch, if this thing would just break above and into this gap zone and fill this gap, my options would print. So you know we was all watching it at this time. Now right here on September 8th, it still hasn't filled the gap, and I have one more day till my options expire. That's what this gold line means. That's the Friday it closed. And what it will do, I have to have my options in the money by this time. And so it on the 9th, what does it do? It gaps up. It gaps up to the exact point where it was right here, and it for the next couple of minutes it continues to move up, and on this candle I sold for a profit. I made 100% profit on that trade. Okay? Then I said, we're in the Discord, and I said, you know what? This motherfucker ain't finished. I got a feeling today we gonna beat that ass. So I turned around and I bought two more options. We gonna beat that ass. One right here, and I bought one right here. And before the end of the day, when this candle closed red, I jumped out right here with another 50% profit on my option, 2 options that I bought right here. So
Sweet.
for last week, I had these 2 options, sold them right here, got back in at a higher strike price, which means it was cheaper, and I was able to ride it on up to where this resistance line was set from the past.
Good old out of the money calls,
when
huh?
it bounced off that.
All right, so we got it. We get the idea here. Now, let's take a look at his next video, understanding options to bid and ask prices.
Understand them before you get involved in them, or you may have gotten an option and not understood exactly what was going on.
Oh,
so we're going to take a look
worst.
here at AMC real quick, and I'm going to explain what the bid, the ask. All right, there's a whole lot more involved in options plays, such as you've got implied volatility, delta, gamma, and if you click right here on Webull, I'm using Webull because TradingView does not have the options chain, what Webull does. But if you click right here in the options section, you get a list of things that you can add to your option information down here on the bottom. The bid, the ask, the last price, the volume, open interest, implied volatility, delta, gamma, vega, thea, and RH.
Thea.
These are called the Greeks. They're very important. Deltas means that's how much the option price will go up in relation to every dollar that the stock price goes up.
That's
Gamma
correct.
is your time. The closer it gets to expiration, the more that the stock price, the options price will lose money. All right, and so on and so forth. But right now, we're only going to concentrate on what it means by bid and ask. All right.
Okay.
This is very important because the first time I bought an option, I had to buy according to ask.
I didn't say anything bad about Donald Trump. I said we had a lot happen in those 21 years. I listed a few things. Donald Trump was one of them. That's a fact. I mean, I'll just leave it there. But, you know, he's a criminal. No question. Sorry, Adria.
Is $1.
I'm sorry. Call it.
It cost you $100 to buy that option.
Oop, I skipped ahead and I skipped back too far. That serves me right.
Now, this $9 strike price.
Shit.
I'm negative in my ask, and it was $1. All right. What it means, but right now we're only going to concentrate on what it means by bid and ask. All right. This is very important because the first time I bought an option, I had to buy according to ask, and it was $1. And then I look as soon as I do it, boop, and I look, and I'm like, how the fuck am I down? I've only held this option for 2 seconds. The stock hasn't moved, but I'm negative in my options.
Welcome to Webull option trading. Welcome to Webull option trading. Oh boy.
For that is the bid. This ask is what you're willing to buy it for. The bid is what someone is willing to buy it from you for. See? Now, this $9 strike price for AMC's call option is $1. So it's going to cost you $100 to buy that option.
What?
Now,
why does he have the ask on the left side? Typically, you would have the bid. That's weird. It's going to throw me off. Oh, it's mirrored on this side. Oh, that's weird.
Second it hits your portfolio, it's only going to be worth $98, which means you're down $2 from Jump Street the second you buy that option. If you come on down and you want the $9.50 strike, then you're going to pay 73 cents or $73 for that option. The moment it hits your portfolio, it's only worth 70 cents.
Well, I can't disagree with that.
You're going to be down $3.
I got to adjust that
on that options play from Jump Street. The option will have to increase by 3 cents.
There we
just
go.
For you to break even.
You got covered
now,
up by the plant.
The difference between these two is called the spread. Okay, and if we look at General Mills, for example, we can see that a $40 strike price for General Mills, which is in the money by $35. All right, it's going to cost you $36.50.
That word has an A on the end of it, not an R. Dollar.
So we take a look at that. It's going to cost
like
$36.
Like J Dilla.
$50 right there. $36.
What's up, bad back?
50 cents.
You want to come and bullshit with me later?
Times 100 shares that are in the contract. You're going to spend $3,650 to buy a $40 call for General Mills. Now, the moment you press the buy button.
Why would you have to use a calculator to do that, by the way?
It's only worth $35.50. So now $35.50 times 100 is $3,550. So the moment you buy that option, you're down $100 because of the spread is $1. So what you want to do is you want to try to find an option where the spread is as little as possible. For example, with AMC, you can look and see, hey, this one's 10-cent spread. This is a 10-cent spread. Over here on AMC, if you wanted to get a $1 call, you're $8.72 in the money. It's going to cost you $8.75 to buy that. But the moment you do, there's a 10-cent gap there. All right? Here, 10 cents. Okay. Here, 10
Model
cents.
3 dude.
And you go on down the list.
In the house. Model 3 dudes in the house. What's happening? Rivian, Model 3 dude. Just kidding. Polestar.
10 cents. Here, 5 cents.
That's Teddy.
Here, 2 cents. They're getting better for you. So that if you buy a $9 call that's in the money, 72 cents, you're going to pay $1. That's $100. The moment you look in your portfolio after the purchase, you see it's down $2. So that's not too bad. If you look at the delta.
But, okay, why though?
69.
Is he going to talk about why? We'll see.
Cents. So for every dollar that AMC goes up after you purchase this option, it's going to move up 69 cents. And like, for example, right here, it's only
theoretically. In practice, probably not. But theoretically, yes. Theoretically.
But once it gets into the money, the options price starts moving faster for you. So there's a million different strategies to options.
True.
You're going to have to research and watch what all these different strategies are and pick the best one for you. Me, I like the weekly options that are lottery tickets. All right. In this particular case, in the last video I showed y'all, I bought the 850 call. It wasn't that expensive. It was cheap.
But of course, I'm not even Greek. Love it. But of course, I'm not even Greek.
37 cents and...
It's The Wire humor. If you haven't seen The Wire, you won't get it. Go watch The Wire.
19 cents, but look at it now.
Season 2.
Because it moved up from 850 to 972. So, understand, look at this. Go to your options chain and practice saying it to yourself. I have to pay $2.28. It's only going to be worth $2.09. So you have to make up that difference, which is going to be 19 cents. Same thing here, and then you just keep going. $1, it's only going to be worth 98. $73 is only going to be worth 70, and so forth. This one here at $52, or 52 cents a share, is going to be worth $51. That's a good call option. There's no big
okay,
spread
but see
there for
why.
you.
This is a good example. We can talk about why. Of course. Okay, of course that has a tighter spread. And of course it's an out of the money option because, you know, look at AMC. That's all people buy is pretty much out of the money. You know, because like him, they're gambling. Anyway, if you look at the volume and open interest, you can see that there's a shitload more. So yeah, more liquidity, tighter spread. That's all there is to it. That's all you really need to say. Some people look, I mean, most people look at the spread, but you also want to look at the volume and open interest and see, okay, what is the demand for this thing? You know, how many people are interested in this? The more people that are interested in it, the more liquidity, the tighter the spread, you know, the quicker you can get in and out. Those $1 strike ones he was looking at before had like a 20-cent spread or something. Yeah, I mean, why would you? Anyway, but you want to look for liquidity. That's what he's talking about here. He's talking about liquidity.
You to have to try to cover, but it's going to have to move up from $9.72 to $10. All right, so it's that simple. This is
and those $10 options, $10 calls expired worthless. So, you know, 15,000 probably or more expired worthless on Friday. How about that?
To understand, and you need to practice.
Like most lottery tickets do.
To yourself, I'm going to pay you this much. It's going to be worth this much. I'm going to pay you this much. It's going to be worth this much. So that when you get ready to actually buy an option,
I don't say that when
it'll be in your mind, it'll be boom, boom, boom. You'll understand immediately. I'm going to pay you this price, but what's it going to be worth, and is that worth me getting into? So,
what a weird way to think about liquidity.
That's how you understand bid and ask. And in another video that I'll do coming up, I'm going to talk about the volume, the open interest, and the delta and the gamma. All right? Love y'all.
Look forward to that.
See you in the next video.
Okay. AMC squeeze confirmed by Jim Cramer. Confirmed by Jim Cramer. Should just stick with the church bingo game. Yeah, church bingo game or pull tabs. You know, scratch offs. Well, at least he didn't put $1,000 on it. This motherfucker, Stock J. I counted 25 videos. He's put out 25 videos recently where he said AMC is going to be $1,000. 25 videos. And normally in those videos, he doesn't even talk about $1,000. It's just clickbait. I'm sorry, $1,000. Dollar bill. Okay, let's see. Squeeze confirmed by Cramer. Guys, guys.
Well, look, I will have a big fat smile every single day when Jim Cramer plays his bet on the market. But this time is different. Simply because Jim Cramer, in my opinion, are aligned. Jim Cramer said that individual investors most likely will crush the short sellers and hedge funds will be losing big time because simply they didn't learn so far.
So this time we agree with Jim Cramer because he's saying something that we like. Oh, I love it. This is typical ape. Typical fucking ape. Holy shit.
Jim Cramer gave a couple of advices for the hedge funds. No offense, not a financial advice. Just watch.
We now live in a world where individual investors like you have realized that they can destroy the short sellers whenever the short sellers get too overconfident. They know they can pressure the shorts and force them to capitulate, as I just showed you, whenever they crowd into a stock.
Go fucking home, Jim. You're fucking drunk. Shut the fuck up. What a fucking... He is the king of the grifters right here. This motherfucker. He is the king of the fucking grifters with his fucking Apple Watch. What a weenie. And he looks like a weenie. Okay, I'm going to go back and hear it again.
Hedge funds,
Jesus
no
Christ.
offense, not a financial advice. Just watch.
King of the grifters.
We now live in a world where individual investors like you have realized that they can destroy the short sellers.
Oh, really? Oh, really? They can destroy the short sellers. Okay.
Whenever the short sellers get too overconfident.
Whenever the short sellers get too overconfident. We're in a bear market. I wonder if they're overconfident. Yeah, and how fucking old is this clip? True. Good question. You know, he's not going to have a fucking link to it. Well, maybe we could find out. We look at Estee Lauder's stock. EL. Let's see. EL. $252. 340. Yes, of course. Of fucking course. So when was it fucking over 330, 340 last? God damn it, these motherfuckers. I swear to God. This is ridiculous. Yeah, I'm going to show you a clip from last year. It's still relevant. I mean, Jim Cramer flip-flops all around all the fucking time. 340. It could have been January. Could have been January. Yeah, it could have been anywhere from November to January. November of last year to January. What a fucking dick. Wow. 340.38. Right there. There it is. What an asshole. And I'm talking about Angelo here. Yeah. That's so we could say it's from somewhere between November and January, which, by the way, was the peak of the market. That was the peak, that range. King of the fucking grifters right here, Jim Cramer. However, Angelo, boy, it's a close second for showing a clip that's 9 months old, 10, 11 months old. What a dick. Model 3 wife says yes to weenie. Is she a fan of Donald Trump? Because, yeah. Well, ask Manny. Okay.
They know they can pressure the shorts and force them to capitulate, as I just showed you, whenever they crowd into
I just showed what? Spit it out, drunk Kramer. I swear to God, he's fucking drunk. He sucks at reading off of a fucking teleprompter.
The short sellers, whenever the short sellers get too overconfident. They know they can pressure the shorts and force them to capitulate, as I just showed you, whenever they crowd into a stock. And a bunch of short sellers surrendering en masse will indeed cause any stock to do what this did. And that's what created situations like Avis or Bed Bath, and it created GameStop, and it created AMC, and I bet we'll see many more of those until hedge funds learn their lesson.
Listen to him talking about hedge funds learning their fucking lesson. I mean, who the fuck wrote that? What a fucking weenie. I mean, seriously. Your sleeves rolled up like you're doing some actual fucking work. God damn it, I hate this guy.
Stay away.
It's time for, this guy is a fucking,
So
he's more of a threat to retail investors than the short sellers are. I got to hear that again. Wow, that was terrible.
That they can destroy the short. We now live in a world where individual investors like you have realized that they can destroy the short sellers whenever the short sellers get too overconfident. They know they can pressure the shorts and force them to capitulate, as I just showed you, whenever they crowd into a stock. And a bunch of short sellers surrendering en masse will indeed cause any stock to do what this did. And that's what created situations like Avis or Bed Bath, and it created GameStop, and it created AMC, and I bet we'll see many more of those until hedge funds learn their lesson. Stay away from crowded shorts.
I mean, okay, but now Angelo's going to say, oh, see, look, even Jim Cramer, blah, 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 blah. But the problem is, yeah, that shit was from last year. It was from last year. Even last fall, last winter, people had more money. Inflation hadn't kicked into high gear. things were different. The market hadn't started to take the downturn yet. I mean, Jesus Christ. But let's hear it.
So what Jim Cramer actually said, guys. He said the hedge funds know what is coming. The hedge funds are already aware that they're deep in their short positions, very, very bad position on the market, and the expectations will be actually over-delivered.
When he said that,
simply because they didn't follow Jim Cramer's advice.
When Jim Cramer said that, the market was at its all-time high. All-time high. Right here. When Jim Cramer said that, the Estee Lauder chart we saw indicated that it was somewhere in this range right here. Oh, fucking snap magnets on. Right? Somewhere in here. Whatever, it's fine. Fuck it, we'll do it live. God damn it. Okay. Somewhere in there. Okay? So just keep that in mind. And we can even look. Estee Lauder, did it run with the market? Oh, I'm sure it did. By the way, Estee Lauder, I didn't even know they were still around. There's Estee, oh, terrible color. Well, anyway, whatever. Estee Lauder in the blue line, yeah, pretty much follows the S&P. Pretty much follows the S&P. So, you know, the irony being, if you had shorted Estee Lauder at that point when Jim Cramer was talking about it, if you had shorted Estee Lauder from the peak, well, right now you'd be sitting on, 15%. You could potentially have made, over 20% profit. No, actually, right now you're sitting at 20%. Sorry. And you could have made potentially, close to 25%. So thanks, Jim Cramer. That was a good lesson. And thank you, Angelo. Very timely. The fuck?
Advice, which is stay away from overcrowded stocks where individual investors most likely will stay forever. Very important. Jim Cramer said that.
I mean, doesn't that apply the opposite too? Stay away from overcrowded stocks. That means also stay away from stocks where everybody's crowded on the long side. Right? I mean, it only stands to reason. But no. This is different. This is different, guys. This is different.
He was talking about some other stock will most likely work with any stock. So essentially, if you have, example, 10 shorts, shorting X amount of the shares of Y company, right? The setup is the same, and the setup could be replicated in many different stocks. And what we saw with the stock that he showed on the chart most likely will happen with any stock. And he gives an example like this worked out for GameStop, worked out for AMC, worked out for Bed Bath & Beyond, for Moderna, right? The idea over here is that the setup, it is always the same. The scale is different. The scale of shorted shares, the scale of short interest, the scale of potential naked short selling. Another simple technical language.
Potential naked short selling. No, he didn't say that. Nobody's saying that. You guys are saying that fraudulently. That's the real fraud. You guys talking about naked shorts, that's fraud.
The amount of inputs should be equal to the amount of outputs, right? If you short very small amount of shares, you will have a couple of run-ups and then gone. But if you have a huge input, if you actually spend 18-20 months shorting certain company, well, the output could be gigantic. And sure, I'm not so naive to think about that Jim Cramer is siding with individual investors. I'm just saying that sometimes he's pretty much aware that taking a contrarian position, somebody that is opposite to the obvious, will give him much more attention, much more followers, and most likely fame. Good or bad, you decided. The market specialists will say that there isn't such thing as a bet. So,
if it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. If it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. And everybody obviously believes that there's obviously going to be a massive short squeeze in AMC and GameStop and Bed Bath & Beyond. It's obvious to them. So where does that leave us?
I will stay away from the general opinion that Jim Cramer is like not so smart or not so successful. I believe that he's siding with the contrarian point of view, simply wants to get the dogs barking. This is the whole point.
Yeah, and again, if you had followed, I mean, he's not really giving any advice there. But let's say you watched that and you're like, oh, well, okay, Estee Lauder is going to go up from there. You would have gotten fucked. So what? What are we talking about here?
Over here. But I couldn't agree more on him that the shorts are very bad position, and if they can actually
again, no, that was the market peak.
Exited this particular short squeeze place early on, they could, but they couldn't because it was expensive. The stocks were expensive at $40, at $50, at $60, $30.
Jesus Christ.
They didn't do nothing about it, right? Some people keep joking that they could have covered at $5 after the first run up to $19 and then drop down.
I mean, no, they couldn't have. Not if they shorted it at $40, $50, $60, which they clearly did.
To 5, 6, right? But the most important part is that some things just work. Like we mentioned, if you have this particular setup, the inputs and the outputs, you just have to wait for the result. You know, if
I hope so. I hope so, Model 3 dude. I honestly hope so.
Like
I'm sick of hearing about this shit. I hope all three of them do. Honestly, I hope all three of them do. Fuck them.
Movie, right? You buy a ticket
I don't
online,
go to the movies. I don't buy towels. So what do I fucking care?
You show your ticket and you go and watch the movie, right? Nothing has changed. The formula is the same. Leave your thoughts in the comment section, guys. Let me know why Jim Cramer is so bullish and kind of supportive for individual investors. Hope you guys have an amazing weekend.
Now this just crossed the line directly into fraudulence. Okay? He said, let me know why you think Jim Cramer is so bullish. And he showed you a clip literally from, let's just say it was from December. Outrageous. And he's going to sit here and say, oh, you should be bullish because Jim Cramer was bullish. Yeah, he was bullish. I mean, I don't even know if he was bullish then. I mean, he probably knew it was going to happen. That's probably when he sold. Let's be honest. That's probably when he sold because it was the top of the market. And all of those motherfuckers, you know, they all magically sold at the top. Everybody got made out like a bandit, except for retail investors, who basically got fucked. So, I mean, dude, that is you're a scoundrel. If you sit there and show clips from almost a year ago and claim that it's relevant, and of course it's a clip of Jim Cramer anyway. So, which way is the wind blowing? What's he going to say, you know? God, this is it's just so filthy. We have set up a lot of permanent campsites on these shorted stocks. Oh boy, that's a good way to put it. Oh my God. That's the first time I agree with Cramer. Yeah? These AMC confirmed videos are such gaslight titles. This is the 6th one in 2 months. Well, I'm going to comment. Oops. Why didn't you disclose that the Jim Cramer clip you showed is from sometime between November 2021 and January 2022, based on the Estee Lauder chart showing in the background. Then you claim that Jim Cramer is bullish. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Angelo is an even bigger fraud than Jim Cramer. Fuck you, Angelo. What an asshole. What an asshole. Badback says these apes have made up a mythical world they all imagine themselves in, and reality is of no use to them. It really is a mental disorder. It really is a mental disorder. And there is a basis for that. There actually is a basis for that. We could look at some information on schizoaffective personality disorder. But a lot of people that are susceptible to cults and things like that, there is a physiological basis for some of those things. So that's very interesting. I haven't done a lot of research into it, but I want to. I love how I went from 4 likes to 3 likes also on the stream. Go ahead. Take away the like. Take away the fucking like. Hit the dislike button. I don't give a fuck. Unsubscribe. See if I fucking care. No reasonable jury will find that Eastern European fool liable for persuading anyone to buy stocks. It won't ever get to that point anyway. It won't ever get to that point anyway. But, the fact that you're going to show a clip from that long ago and then, blah, 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 blah. It's that to me, I mean, I don't think there will be any consequences, but let me rephrase. I don't think there will be any legal consequences. At some point, there will be some consequence. Whether it's karma or, people turning on him or his dog getting hit by a car or whatever. Ooh, that would, well, anyway. It is ridiculous. It's just ridiculous, and that's why I'm wasting my time. Yes, I'll say it, wasting my time looking at this nonsense because nobody else is calling it out. I mean, there's a couple things that we've seen, like we looked at last night, that dude, we threw it around in Telegram, or I think I did. Anyway, and then there's Diamond Dave and, a couple other people, but they don't concentrate on it. They just, it's like they know it's ridiculous. And so everything Money did a little bit, but, then they got weird. Strongman did a little bit, but then he got weird, now he's, I don't know. I don't know. It's just ridiculous. Thank you for hitting the like button, Antoinette. Old Uber Donnie thinks YouTube is out to get him. Jesus Christ. Yep. He's being shadow banned. Okay, guys, I'm being shadow banned. Apes are known for misinformation. Apes are known for information manipulation. New York Angelo is probably playing a character. He probably speaks perfect English and laugh at his dumb followers. I kind of like him. He's a complex character. He is a complex character. But I don't even know if he's in New York. I think he's actually in Kiev. That's why I call him Kiev Angelo. Angelo is a Winnie. Oh, a weenie. They're all, yeah, but he is a weenie. You're right. You're not wrong. You're right. Okay. Wall broken. Oh, don't tell Donald Trump. Wall broken. We're in squeeze territory. Okay. So I want to bring this up here. This is a tweet from the Ortex shill on Reddit. And he says, this is from 11 days ago, and he says, the price only matters if you are buying or selling, not holding. So look at the key data and how it's building up more bullish and more pressure than ever before. If the price goes up, the pressure goes down. Moass requires the lowest possible price to start it. Nothing less will. Moass requires the lowest possible price to start it. Nothing less will. And I saw this last night, and I'm trying to think of what that, how the lowest price possible. Is this like a KC Shaw theory? When the price gets super low, they'll cover and it'll squeeze? Is that what he's saying? I don't get this. I don't get this. Moass requires the lowest price possible to start. The lowest price. I mean, yeah, shorts would cover. Shorts cover when the price goes down, but they don't start a short squeeze like the Moass. I don't get this. Checking Telegram here. I got some things coming in. Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, so everything that we learn, everything that everybody learned about short squeezes in terms of, it needs a positive catalyst, the price needs to go up, it needs to make shorts, positions unprofitable. They have to scramble to get out and cut their losses. All that stuff, apparently for the Moass, is not applicable because Moass requires the lowest price possible to start it. Nothing less than the lowest price. Okay. What? And let's see if there's any new replies. Like, there were no replies. Nobody even, like, there's this like this. All I can do is hodl. Poor ape here. Poor and stupid. This is a great chart for perspective. As long as it takes. Looks like she's about to blow. Okay, yeah, it's a great chart for perspective. What do we got? Days to cover. Cost to borrow. I mean, let's address the cost to borrow in this chart, okay? People might be inclined to say, some might say, I'm hearing people say, oh, look, the cost to borrow is the green line. It's almost as high as it was last June. Well, maybe, but this is a percentage. So 15% now, when the price is $9, is not the same as 15% when the price is $20, $30, $40, $50, $60, $70 as it was last summer. So that's misleading. Absolutely misleading. Ridiculous. And I thought about this aspect too. It doesn't matter because apes thinking if they drop the price, it will cause a buying frenzy isn't happening. AMC keeps going lower and lower and still no buying demand. And that's the other thing that I thought he was trying to say with this. Like, oh, yeah, okay. It requires the lowest possible price because if they drop it to $5, apes are going to jump in and buy every share. But, I mean, it's been under $10. It went under $10 earlier this year. No, the volume fucking fell off along with the price. And it's same thing with GameStop. The split happened and the volume fucking disappeared. I don't get it. I'll never understand. So how can you claim that? Short covering is the only thing that creates any type of real momentum upward. And then, of course, it collapses again. So, yeah, it's ridiculous. They've been covering the whole way down. Why would they hold like silly apes when they are in the money? Because they don't understand short selling and they don't want to understand short selling because they think it's evil. And the only purpose of short selling is to bankrupt companies. Literally, it's the only purpose. Why else would you bet against a company? You know, you want it to go away. You want it to go away. You don't want people to be able to trade it. You want that money just to be erased from existence. I mean, it's ridiculous. Only apes are allergic to profits. Well, because it's about changing the market. It's about changing the market and making it more fair. I mean, more fair? Okay. Do the apes understand that the shorts are in the money? I don't think they do. They don't understand anything at all when it comes to the stock market. Right. Oh, Andrew, no money just dropped a crazy video. Okay, we go there. We go there, look at it. So I just thought this was typical, typical bullshit from this guy, Jay Drukas, the Ortex guy. Quote unquote Ortex guy. I don't think he works for Ortex, but god damn, is he sure seems like a shill. Shares on loan for AMC at all-time highs, while Ape seeing massive borrow returns. Oh my gosh, days to cover and cost to borrow remain up. Oh. The shit score on AMC is 79.6, whatever that means. Yeah, despite all of that, all of this, this is up, this and that is up. The short interest value estimate is actually down 2% from a week ago. So they don't care about that, though. No, they don't care about that. Here it is for Ape. I mean, look at that. The short interest value went from 985 million to 350 million. And the utilization is actually finally under 100%. Wow. Amazing. Okay. I'm going to find out who this guy is. I think he's Canadian, actually. There's a fair amount of nonsensical bullshit surrounding AMC that comes out of Canada. I really don't understand. Because I like Canada. I have Canadian friends. I have nothing against Canada, but boy, the FUD from Canada is fucking terrible. It's horrible. Anyway, okay. Andrew, no. Let me see if I can get it here. Apes still think that there are shorts from when AMC was $2 back at the beginning of the pandemic. Yeah. That's why they say things like they could have covered at $5. They could have covered at $10. I mean, that is absurd. That is that is so delusional. Like, how do those people get driver's licenses? Seriously, how do those people pass driving tests? It's crazy. I have to look. Absolutely crazy. AMC to trigger the mother of all margin call Mondays. What? Okay. Oh, look. Oh, shit. I went off of it, but Andrew, he said he tried to give away $10,000 and ran out of money. Well, you had to have made $1 million in options first, like Trey did, before you can do that, Andrew. You're not to that point yet. Okay. Here we go.
Wait a second. What does that say? Enhance. You will inherit a large sum of money. My name is Andrew, and this is Professor Meatball, and we are back in the saddle, ready to give you guys the news you need for your AMC Monday. Look at Dr. Mark. Wait a second. What does that say? Enhance. You will inherit a large sum of money. My name is Andrew, and this is Professor Meatball.
Enhance. Yeah, it's called Zoom, actually. Most apes like Lou already realized squeeze won't happen. Now they are hoping and praying to break even to dump their shares to another fool. Yeah. Oh, they had to have quadrupled their short positions around 60. I mean, I think, well, anyway. They're the ones caught on the $72 run-up. The ones who said, well, they could have covered it to $5.
Meatball, and we are back in the saddle ready to give you guys the news you need for your AMC Monday. Look at Dr. Marco Metzler talking about the mother of all margin calls, and we have to take a look at why the TTM squeeze transition finally confirmed. These are technical indicators, but we are going to start right now with just the basics, right? Where we when we squeezed last and why the squeeze. Basics, right? Where we were when we squeezed last and why
I guess it was. Damn.
Finally confirmed. These are technical indicators, but we are going to start right now with just the
I'll do that in a moment.
Right. Where we were when we squeezed last and why the squeeze is very close.
Well, that was not me.
That is why we have to hit that like and that bell and that sub button right away. If you guys
No, that's not why you have to do that.
Like you guys are all the way up to 1300, and let's get directly started. First of all, AMC perspectives, June 2021 run up versus now. Utilization 97% versus 100%. We'll take a look at the ortex to make sure that we already have the full understanding of where the utilization is. We have CTB 9.7% versus 8.
I don't know if Marco Metzler is real or not. But yeah, he is he's no authority on anything whatsoever. I mean, look at it this way. Boss Blunts talked to him. You know, Boss Blunts talked to him. I mean, the only person who's had more theories debunked than Marco Metzler is fucking Boss Blunts. And we'll do the KC Shaw thing next. That'll be funny. Synthetic price failures.
18.7%, short interest 20.6%, or 86 million shares versus 21.5%. That's 110 million shares. And then bonus 1-to-1 ratio of ape shares with 6.5% short interest, or 33.9 million shares. Bonus. Let's take a look at Ortex. We know that days to cover 3 mil has now skyrocketed. This is completely abnormal. In fact, the last time that we saw it skyrocket was when AMC's price was about to push back up to the $30 range. This was in the end of August. That is when we saw that price rise all the way to the very top, and then when it starts to slide back down is when those shorts are
That's what I would be thinking if I were that dog.
Days to cover goes up, and then we have a dramatic price change, a price improvement. Let's take a look at the options chain. AMC probably has already given you guys a lot of confusing far in the money and out of the money calls. This one are puts at $15 strike. On the far right side, we have $25 strike. That is calls at $25 strike. Take a look at GME, same thing, except these are in the money calls, right? We have $650,000 worth of calls at $20 strike, and then the next one is going to be at around $30 strike, about 500,000 calls there, and then $100,000 worth at $100 strike. So why exactly is Citadel shorting U.S. government bonds? This is likely going to lead.
Okay, I did see this post last night somewhere else. The thing about this doctor, he never gives any proof. He never has any citations to back anything up. And everybody talks about Citadel this, Citadel's doing that, Citadel's doing this. Where's the proof? Where is the proof? I don't care about what some asshole, some bald weenie on LinkedIn, of all fucking places, says when they don't give any proof. But okay, well listen.
Down to the mother of all margin calls, and thus the financial meltdown of the global financial systems. Citadel's playing the same criminal game with the U.S. government bonds as it has with other meme stocks. This is possible because the Fed is offering free money in the repo and reverse repo market. Citadel has shorted the treasury bond market beyond recognition using the repo market. Citadel owns a company called Palafox Trading and uses it exclusively to short, sell, and trade treasury bonds. Palafox in turn manages the Citadel Global Fixed Income Master Fund Ltd. Total assets are over $123 million, and 80% of that is owned by offshore investors in the Cayman Islands. Their reverse repo agreements are fully rehypothecated, and they cannot repay their own repo agreements until someone pays them first. The entire global financial economy is built on a fractional reserve system that will very soon experience the mother of all market collapses.
Marco Metzler sounds like he legitimately listens to Alex Jones. That's what I'm hearing here. I'm hearing some Alex Jones shit. Next, he's going to talk about Bilderberg. He's going to talk about the Council on Foreign Relations. and he's going to talk about Bohemian Grove. Give me
Why
a
we're
fucking break.
We've already seen that even big analysts and people that we have seen in the past be talking heads have just essentially said, yeah, it looks pretty much like that this is going to be a bear market before it gets better. And that means that normal retail investors are like...
Well, that's wild. A bear market before it gets better. Huh. Well, sadly, this kid was in fucking Pampers the last fucking time that there was anything other than a fucking bull market run. I mean, that's the reality of it. All of these motherfuckers, they were in fucking diapers the last time that this shit happened. They have no clue. None. What the fuck are they talking about? You know, they're more qualified to change a fucking baby's diaper. That's about it. Than to talk about this shit and parrot what the mainstream media says, and some random fucking guy on LinkedIn who claims that the fucking sky is falling and it's Citadel's fault, but you know, I don't have any proof of it. Give me a fucking break. Give me a break.
Likely not going to have the full picture.
God damn. I mean, you know, I'm just, I am. Woo!
Is officially transitioned from bearish momentum to bullish momentum on the TTM squeeze indicator. The chart shown above, right here, is from 3 green momentum candles gradually growing, signaling the big price action lying ahead. Those are the 3 right here. And we can see just how accurate this is. In the beginning of the year 2021, AMC's
yeah,
price
I was
action
about
took
to
off as
ask,
retail investors
and then I looked because I remembered every time I asked, I could have just looked. Yes, of course, it's from Frank Nez. Who the fuck else would do that? Something like that. He wrote a blog post saying AMC has officially transitioned from bearish momentum to bullish momentum on the TTM squeeze indicator. I mean, well, I don't know if anybody's ever used this indicator, but I'll tell you, I have. And you can absolutely have you can have a down move when that thing is in the green. You could have green candles getting bigger and the price is still going down. Yes, you can. And so it is not, I'm not saying it's not useful, but you can't rely on any indicator to tell you. Is it signaling big price action lies ahead? No. That's not what that means at all. He doesn't even have the squeeze dots on. He's not even using it properly. Jesus Christ.
As retail investors begin to buy the stock in bulk, the momentum is captured on the TTM squeeze indicator. The indicator's momentum candles kept growing, signaling AMC's price action was not done running. This is eventually the momentum signals began to sell warnings after reaching its all-time high, indicating momentum was beginning to dissipate. This is where we'll be able to see the TTM squeeze indicator transition from bullish momentum to bearish red candles, and AMC's price action gradually plummet. After more than a year of downtrend, selling momentum is no longer what it was, and we can see it on the charts. So, is AMC a buy? Well, let's take a look at Lux Algo, because that's one of the best ways to be able to figure it out. I'm going to look first at the APE stock. This is the AMC Entertainment Holdings Preferred Equity Unit. Funny thing about this is that you still get the buy and sell signals even.
Oh yeah, let's look at the algo. Let's look at Lux Algo.
Right, we saw that
a fucking buy sell indicator,
strong buy here, about
momentum indicator that I sell. Coincidentally, yeah, it's one of the best ways. These motherfuckers couldn't write their name, and now they're all experts on recessions. Yeah, right, exactly. The trash momentum TTM indicator. I mean, and you know, like, I'm not saying it's not useful, but like, it is not used the way that they're talking about. You know, I use like 2 or 3 indicators, and you have to confirm things and stuff, but whatever. Okay, Lux Algo, sweet.
5, and then another strong, another weak buy signal until APE hit about $5.44. Let's take a look at where AMC is. So that's APE. You can basically take a look at any type of security that you guys are interested in. That's Lux Algo. You still get 20% off in the description down below.
Oh, look, 20% off. Sweet.
Product. So AMC had that soft buy signal, crossed the day through pretty tough technicals, essentially made it so that AMC was either going to break through that $8.80 resistance or die trying. Luckily, it did not get rejected and pushed all the way up to $9.74. This is where AMC caught $9.74.
This guy thinks that
he
thinks that investing is a game.
Slowly traded.
Let me tell you that right now. Like, he should stick to video games. Like, the way he's talking about it, his attitude, everything about him. You know, I'm a data scientist.
And the after hours at $9.64. So AMC is showing TTM squeeze indication that a bullish momentum is happening, very similar to the squeeze oscillator down here. So this oscillator is what Lux Algo provides, right? Is just a part of the tool, and you guys are be able to then take a look at when those bearish dots, this one, red one right here, will be an indication that there is going to be a bearish oscillation turn. And then this one, this green dot here, is on the vice versa. You guys are probably seeing in my background.
You don't have to know anything about the stock market. Just look for the colored dots. Just look for the colored dots and follow the bouncing ball, and you'll get rich. Right? That's what they want. Okay. So let's see. Let me get this crap off here. And by the way, this is TTM squeeze, basically. Squeeze momentum right there. That's on the S&P, but we don't want that. APC, no, AMC. So what does it actually show? I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking it's going to be something similar to like what happened here, where you had... Like, sometimes this happens. You have these run-ups, and then there's another one right after it. Over here. Over here. So we'll see. But usually there's more time in between the run-ups than this. Usually it's... But, of course, the market is in a different dynamic place right now than it was. So this TTM, this squeeze indicator does, you know, it does seem to be showing. And you know, you have stochastic RSI here that's curling up. And you have the regular RSI up here. But of course, that doesn't mean anything. It could obviously it could crash tomorrow. So here's a weekly chart. What about a 4-hour? I mean, and besides the fact, you know, I've never said, nobody has ever said that, you know, any stock won't go up or it won't go down or it will go down and won't go up or whatever. Stocks go up and down. That's what they do. But you know, going up to $17, any stock can do that. You know, that's not what everybody's predicting. $1,000, $10,000. So, you know, yeah, sure, have an uptrend, but you're not going to $1 million a share. That's the point. That is the point. I think that's the point. It's hard to tell anymore because it's just such nonsense anymore. Using day trading indicators for long-term predictions, right? Lose Sunday market report is out. Okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. I got to keep my eye on the time too, because it's already 20 after 5. God, time flies when you look at these grifters.
23 songs. I've been trying to compose this. I am pretty excited. If you guys saw the videos from...
yeah, okay, yeah. Well, I heard some of the songs. It's terrible. Terrible. Some of the worst music I've ever heard. I mean, and I'm not just saying that because I hate this guy. I mean, it was bad. It was real bad. AMC will never reach a new all-time high. Bottom line. Bottom line. So why doesn't Lou's video show up here? That's peculiar. Okay, and we're gonna look at Casey Shaw here first. Why does anybody else have this problem about thumbnails not showing up? I don't know why. It's doing that. It's been doing that the last couple days. Anybody else have that issue on YouTube? Okay. Casey Shaw. Casey. KC AMC. Yes. Cool beard, bro. Casey Shaw leads Mooresville High School victory. That's a different one. Okay. Casey Shaw. Nobody else is having that problem? Okay. Interview with Tony DeNaro. Okay. Wait, what was that? Misty Shaw interview, BOD candidate, board of directors? I don't know. Whatever. Okay. Let's see. Got any suggestions, Bad Back? And by the way, come on in the voice chat if you want. Why was there a difference between we've seen so much worse, smooth sailing? Made the threshold list. That sounds like a good one. 13G. Sure, 13G. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey.
How's
just
it going?
I was gonna say, just pick like his latest stream and just pick a random, click through it. You'll probably hear some stupid shit.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay. This is gonna be bad. How's everything going over your way? I'm gonna let it load a little bit here.
Doing pretty good. Just watching these football games.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that's right. That's where everybody's at. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I'm just gonna skip ahead randomly here. 20 minutes in. Okay, he's here now, and he's got Ortex up, so that'll be good.
Made it to the last day of trading this week, and it is your last work day if you're working today. So the only way that I can win today is if everybody else gets a price prediction wrong, and I get it right, which I don't see that happening.
Real quick.
Yeah,
but there's a
yeah.
I guess what they do is they try to predict the day's the closing price for the day within like a $3 range.
Oh, really?
So I think that's what he's talking about. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think he tries to predict the total volume for the day.
Okay.
Like he has. So I think that's what he's talking about right now.
Okay. All right. What do you do if you? What do they get if they win?
Nothing. They just
feel good about themselves.
Like, yeah,
they feel like they won something.
It keeps them engaged.
Participation trophy.
Gives them something to do.
Right. Yeah. Something so they don't feel like they just keep losing all the time. That makes sense. It's probably a good gimmick.
Right. Give me something to get the dopamine going.
Right.
Breaker. Whoever's average price is closest to the closing price, average price of, or not average, but the closing price of APE and AMC together will get the extra bonus point for the week for the win.
Oh my God.
Short exempt volume for the day today. Let me check it real quick.
God.
122.5 thousand. Much lower.
All right, I'm skipping past that.
Yeah, just
trading pattern here.
Here we go.
When it completes, this should be a
Bitcoin.
drop down. So that's what I'm kind of expecting. So this is it's not abnormal. I feel like this is a little bit of a pump here. The other thing that I'm going to show you guys here in just a minute, after we get done taking a look at the numbers, is a tweet that was put out yesterday by somebody. I don't know who it was, but I commented on it, and it's exactly what I'm seeing as well. GME in the pre-market is 1.63. HYMC is up 1.36. Hood is up 3.27. NCMI is down 1.79. APE is up 0.78, and AMC is up 2.2%. Let's see here. AMC had just slightly more, like $100,000 More an outflow yesterday than inflow. So far this morning, we're trading 121,000 shares so far. This is going to be one of those popping days of volume. It looks like we have not been seeing this much volume this early in the morning for a while. Been a hot minute. So we're going to have a little bit of activity today, it looks like, on AMC. On Ape, on the other hand, not the same situation. Very, very low volume, super low volume. The total amount of inflow versus outflow yesterday on...
I love how he's looking on Webull with this information, like, oh, the inflow and outflow, blah, blah, blah. Like,
Right.
that's not the
Like he's
overall
breaking the whole
market.
market
Oh,
action down.
and we
Yeah.
had, popping volume at 36.5 million shares. Wow. I mean, it was over the average, the 10-day average. I guess you got to give it to him on that. But 36
But
million.
not only that,
Mm-hmm.
the amount of attention that they put on all these stats and everything, for what? They don't make any money. Like they're focusing
Right.
all this time and energy on something that, for what?
It doesn't do them any good whatsoever. It does them no
Yeah,
good.
and they're not going to do anything but buy and hold anyway. So what the fuck do they
Right.
need to track every
Right.
fucking tick of the goddamn stock?
Exactly. If they're so fucking sure that this is what they think is gonna happen, who cares what the volume is? Who cares what the price is? Who cares the short exempt volume? Who gives a fuck? Just like go live your life and wait for it to squeeze to happen. But they have to look at every fucking 1 minute candle, like, oh, this
Yeah.
might be it. Oh, this might be it. Like,
They've
wow.
literally turned this into their job.
Mm-hmm.
Like they get up butt ass early in the morning and just follow the fucking thing all the way through. It's the most amazing thing.
It is
And
amazing.
that make no money and no
Right.
trade. Like you can say, okay, well, you guys do, yeah, but we're trading stocks and making
Right.
money, trying to make money, not just sitting watching a computer screen.
Right. Yeah. Right. And that's a good point. Trying to make money, like, no, you don't always make money. Sometimes you lose money, but that's part of the game. And hopefully, the losses are maybe more important than the wins, because you can learn from that. You can say, okay, what happened here? Why did I do this? And you can avoid
Right.
that next time. That's the idea. And so you're paying for that lesson with the loss, but they're just sitting there losing money and not learning anything from it. And they're not even completing trades. They have open trades, that they haven't, but let's be honest though, it's not a loss until you close the trade. So you could be down 99% and you still haven't lost if you don't close the trade. So that's what they believe.
It's the dumbest shit
That's what they
ever.
say. All right. I'm
Yeah,
going to
but-
skip ahead a little bit more here. Maybe
Yeah,
we'll talk.
keep skipping ahead, and you'll eventually catch them talking some crazy shit.
Okay, here's a filing.
So they loaned out their shares. So they're going to do a recall. They're going to do a recall on these shares, right? They bought 24.5.
Oh yeah, everybody's talking about this. They're going to do a recall. They're going to do we're going to recall the Ape shares. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Let's hear it.
million shares. They started loaning them out, and then they said, oops, we can't do options. We're screwed. Give us back our shares because we're selling. We don't want to be a part of this if we can't hedge. So they left. They're like, GTFO, right? GTFO starting on the 24th. So if you look back on the 24th, you add T+2 settlement. Let me put in this threshold list. You look back on the 24th, you look at T+2 settlement, and then they had ownership of the 24th, they started selling, right? Started selling on the 25th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th. This is the threshold list. If they were requesting their shares back on the 24th and started selling by the 25th as soon as they possibly could, as they were getting shares back, and then they made their filing on the first, which is right here, the day after they completed all their sell orders, then this would have been the start date of the returned shares, and that makes complete sense why it would show up on the threshold list on the 31st, because they would recalled their shares, but the shares weren't coming back in as fast as they wanted. So then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days on the threshold list, right? 6 days on the threshold list. meaning that by at least you have to have 5 days in order to be off the threshold list. So we can count backwards from the last day of being on the threshold list, which is today. We can count back from today. We can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Compliance was met by the September 1st, meaning that as soon as you had utilization going from 100% down to 83.7%, it means that they had returned enough shares at that point. When utilization got under 100%, they had returned enough shares for the recalled loaned shares by August 31st.
Great. Awesome. Who cares?
And guess what? What was the day that they said that they had completed the actions by the filing date, which was 9/1, right? So it all makes perfect sense. Perfect sense about where the shares came from, why we went on a threshold list. It had nothing to do with failure to delivers whatsoever. It doesn't. It doesn't show anything that I see no signs of this having anything to do with failure to delivers. This was somebody who did a share recall and didn't get their shares on time. That's what
Isn't that what the threshold list is for? Failure to deliver. Like, failure to deliver could be for a number of different reasons. It's not just because of naked shorting. It could be
right. It doesn't have to be nefarious.
Right, exactly. It doesn't have to be nefarious. It doesn't have to be associated with short selling. It could be, there's like a dozen different reasons. I mean, I had a share of AMC that was in Robinhood. It was being lent out. It was on loan. It was already on loan. I sold it. It was still on loan. So did that share get, what happened to that? That could have been an FTD. It could have been an FTD.
Right.
Because that share has to be recalled. It has to come back. So then they have to borrow another one. So did it happen in time? I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I got paid for the share that I sold anyway.
When you have the ability to get instant settlement like that,
doesn't matter. Right.
Yeah, liquidity to make it happen. You're going to have that's a product of the market. They act like, that FTEs or something.
It's a problem.
It's like, no. It's if you want, I don't know how to say it, the market to run as smooth as it does and everything to be instantaneous, that's going to happen.
Right.
It's not like the old days where you go down to your broker, get the physical copy. See, they don't have the physical copy of the share in their hand, so they can't grasp how the system can work, which is so ironic because they all talk about tokenizing everything and putting it on the blockchain and
which is the ultimate thing. Yeah.
But everything's already technically like that, and they still don't understand what the fuck's going on. So
that's a good point. That's a good point because and that also plays into the whole market maker naked shorting thing, where for like Citadel to naked short, like so you buy 100 shares or whatever, and they sell them to you. They sell them to you at the price that's listed, right? And then they turn around and within 60 seconds they have to buy them from somewhere else. Like I think they have 60 seconds to do it, like a minute. Legally, they turn around and if they don't have them, they turn around and buy them, and that's why when retail buys from those internalizer market makers like Citadel and Virtu, that's why that stuff gets recorded as short volume because they're actually selling it to you in a short trade that they're almost instantaneously covering. But that covering that they do, that buying to cover that short position that they just made, less than a minute ago to sell to you, that doesn't get reported on it doesn't get reported on the public tape. The same, like, I forget what they call it. It's not media disseminated, I think is what they call it. So, because otherwise it would be double counted. Otherwise it would show that I bought, or Citadel sold me 100 shares, and then it would show that Citadel bought 100 shares. But really it's the same transaction. So, but that's short volume. That's the short volume that they all, that KC, Shaw, and all these guys hype up, and it's the same thing. If you want it to work as smoothly as it does, when you can buy and sell anything you want at any time at the price it's shown, this stuff happens. It absolutely,
and it's not
happens.
even
It's not
nefarious.
It's not criminal, right?
Yeah, they have been taught, or not the way they have learned it is completely ass backwards. Like, and they can't get it out of their head. It's almost like,
right.
They're just stuck. Like, you know what I mean? It's like teaching a person. I guess we taught a kid 1 + 3 equals 10
right.
all through his life, and suddenly at 30, you start, no, that's not correct. They can't get it. You know what I mean? It's
right.
They've learned it wrong, so they don't understand how it can work correctly.
Right.
They refuse to get any information outside of their cult. You know what I'm saying? It's like anything outside of the cult is untrustworthy.
Right.
But
yeah.
It's funny because
instantly a shill or a bot or a hedge fund.
Those like Fintel and Ortex all day long, but then if it's something they don't like, you can't trust Fintel and Ortex.
They did that last year. Yeah, they did that a lot last year with Fintel. Yep, that's true.
So it's like they only do it when I don't think there's no way to fix them. Like,
no,
the ones that haven't by now figured it out, there's no hope for them. They're just either going to lose. Yeah, they're going to lose all their money unless they pull it out for some.
I don't
see them ever admitting they're wrong. Even if they pull it out for some life expense that they have to, they still will not admit that they were wrong.
Right. Yeah. It'll be, well, I had to sell. They forced me to sell because I had this happen. I had this emergency happen. And, they screwed me. They even screwed me out of it that way because they prolonged it for so long. Like that's the kind of stuff that Frankie Muhammad was saying in his last video. Like I can't sit here and let them, screw me out of this money. We have no choice but to hold. It's like, what? I mean,
yeah. And if you think it's that fucking corrupt, why are you in it in the first place?
Right. What do you think's going to change?
Force a change.
Yeah,
like
I don't get it. Yeah. I'm going to skip ahead here on. I don't care about the threshold list at all.
Yeah, just keep skipping ahead. You'll pick up some crazy shit someone will say.
Yeah.
Let me go back over here and acknowledge the person. Lost Pro. What I would say to you, Lost Pro is one of the numbers.
Back a little bit. Lost Pro. Well, that's a fitting name for an ape. Lost Pro.
Cost to borrow got as high as 1706.
Oh, wow.
And we'll count out 10 days just to kind of see where that's at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Would have been right here. There's a little bit of a price run up.
Oh boy,
we had right
price
there,
run up.
and then it fell a little bit and then rose some more. But I'll tell you what though, if I kind of expand this out so you can see everything. One of the things that really stands out in my mind isn't cost to borrow. I know that before some of our big runs you can see it peaking a little bit. But what I would say to you, who said that?
Like I said before, the cost to borrow back here was a lot higher because the stock price was a lot higher. Because of the percentage. So, getting a little feedback. I was hearing myself there a little bit in your thing, Mike. But yeah, 15% of $9 is a lot less than 15% of where is it? Right here. Here's the run up. Yeah, 12% or whatever of $9 versus 12% of $40, $50, $60, $70. That's not reflected on this chart at all. That's just a percentage line. So,
right.
That's misleading as fuck. And that's another flaw of Vortex. It's not adjusted. What they should do is actually plot the cost. They shouldn't put it in percentage, or they should give you an option to plot the actual cost relative to the stock price. then you could see that this thing doesn't cost shit. They're practically giving away the fucking shares to short.
Right.
You know, that's
it's not expensive at all.
But I have to say, they don't understand percentages at all. They don't understand percentages. So let's see what he says.
Acknowledge the person. Loss Pro. What I would say to you, Loss Pro, is one of the numbers that I focus more heavily on is on loan average age per day. I think it's a much better indicator because when you see troughs, when you see this fall down, it tells you that there's positions that are being closed because they know price is going to run up. So if you compare on loan average age per day to
positions closed,
stop that from happening.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the average day or whatever, I understand it's just the average. This could be some longer, could be some shorter than the average. Understand that. But he just said, when it's going down, it's an indication of positions getting closed out.
Right.
So I don't understand how they can look at that chart the way they interpret it and
see, Emmanuel,
that any shorts are still in from $2 underwater back a year or two ago.
Right. Yeah. See you, Manny. Have a good afternoon. We'll catch you later. Manny's we got to leave.
All right. See you, man.
But
yeah, I don't see how they can look at that chart and
I can't even tell.
You know what I mean?
Which one is? I guess it's this lower line here. It doesn't match. The color doesn't seem to match, but I guess it is because this is cost to borrow. So I guess it's that lighter colored line there. And yeah, I mean it makes sense. You see that curve goes down, indicating that some shorts have covered, and you see the price go up. So, what? So
him saying that means he should get a grasp of what's going on. So I don't understand how he can think the Moass theory and the shorts being underwater still haven't closed yet. I don't understand how he can think that.
Right. Yeah. No, it doesn't make sense.
And then I don't know if I shared this with I put this into the Telegram group or whatever, but he had said the amount of short interest under $10 is abundant, which
yeah, you did.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
I don't know where he got that information but
I don't. Yeah,
I don't see it.
I don't know how you would get that information. I don't think you can tell that from the data that we have. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's see where he goes.
When you compare some of the points, the peak points, right? They kind of line up here. The troughs didn't fall down all the way on the cost to borrow on this one until here, which was well later. You actually have a bottoming right about here on this indicator.
I mean, he's also right there. He's talking about January 2021. He's not even considering the fact of how many shares were added. The fucking float was quadrupled right here at this point.
Oh yeah,
it was quadrupled right there, and more shares were added this whole time, all the way up to June. So I mean, I'm assuming. I don't want to assume, but I am. He's not going to mention that. But that's going to change everything. It's going to change, the amount of shares that are available to borrow. It's going to change the cost because now you have this huge supply. Like it's just, he's just looking at it like literally at face value for what's shown on this goddamn ortex chart. Well, ortex doesn't. Why don't they have a curve on there that says size of the float, free float, and then you can see that fucking thing would shoot up, and literally quadruple between December and February. But no.
I think a lot of apes forget about that.
Oh, they absolutely do. Yes, for sure. And I try to mention it here and there because whenever they say this dumbass shit, it's like, okay. But yeah, don't forget, because a lot of these people, they came in after it was already done. They came in, it was already 500 million. They don't know necessarily that it was 120, whatever it was, at the beginning of last year, because they weren't even involved in it. They got into it, sometime last spring before it ran up, or even worse, after it ran up, and then the dilution had already taken place at that point. So, they just assume it's always been like this. But no, it hasn't. Okay.
Some of this data is compiled altogether because I've got such a long period of time. Let me zoom in on this just a tad bit because you'll see a little bit of a difference here. So here's a bottom right here. I guess there's a bottom on cost to borrow as well, but it's like right before it runs. You've got somewhat of a bottom.
That's not a bottom.
What I look for on this indicator is I look for days where it drops down. It doesn't matter how much it drops down for, but if it drops down a little bit and then has a rise, then usually you see price movement afterwards.
It's all subjective.
Right.
What do you mean?
Yeah. It doesn't matter how much it drops down, but just if it drops down, then the price rises.
And goes back up. If it drops down and then goes up.
Right. Yeah.
It's all, yeah.
Here's another point right here.
Okay, let's. I'm sick of vortex. I'm going to move past.
Yeah,
He's
just
looking at a chart here.
If you can't
fast
see
forward
it,
a little bit
you're
further.
blind.
Keep going. Big chunk ahead. Like
all you have to do is start tracking price.
Cloud.
What's that now?
I don't know why. That's another thing. They're using the Ichimoto cloud for what? They're not trading it. What does it?
Right. Yeah, and he's got that. He's got RSI. He's got, I don't know what that bottom indicator is. He's got, looks like Bollinger Bands. Again, yeah, why? Like, okay.
Based on cryptocurrencies, you can see for a fact that they're being algorithmically traded.
Everything is algorithmically traded. What is he talking about?
Too. He thinks crypto is where the hedge funds make their money, where they're the ones pumping and dumping, which I'm sure making some money doing that, but they think
that it's because of AMC.
He thinks it's like their secret bank accounts, and when crypto dives, that's when they're pulling money out of crypto to pay their margins,
right,
in the stock market, so they can keep their short positions open.
Right. Yep. Oh yeah, yeah. They're tanking the crypto market because they need to cover their AMC whatever. Yeah.
And they're treating crypto institutions are
here we go,
treating cryptocurrency as a piggy bank.
There it is, right there. Oh my God.
And I call it the Wild Wild West. It's a place for them to be able to rob banks whenever they need to, and they don't even think twice about it.
God,
unbelievably incorrect and just
right.
Like the arrogance and their ignorance, man, is just insane. Like, how do you think that? Like,
not to mention that, like, it's all so correlated. Like, crypto goes down.
Did they believe
with the market? Like, so how does that make sense?
Trading systems all comply, like all run through. You know what I mean? And they think it all has to do with these meme stocks. Like everything runs through these meme stocks. Like everything that happens in the market, crypto, stocks, everything that happens
I'm sure
anything
the
in the
market
world.
crash,
they think it has to do with these meme stocks.
the
Yeah.
20% down on the market this year. Yeah, it has to. And it must, because, that's the only thing that they pay attention to. It's like you notice a fucking, if you notice a yellow Volvo, which I can't tell you the last time I saw a yellow Volvo, but you see a yellow Volvo and then you're going to see a yellow Volvo. You're always going to see it now. You'll be like, oh my God, look how many there are. You're paying attention to it now. That's the only difference. There's not any more. It's a frequency illusion. It's a cognitive bias. It's a trick that our brains play on us. So they've fallen for every one of those tricks. Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead like a couple hours, an hour or so in this thing.
Yeah, skip ahead further.
All right.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to stand behind that. Yeah, sorry. I wish I could. I really wish I could give you an answer to that point break, but you know where I stand on options, and a lot of times I think that I think retail tends to lose. The last time point break that I played options was on the VIX, and I made I had an opportunity to make a lot of money, and then there was a mistake that occurred.
Oh my God!
Where a whole bunch of money was injected into the market that wasn't supposed to be injected into the market.
What? Nothing. Oh my God! There was a mistake. Money was put in the market that wasn't supposed to be there, so I lost money. Like, listen to this guy. He can't take responsibility for shit. Oh my God!
None of them do.
Oh my God.
Which caused it to absolutely go the other direction. This is back when we saw the candlesticks that were heading upwards, the 4 weeks in a row of upwards momentum. I had doubled my money. I had doubled my money in the options. I pretty much lost it all. And
that's great.
It's kind of one of those things where it's like, you don't know what the market's going to do. There's very easily, they could shut down the VIX on you. And say no more trading for close only positions, but good luck on closing them.
When have they ever done that? When the only thing they ever have done that on is the meme stocks. They're not. What? God. Yeah, they could shut it down. They could literally shut it down. I mean, I guess they could shut it down, but I mean, Jesus fucking Christ.
Now he was 2x's money,
right?
So,
and he wasn't happy with that, so he let it ride, and then he ended up losing it all.
Right, because it didn't go to 100x. He ended up losing. Right. It's got to be
classic.
Somebody else's fault.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They weren't supposed to put that money in there, but they did. Oh my God.
Who's gonna buy it? I don't know. I think it's a bad idea. I think it's a really bad idea because you have no idea what the market's gonna do. You don't know if you're gonna be able to get paid out or not. So I think it's a bad idea.
That's another thing. They all think that somehow they're going to win. They're going to be up so much that they might not be able to get paid out.
Right. Yeah.
You're fucking down 80%. That's realistic.
Yeah.
You're down 80%. And for some reason you think it's going to turn around so much that not only will you be up money, you'll be up so much that they can't afford to pay you.
Right.
It doesn't even make sense.
They'll have to create a new crypto. JP Morgan will have to create a new crypto token to pay you with. But don't worry. You'll be able to convert it to US dollars. Like, what? Okay. Wow. Jesus. Okay. I'm going to skip ahead a couple more hours. Another hour here.
So it's kind of weird to me calling it that because I would have just called it one of the ways that you play I guess unnatural harmonics is that you can create a new harmonic. Actually, it depends if you're playing an electric guitar or not. If you're playing an electric guitar, you can almost create harmonics almost anywhere on the.
He's just having some witty banter
on the fretboard, just because of the sensitivity of the guitar and what it picks up. But on a acoustic guitar, there are it's much harder to do, but you can still do it. There's ways to create.
Oh, fuck off. Of course he plays guitar. Must be on lunch break here.
Yeah, no bullshit. He does take lunch breaks and shit.
Oh shit, there's music. I better go past that. God, why? So epic. Oh, look, he's moving his fucking line. I caught it just in time for him to move the fucking line. Wow. I'm gonna go back. Look at that.
A little bit with 957. Looks like it's the next point.
Well, it's already, he's already taken it off.
Where that came from.
Oh, there's the line.
Where'd that
There
line
they
go? I didn't just Oh, there it is. Okay.
Well, we better move it over.
Yeah, that line was off.
No shit.
Let's see
lines are gone. Fuck
where we are headed. So it looks like we might be struggling a little bit with 957. Looks like it's the next point on which we need to break
price
through.
Failures.
Looks like we have a little bit of consolidation going on. You might be able to make a case for a pennant.
Oh my god.
I don't have a good bottom point here. Oh, actually, maybe I do. No, I don't. Maybe I do. I don't know. Let's see.
Wow.
Son of a gun. Yeah, I don't.
Oh, look at that amazing TA.
Let me just take this down to a 5-minute chart. Is this a pennant?
Of course it's not a fucking pennant. What are you talking about? And look at
Why are you looking at the 5-minute chart?
And look at Ape. Look at the way Ape was trading. I swear to God, it looks like one of those OTC bullshit stocks, like with these wicks. I mean, that is exactly
those barcodes.
Yeah, I mean that's all algorithmic shit. You know, it's all algo based. I mean,
because it's probably got no real demand or action at all. Who the fuck is buying and selling that shit?
Right? No, there can't be. I mean, there's only 4 million of volume on it at this point in the day, and this was I don't know what time this was, but yeah. I mean, I noticed that AMC looked like this the other day. It had the same exact, real precise wicks and all that. It looks real. You zoom out, it kind of looks fuzzy when you look at it. It's weird, but that's what penny stocks look like. OTC BB pink sheets.
16 bars.
Oh shit, futures. Oh fuck, I don't have Thinkorswim open. Oh well, I'll just do it on here. Thinkorswim will kill my system.
It does look like it could potentially be a pennant. Which could be moving shortly upwards again.
See, little do these knuckleheads know that they pay attention to it so much. If they were actually day trading it or swing trading it, and all the patterns that they
actually no,
you can find
it's gone just a little bit beyond how long it needs to be for a pennant.
Right.
Off this, but the fact that you just want to keep buying and hold, and you hold through every run up, even when it dumps, you won't make shit. You end up just because every run up is lesser and lesser. What is it? The law of diminishing returns.
Yeah, something like that. Here, I think I have.
Yeah, it's like, and then I always wondered, just take this last pump for an example. When it went up to what, mid-20s? What does it hurt if me as say I was an ape that had 500 shares, right? What does it hurt if I sell in the mid-20s, and then when it comes back down like it always does,
right?
I would buy back in now. How does that hurt anything? Why does it have to always be buy and hold? You're not giving it any there's no demand buy, you know what I mean? So at least with that, doing it like that, you're creating buying and selling demand. So the stock's at least not dead.
Right.
And you're making money. I don't understand what's the Why that's so frowned upon? Why it has to be buy and hold and just ride it all the way down? You're not going to miss a fucking jump up to $1,000.
Right.
In their eyes, if they think it's going to 1,000, you see how long it took to get to 70? Was that like over like 2-3 days?
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have time to get in. So I don't understand where this whole myth and ideology came from.
So real quick here, the futures appear to have gapped up. NASDAQ gapped up about I'm at about 1/4%. Same on the S&P, which could be good for bears possibly. When they gap it up like that, setting up for a dump. We'll see. Or we could have more of this, short cover rallying. I don't know where the dollar is actually. Dollar gapped way down to about the same, about 0.3%. Let's see what else we look at here. Natural gas. Natural gas is up, of course. But I think oil,
natural gas is pumping.
Yeah, oil is up a little bit. So we'll see. Go back to stocks. Yeah, the S&P just keeps moving up. Let's see, VIX futures. Oh, shit. I can only do daily, but it's down a little bit.
Oh, shit.
NASDAQ changed me to daily. But, it seems... Oh, fuck. Bastards. It seems like every time when we look at these, and then I end the stream at like 7 or 8 or whatever, because 8 o'clock is an important time, and it usually reverses right at 8 o'clock, which it did last week. I think it was 8 o'clock last week. So you can't really tell what's going to happen. Excuse me, based on where things open. But it is interesting to look at, and sometimes you can, but it's just not reliable. But what about the let's see, what about the interest rates? Pretty flat. Oh no, I guess it's up a little bit. Yield. The yield is, it's hard to tell in here. Not showing anything yet. Yields were, let's see, let me go back to daily. Everything's just so fucking out of whack. It's frustrating.
This has been a weird last couple of months.
Mm-hmm. So so here you have that's the 20-year yield. Let me get to the 2-year. So on Friday, the 2-year yield was up like 1.5%, like 5 basis points, but the percentage of 1.68%. Okay, and then or we could look at like ZB Treasury bond futures, and so this is going to be the actual bonds. So the opposite move, and it's showing it flat right now. So let me just go back here. So so we had yields were up Friday. The dollar was down a lot, or stocks were up. and and you know, I mean, I just can't get over. I can't get over the fact that, you know, Tuesday you had that speech, you had the ECB raising rates, European stocks went through the roof. You had Powell speaking, saying, you know, well, I mean, he didn't say anything new. He didn't say anything that we don't already know. And in fact, he just passed the buck and said, oh, you know, it wasn't because of what we did that inflation ran wild, which is, you know, nonsense.
No, but he did stick firm.
But he did stick firm. He said he did not say they were going to pivot, you know, and all that.
Right.
And yet when he was speaking, the fucking market reversed and just kept going. I mean, like that shit just kills me. It's like, okay, all right, you know, whatever.
See, when I saw that, that made me think of it even more, is that it's derivative based. That
yeah,
it was it was a lot of positions getting closed out, and then new ones getting reestablished because it made no sense.
Right. Well, don't forget also we have a triple witching this week, so it's.
I think it's quad. I think it's quad. They were saying, is it?
Yeah, it is quad,
quad.
But the fourth one is stock options, and there's stock options every week, so I just call it triple.
Yeah.
You know, you know, because you always have stocks, but whatever. Yeah, it's an expiration week. We say it that way. You have futures expiration, futures options, equities. So yeah, probably be. I mean, in terms of the only thing we can't look at on here is the options, but it's not. It's not worth it to open up Thinkorswim. It's such a memory hog. It's ridiculous.
No,
it's so crazy. It slows everything down so much. But now, you know, so now we got the reversal. It looks like a little bit here. Of course, it could be a bull flag forming. Who knows? But let me do this.
Yeah.
Let me go to a 30-minute with session volume profile on and see if it's going to play nice here, and see if we got any levels that would be of interest to us here. Let me go back a little bit here, back into August. Oh, this is extendum. Yes, it's okay. There we go. Okay, so we have, let's see, we have a naked point of control all the way back from August 26th, it looks like, that hasn't been hit yet. This purple line here.
At 4106 about.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, 4106.
All right.
So that could be a potential target. I mean, it's pretty close to it. It's 4101 right now. That could be a potential reversal point, possibly.
Yeah, because like a lot of times when it hits that point of control, it's going to back test. So that's
right.
where that's where you want to get in your positions.
Right. Yep. And see, we're on 30 minutes here, so now we do have a gap. There was a gap Thursday. Was that Thursday? I think it was Thursday, the 8th. Yeah. So we have this gap here. We have that. We have a gap here between 40. Let's see, 40, 10 and 40, 23. We have that gap. We have a gap today. We have those gaps. Gaps.
Ooh, that'd be a nice target if you can get in.
Gaps like to be filled. So, yeah. I mean, certainly before blasting higher, which I don't see happening necessarily just overall. I mean, it could happen in terms of like short covering or, bear market rally. But I mean, you don't have anything else. You have a value area high here at 41.46, 41.45, going back to August. And I guess there is another point of control here. I don't know why it's not extending it. 41.39, sorry, 41.40. I don't see that as being realistic at this point. So yeah, I mean, I think and it's already back down. So let me switch back to 1 minute. That off here. So yeah, who knows?
Yeah, that 4106 looks like a nice
could be a
entry,
good short entry, maybe.
For a dump. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put a line there.
And if you get lucky, the pullback would come down to close that gap.
All the way down here. All the way at 40.84. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's this gap, or the other gap from Thursday here at 40.10. So that would be good. So you were looking at either that's only about 0.5%. All the way down to Thursday's gap would be 2.2, 2.25% or so. Yeah. And that seems very likely to happen. That is definitely within the realm of possibility. We're only looking at 2 days here. This is only 2 days worth of trading here. I mean, that's how much it rose.
And if you can get in, if it doesn't do too crazy in the pre-market, if it doesn't start dumping in the pre-market and at market open, if it's still going up, you can get in a nice cheap strike prices on your shorts.
Yeah, right. While it's still high.
If you get in before it starts to dump.
Right. Yep. So yeah,
that ain't a bad target right there.
So we'll see what happens. I mean that's of course that's on the S&P. Now I generally am I'm on the NASDAQ most of the time because the moves are so exaggerated. Yeah,
I do SPY a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I was playing the SPY until things started really getting the volatility really picked up. But I mean, it's essentially the same thing at this point. So shit, where'd my things go? Here it is. Okay. But of course, I'm looking at the NASDAQ and trading the QQQ, so the numbers aren't going to match up at all. I think that NASDAQ is, I think it's 36. I think it's 136th of the NASDAQ, the ETF, if I remember correctly, or something like that. Like where the ES and the SPX is like 10 times the SPY. So if it's 4,100, the SPY would be 410.
Yeah.
NASDAQ, I believe it's 36, but I could be wrong. I don't have a calculator up, but it's something. I mean, you could easily figure it out, but it's something. It's some multiple. So 12 or got to be more than that because that would put it at 350. Well, anyway, yeah, maybe it's 40. Maybe it's 40. 318. That still seems like a lot. Anyway, okay, so we'll keep our eye on that and see what happens here. But I mean, gapping up, for a bearish thesis, gapping up is not a terrible thing, in my opinion, to happen.
No.
Because it gives you room, it gives it much more headroom to come down. So, and of course, these gaps are going to be filled at some point. So, Antoinette says I was playing the SPY, but the SPY played me. Yeah, I think a lot of people got fucked last week. And that's the danger. That's the danger when things get down to low levels like that. You're going to get short covering. And they call it cushion theory. I was just reading about this the other day. Cushion theory, like the idea that short selling is a protection against those major crashes, because once you get down to certain levels, you're going to automatically have a bounce. It's going to act as a cushion because you're going to have short covering, which is interesting.
That makes sense.
It's an interesting way to look at it. Yeah. So nothing ever goes straight down anyway. But I don't know why I have these levels on here, but anyway. But yeah,
it does make sense.
Yeah, it does, and it's easy to forget about that, especially if you're making money and it's heading down. It's kind of, I mean, at least it is for me. Think, oh yeah, I'm gonna let this, just like KC said. Oh, they put money in that that wasn't supposed to be there. No, that's not what happened. More than likely it was short covering because levels got to a place where the shorts either they consciously did it or it was algorithmic automatically. Like, yeah, we're going to take this profit. Yeah, we're going to take this profit. We're going to buy back. But none of this shit was, I mean, really, this shit is real. Like, none of this shit was real buying, clearly, because of how quickly it dumped back down. So,
Yeah, there's no sustainability in any of them.
No.
Moves.
Right.
I mean,
it's so wishy-washy.
That's why I keep saying I think it's all derivative based. It's all just the options.
Certainly.
Market.
Yeah. I think that's a big part of it. Yeah, for sure. I mean, because they do hedge. They have to buy into buying. They have to buy into the move in order to hedge the opposite position of what they sold. So, especially on the index, and then so that's going to affect everything. But I did see that there, like last week at least, the open interest was the volume in open interest on the index on the NASDAQ and S&P futures was overwhelmingly bearish. Like the put call ratio was like close to 2 at one point. So
damn, that big.
Yeah. So, but who knows? I mean that's overall. We don't know. Those could be way out in the future. Those could be further out. We don't know. I didn't look at just that week to see what what it was. So,
man, I was watching one of the people they had on CNBC. I think their firm was calling for 46 for the end of year.
4,600?
Like, no way. 46 or 4,800, I think it was. And I was like, there's no way.
Right.
There's no way.
Well, yeah, right. And then you have
that would be that 48 would be almost back everything to
all-time high.
Dump. Yeah.
Right, because right, all-time high 4808.
It's like 85 or something. What was it?
4808 on the ES, at least on the futures.
Okay,
so
48.
Yeah, 48, roughly. So yeah, so 46.
Yeah, it is.
That would put you here. Yeah, I mean, and that's still, how far up is that from where it's at now? That's 12, 13% up. I don't see that. I don't see any catalyst for that.
With the QT happening and the rates.
Right.
I mean.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I mean,
I don't.
It's because we've looked at that, and I think you even said the Fed quantitative tightening. Let's see if I can spell it right.
Up in September.
Right. It starts. I think it goes up to 90. I think it was was it 90 billion?
It doubles. Yeah, I think it doubles. Went from 45 to 90, I believe. Whatever it was a double.
Right. So Antoinette was talking about. She said she's hearing a full basis point. I don't see that. The Fed fund futures.
They're saying what, 75 right now? That's the prediction, 75.
Yeah, it's 90%. I'm looking at the Fed Watch tool on CME's website here, and this is what people pretty much look at here for this in terms of probability and where the futures are trading. Because I mean, really, at the end of the day, I mean, yes, the Fed sets the target rate, but the bond market really sets it. You know what I mean? Like that's where it trades.
Yeah, everything happens through the bond market.
That's where it trades. I mean, they're trying. The Fed is trying to guide it there, But in terms of where it is actually determined, like it is in the market, So, but they're saying the probability, and then it's weird how they say this, that because they show it in terms of the target rate, like overall. So they're saying, like right now, the target rate is 225 to 250, or 2.25 to 2.5. There's a 90% chance in September for the September 21st meeting that it goes to 300 to 325, which would be 75 to 100. And it actually just went down to 88%. Did you see that? It just popped down from 90 to 88%. Probably because the market jumped up. Let's see here. Conrad James says high frequency algorithmic trading, like bots swapping shares. Well, that's how everything works, pretty much. Yeah. So current. So 88% chance of a 75%, basically, is what they're saying. So, and then you can see here, it's interesting. This is the probability percentage over time. 1 week ago, the probability was only 57% of 75. 1 month ago, the probability was 43%. So that was back when they were saying, oh, they're going to pivot. They're going to pivot. They're going to cut rates, and in the span of a month, that went from being less than 50% to basically 90% probability that they would go 75. So there you go. And Antoinette says, Model 3 dude says 75 at the most. Antoinette says it needs to be 2 full points. Well, who was it? Was it Volcker who raised it? He raised the interest rates. I think it was Volcker, wasn't it? In the 70s. I wasn't alive, so.
Yeah, he's the one that went crazy.
Yeah, he raised it to be above the inflation rate.
Yeah.
And so that's and then it didn't stay there forever. Conrad says this so-called economic collapse is way too advertised. Crashes happen when retail least expects them.
What do you mean advertised? Do you mean
right
that you think this is you don't believe in what's happening? You think this is I don't understand.
I mean, I think I see what he's getting at. Like everybody has to be, if everybody's bearish, then is the market going to crash? But I mean, he says media published. Well, I mean, but you have people out in the media saying that we're going to go back to all-time highs.
Right.
Still.
Not only that, you have a different type of media nowadays. You got 24/7 coverage on the slightest fucking thing. They didn't have that back in the 90s and 80s and before.
Right. I mean,
and also you've got different economic conditions. It's not only a crash, but you've got basically worldwide inflation that's just gone out of control. So
it's a global, I mean, right. And look at Europe. I mean,
and like you said, just a week or two ago, they were trying to convince everybody to get back in the market because the bull run was about to happen.
Right.
That last week's 2 weeks ago's bounce was the coming of the next bull run. So it changes from day to day the way the news
it really does. It really does. And he says,
if you know what's going on, though, I mean, if you look at everything, you should be able to see that a tightening cycle has to happen.
Right. Yeah, and it really hasn't. It's really just getting started, and you could argue that it hasn't even really started. I mean, they've taken a little bit off, but not much.
Yeah. No, and prior to the pandemic happening, we were on our way to a dip and a tightening. But then the pandemic happened, and then they flooded everybody with money. So it
right.
But we ain't even back to pre-pandemic levels yet. So
no, right. Conrad says
still so much.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I was going to say there's so much still fake money in the system right now that needs to get taken out.
Right. So he says, don't get me wrong, I think it's coming, but when? And he says, I say spring of 2023. Well, and I mean, we're already in a bear market. I mean, the NASDAQ's already down 20%.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it has it has a ways to go, but it's never going to go straight down. And if you look,
I don't think it's going to be like one day, like Black Friday or whatever. I don't think it's going to be like one day, boom.
No,
I think it's going to be gradual to next spring. I could see it. Yeah, maybe even further. We're going to have this steady decline. I don't think it's going to be a bottom falling out type thing.
Right. Yeah. So here's the balance sheet. You can see that, it was, make sure I got it drug all the way over. No, I don't. There we go. Okay. So this is the initial, and then you just have this slow drip up, and then, finally, I mean, and this is the thing. They didn't even start doing anything until you didn't see anything start coming off until like April, May of this year.
Yeah.
And even that, it's been, I don't know, not much.
No, they got a long way to go, man. So, they waited extremely too long.
Way too long. Let's see. No. So, I mean, of course, if you look at the 3-month curve, it looks better. But, I mean, you're only talking about, what is this in? Millions. So, $100 million or something like that. So, it's not enough. But, I mean, look at the overall. I mean, here's 2008. I mean, and that's really when it started. So, I mean, this has been going on, I mean, it's just
15 years.
Wild. Yeah. So, but I mean, we can look at another thing we can look at, just go back to the SPX and, let's see, go weekly maybe. All time. Get the volume off there. I mean, just looking at that too, I mean, so it's centered up here. So on one hand, we have that. On the other hand, we have this. So we have this insane inflation of the money supply corresponding to this ridiculous rise in the stock market. So, I mean, if one goes down, the other has to go down.
Has to.
But what I wanted to look at was 2008, 2007, 2008 here. And maybe we go daily. Fuck it. Oh, no, I went monthly. I meant to go weekly. That's why. Because we see the same shit that we're seeing now. Really. We see the same shit. This is when it started. And we have a bear market rally. And we go down a little bit. And we rally back up. And we go down more. And then there's another rally up. And then there's a drop. And then there's another little rally up. And then there's a large drop. You know, and then there's some more bullshit. And then finally, you hit the bottom. So from the beginning of the volatility, which, I mean, I don't know if you want to say it was, I mean, we have to hit a peak first. So that would be here. Fuck. Oh, shit. I hate when it does that. Don't accidentally hit the space bar on TradingView. It'll fuck everything up. Jesus Christ. Stupid. I don't even know what it does, but I just know I don't like it. God damn. Here we go. Here's your peak. Here. In October of 2007. You know, all the way down to the bottom, you know, 57%. 57% on the S&P before it was all said and done. And how long did it take for that to happen? This started in October of 2007, and the bottom was not until March 2009.
5 months.
No, 2009.
No.
2009. Yeah, here. So
17 months.
I'm not saying it's necessarily going to play out like that, but it could. And we're probably like right here. Somewhere in here. We're somewhere in this range right there right now. Like we have not seen this major move yet. We have not seen that yet. There's, you know, I don't think there's any way we've seen that. And then at any point along here, anybody, you know, Conrad, any Conrad or Scott or Badback or whoever, you know, could say, oh, you know, that this is, you know, it's not going to happen. It's too many people know about it, whatever else, but it still happens. I mean, yeah, nobody's going to be able to predict it. And you have some people who bought in here, you know, because they thought, oh, this is it. This is, you know, we've hit the bottom. You know, we've hit the bottom. And they got fucked. So, and we can also look at 2000, the 2000 bubble here, just a few years earlier. And think about it. That was 2000 to 2007. Now we're looking at a bubble from 2009 to 2022. I mean, that is a massive amount of time. You know what I mean? Like these bubbles popped up quickly. The bubble we're in now has taken, I mean, it's probably the most massive bubble we've ever seen, I would have to say.
Yeah, because the money
certainly in our lifetime
from the pandemic.
Yeah, right. And even before that, though, you had all the money from after 2008.
Yeah.
You know, I mean that's so. But here's the .com crash. You know, and again, here's your peak in April of March of 2000, and you know, it starts, and then you have some rallies. It starts, you have some rallies, and then ultimately, you know, you don't really hit the bottom until you know, 2002, October 2002 here. So, I mean, will it take that long? I don't know. I have no idea, but I know that all these rallies that we're having, you know, they're bullshit, essentially. I want to think of it that way.
And regardless of what side of the aisle you're on, Republican, Democrat, whoever gets in office next, doesn't matter. They're just going to fuck it up even more because
Right. Yeah.
that's what they've been doing. You know, either doesn't matter, Republican, Democrat. Yeah, some might fuck it up more than others, but
Right.
they all fuck it up.
Well, yeah, the thing is, like, it's clear that something had to be done during the pandemic. Like, it's just a shitty situation.
Yeah, you shut down the whole world. You had to do something so
provide for people,
didn't.
but that shit went on for far too long.
Way
I mean,
too
I
long.
think
everybody got like 4 checks.
Everybody, and then and if you live in a red state like I do, Ohio, people were still into the summer of last summer. There was still federal unemployment benefits available. Our governor said, no, we're going to cancel it. And it was a big fucking thing. And I hadn't found a job yet. So, I'm counting on having those benefits until a certain point. And I'm looking for jobs. I applied to hundreds of fucking jobs, literally hundreds of jobs. And, then the governor just, pulled the rug. So, and that was when, and it was still after that the stock market hit its peak, So it's like, okay, great. The stock market's fucking at a high. And I'm like, now I have to find a job that might not even pay me as much as I made before the pandemic, just because I have no job. I have no money coming in. I mean, meanwhile, they were still pumping money into the system. You want to
hear how disgusting it was? A buddy of mine hustles the system, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he literally was getting so much in food stamps that he had about 1,700 on his card at one time.
Wow.
Now they don't they expire. You can't, you have to use them within a certain amount of time.
Right.
Or they expire. It was getting so crazy that they let you buy damn near anything with food stamps. He was buying crabs. I think you can buy seafood as long as it's not live. Like it was insane during the pandemic summer. Like the amount of money, and they were forgiving all types of debts and everything that you ain't got to pay your. People were going ape shit, and then the PPP loans.
Oh,
that's why they hired all these new IRS people. People are going to get slammed.
Oh yeah,
coming up for this PPP because they can go back 6 years and audit your ass.
Right,
and that's federal fraud, federal wiretap fraud.
And they don't hire those people to go after rich folks.
No, they're going to go after middle class and lower class.
Yep.
But the PPP, they're going to start. I mean, they already have started cracking down, but
right,
people that ain't got caught yet, man.
Oh yeah, it's just a matter of time. I mean, yeah, that's they don't forget about that stuff. They don't forget. So just let's see. I don't think we have anything else open. No, not yet. So what's crypto doing?
All that money coming into the system and it has to come out. And I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it as much of a stair step down process as they can, so it isn't a fucking toilet flush.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Fuck the whole. Everybody gets fucked.
And like our friend Lou says, it's a managed thing. It's a managed event, and I hate to use that term, but I mean it truly is, because it wasn't like it wasn't like you had the housing bubble pop that and then that whole thing go bad, or just stocks in general, just there was a tech bubble and it burst. Like, this was very much an engineered thing. Like, this happened because we know why this happened. It's because of all of this money that was pumped in, and you had to do something, but it went way too far. How many billionaires were created during the pandemic? I mean, that's disgusting. How many people became billionaires during the pandemic? Well, that's because of the same thing. And these valuations, things like Tesla, I mean, it's ridiculous. They shot up during a period of time when people weren't working. One of the most expensive car manufacturers, and if you look at Kathy Wood's predictions, like they have to, their production would have to go exponential to keep up with the growth that people like that are predicting for Tesla. It's crazy. They can't. There's no way they could do it. But anyway, I don't want to talk too bad about Tesla. People will get pissed.
But see, Tesla, people try to lump AMC and use Tesla as a. But Tesla at least was a company that had some type of.
They at least make a product
thing to offer,
right?
Some technology to offer, and it was something that consumers wanted.
Right.
That's not the case with AMC.
No.
Or GameStop.
GameStop's arguably worse. To be honest.
Like, I don't know why everybody is on them so bad. Like, I mean, like their NFT. I see what they tried to do with the NFT thing. They got in too late at the wrong fucking time.
Yep.
And they spent all that money and it's shit. It's not going.
And now they're partnering with literally the worst crypto exchange, one of the worst crypto exchanges that everybody already fucking hates because of all the bullshit that they did with influencers on YouTube and stuff. And it's like, it's almost laughable. It's almost like, are you serious? You're partnering with FTX. Like, and then on top of all that, or I guess right before that, you had Ryan Cohen do a fucking in-your-face rug pull on these dumb fucks who followed him into a trade on Bed Bath & Beyond, and he pulled the rug, and they're still sitting there saying, oh, he's going to buy back in. He's coming back for us. It's going to squeeze. I mean...
Yeah, they're going to merge.
That's the sign. That is the surefire sign of a bubble. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, no. They're not. He's not coming back for you. He fucked you. And he doesn't care, and you haven't heard a peep out of him, and I bet you won't hear a peep out of him for a long time.
No, because anything he says is just, he can't win. So the only thing he can do is stay silent.
But I mean, looking at GameStop here too, like, it's the same thing. It's always the same shit. You have one move. The first move is the move. It's the impulsive move. This is the the squeeze in January. That was it. Yeah, you have some pops here and there, but every time it's lower. Each time it's lower. Every time. I mean, okay, this, it is technically it's lower. It's about the same, but I mean, yeah, every time it's lower. Never, not once, does a subsequent bounce go higher than a previous one. Because that's the way it is. Because you have so many people that have bought in at too high levels that they're trying to get out at. I'm not talking about shorts. Talking about long investors, and it's the same with AMC.
There are some people that went in their IRAs and their retirement funds and literally put everything into these companies. So now 100% of their portfolio is GameStop, AMC, and it's going to do a lot of long-term damage, man. A lot of long-term damage. And GameStop, all these idiots are like, NFTs are going to revolutionize gaming, and GME's getting into game. Gamers hate NFTs, and they don't want to pay for no extra add-on shit.
I think that gamers hate GameStop.
It's going to allow, even if they did,
right?
No developer. They're not going to hand over the proceeds to a third party. It's going to be through the developer of the game.
Mm-hmm.
GameStop literally has no way to get in that. I don't understand how people still don't see this.
But here you see the same thing, on AMC. No subsequent bounce ever went up. So Muhammad in the chat is saying, hey, Scott, why are there all these failure to delivers on AMC? I'm trying to figure it out. Thanks. Why are there all these failure to delivers? And I mean, the reality is there are failed to delivers on a lot of stocks. And I was thinking about this the other day. Everybody's like,
For a
oh,
lot of reasons.
there's way too many. There's so much more FTDs on AMC, and it's crazy and it's criminal and blah, blah, blah. And I question that. I question whether that's true or not. How do you know? How do people know that? Have they actually looked at every other stock? I don't think they have. Now,
Not only that, but FTDs are a function of the market.
yeah,
Like we were talking about.
we were talking
earlier.
about this a
When you
little bit
want
earlier.
Instant settlement and everything to flow as smooth as it does. That's going to happen. Doesn't mean it's nefarious.
No,
Doesn't
because they
mean
always get
it's-
covered. They always
Right.
get covered. These numbers are cumulative. So, meaning, if you see one of these bars spike up, yeah, on that day, the total number. This is a total number. So on this day, I'm zooming way in. On this day, what was this here? This was June of this year, 28th of this year. Yeah, on the 28th, there were 10 million. But on the 29th, there were only less than 3 million. Now, you don't add these numbers together. They're cumulative. So this is a grand total each day. So what that means is between the 28th and the 29th, 7 million FTDs were covered. And between the 29th and the 30th, you only have a total of 1.91 million. I'm looking up here in the corner. So here, over 1 million FTDs were covered from this day to this day. And then from that day to the next day, they were covered. So if you see it,
FTDs
go ahead.
are not a product of naked shorting. That doesn't mean that the share was that a share was created out of thin air.
Correct.
Like
Right.
we were talking about before, many things can cause a failure to deliver.
Yeah.
And that's a built-in product of the system.
Right.
These apes and their community don't understand that, and they don't understand how liquidity works and how the market is able to be fluid with instantaneous deliveries to the customer.
Mm-hmm. Right.
This type of thing happens. And like you said, those FTDs get covered. Just because there is an FTD, that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that your
Right.
share was created out of thin air
No.
and it doesn't exist. And then those FTDs are like, they don't understand the FTDs are getting covered.
Right. Well, they never,
Nothing
no, and nobody, I literally have not heard one other person on YouTube explain how these numbers are cumulative. Everybody always adds them up and they say, oh, there's 45 billion FTDs that need to be covered. No, there aren't. Okay, that's the first thing. Now, Mohammed's saying it's a failure to deliver on a transaction. That's all. Why can't they just deliver them? And I'll give you an example. I'll give you a perfect example of how an FTD can be created that has nothing to do with anything nefarious. So I had one AMC share in my account. And this is true. I did. I had one AMC share. It was lent out to a short seller. So I had stock lending was on. The share was lent out. It was actively being lent out. I mean, it was already lent out. But it says I still have it, right? Shows it in my account still. So I decided to sell that share. I sold that share, okay? That one share. Now, that stock was still lent out. It was still, and not just lent out, it was sold into somebody else's account. Somebody else, and we're not talking about physical shares, so it's just a debit on a computer, credit or debit in a column. There is no physical share. But the concept of my share, whatever you want to call it, the essence of my share was in somebody else's account. Let's say it was in Badbacks. He bought an AMC share, and he just so happened to buy it. The share that he bought just so happened to have been sold by a short seller, and it just so happened to have been the share that I lent to that short seller. Now, this is all hypothetical. We don't know this, but it is true. I had a share. It was being lent out, and I decided to sell that share. So on my brokerage account, I could sell it. I sold the share. I didn't have to wait for them to say, hey, whoever borrowed the share, we need it back. Scott wants to sell it. We need it back from you. You're going to have to borrow it from somebody else. No, I didn't have to wait. instantaneously sold a share that was loaned out. Okay? And I received the credit for that share that was loaned out. That's how an FTD can be created. Because now, what has to happen? Well, my share technically is lent out. So they have to find another share. Another share has to kind of take its place, or take the place of the one that I sold. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't, that is a completely benign thing. Yeah, you're going to have it just because, for the same reason Badback said, it's a function of the way the market works. You want to be able to sell. The alternative would be, I'd have to put in it. It wouldn't even, there is no alternative, because I want to sell it at the price right now. I want to sell it at the price right now because I will make a profit. I should be able to do that, and I can. But in the back office, it creates a little bit of weirdness because, hey, Scott wanted to sell his share, but we can't actually deliver it because somebody else has got it because it was lent out. But we're going to go ahead and credit him for that sale anyway, and we'll worry about it later. And that's an FTD. Okay, that's a completely benign case of when an FTD, and that's one of dozens of cases how that can arise. So,
and market makers are allowed to do that for the sole purpose to keep the fluidity going in the market and allow instantaneous transactions.
Right.
For participants in the market. If you didn't have that, it'd be like the old days where you have to drive down to the fucking broker,
call them up,
the physical
right?
stock, certificate. Like, you guys have to understand that everything is not nefarious, and understand how the system works and why it works like that, and quit looking at it through a conspiratorial eyes. Like, it doesn't make any sense, man.
Right.
You guys just got in the market a year or two ago, and all of a sudden now you guys are the ones that broke the news and like, come on, man, get the fuck out of here.
So
learn about the shit.
Right.
Go ahead.
So here's Apple on the screen. Here's Apple's failure to deliver chart. And they had almost 9 million on November 23rd. They had 9 million. They had 5 million. There's spikes here. So and Apple has like, what, I think their float's like 6 billion or something. There's way more shares of Apple. So here's one. What about Tesla? I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked at these. Why? Because it doesn't matter, basically. I mean, anybody who's using FTDs as a trading strategy is they are ignorant. I mean, that's you don't
understand.
It's not. Yeah.
So, thank you. Got another question. How come off exchange volume when AMC is always 50% plus minimum that clears ruins organic price discovery? No, it does not.
No, it doesn't.
No, it does not.
So
every closed trade that happens in your dark pool gets reported to the exchange. Okay. And as a market maker, to be able to create that fluidity in the market and instantaneous settlement for your participants, market makers are allowed to be the in between, just like a bookie, taking the plays.
Yeah. Yep.
And then every so often they have to settle up. They have and buy more so they can have it in their basket.
Right. Now
so it doesn't mean that those 50% volume does not get reported, and it keeps price discovery from happening.
Right.
No way, shape, or form is that true.
Right. And it's actually, I was reading, I've been reading some reports and studies and things on this very topic because, I'm trying to understand it more myself, mechanically and from a mechanical standpoint. But actually, the off exchange, and the other thing too is that you need to realize is that there's multiple off exchange types. There are different off exchange venues. So there's like ATS, there's OTC, which is what we think, what retail investors say when they say dark pool or off exchange. That's OTC, or over the counter, and that's basically where, you know, you submit a trade, a buy order to Robinhood, and Robinhood turns around and gives that to Citadel or whoever's going to pay them the most, I guess. And Citadel says, oh, you want to buy 10 shares of AMC? All right, here you go. Boom, there it is. And you get it for the price that you were quoted, or a better price even. And actually they can quote sub penny amounts. So what I read recently was that the off exchange actually, for retail investors, it actually results in a tighter spread. It actually results in a tighter spread because, you know, they're able to actually do that. Now, the SEC rules don't permit that on exchange. You can't go below a penny. But let me go back a little bit here to the question about why is off exchange volume always 50+% minimum? And to that I say it's because retail investors, I mean, Mohammed, question for you. What brokerage platforms do most apes use? Which one? And there's one answer. There's one answer. You see everybody using it. I'll even show you here. There's Casey Shaw using Webull.
Webull.
Everybody uses Webull, it seems like, because Robinhood's bad. Webull is a payment for order flow brokerage. That means that's how they make their money. They don't make their money on commission. They don't make their money any other way. They make their money by sending your orders, you know, to an off-exchange market maker who internalizes them, and they get a rebate for that.
Suppress price discovery because everything is reported to the lit exchange.
Right.
Once the order is closed, it is reported to the lit exchange.
Right.
Nothing is being hidden.
Nothing's
taken
being
away. This is for the customer's benefit to get a better price settlement and a better spread.
Yep.
And nothing to do with the price of the stock
or suppressing the price. And so to answer the question as to why is it always 50%, you know, minimum, it's because it is a popular stock among retail investors use brokerages, that go off exchange. So and this is the thing that's so frustrating about this. The apes will sit there and complain and whine and bitch about off exchange, dark pool, whatever you want to call it, and say, why is it this? Why is it this? It's because of you. You are the one using the brokerage that they tell you up front, hey, we accept payment for order flow. So, you know, it's really kind of, no, it's a non-issue. Now, also, let me move down to this question. I think we covered the FTD
there you
thing.
go with hold on, let me do this. He says
go ahead.
Fidelity, I've never seen a day where selling orders outweigh buy orders.
Oh, okay.
They're orders.
Those are orders.
It does not tell you how many shares are in each order.
That's right.
Most people sell all at once and buy in small increments. So that may be why the majority, it's higher buys than sells. That's just one explanation. But it's orders. Right. It doesn't tell you how many shares are in each order. It doesn't tell you the total amount of shares that are sold and the total amount that have been bought. And even put that aside, that's just on Fidelity, just on that exchange. It's not market wide.
Right. Yeah.
And you're not seeing price movement because there's no buying demand. The only demand for AMC is through the apes, and the apes mostly don't have money to keep buying shares, regardless of what propaganda is being pushed out.
Right. And not to mention that they're not buying enough. They're not buying enough shares in bulk enough to push the price up. Like, see what? Right. And this is what one thing I wanted to get into. Maybe we will at some point. But you know, your limit, and I think Casey Shaw actually talked about this a little bit. Your limit orders don't really do anything to affect the price. But you know, a lot of people like to say, oh, when does price go up? Price goes up when there's more buyers than sellers, and price goes down when there's more sellers than buyers. Well, that's not really true. There's always, on every trade, there is a buyer and a seller. So there's always going to be an equal number of buyers and sellers. It's not the number of buyers and sellers. It's how aggressive are they? How aggressive are the buyers? Are you sitting there buying out of the order book that, you know, somebody's offering 10,000 shares at this price and you buy 5? No, that's not going to do shit for the price. That is going to do nothing for the price. Now, are you coming in buying, you know, 20,000 shares at the market price? If you come in and buy 20,000 shares at the market price, well, yeah, you might eat through a few levels on the order book, which would push the price up. So it all depends on how many shares people are willing to sell or buy at what price. It's not about volume overall. It's about the volume at specific price levels, or if you are an aggressive buyer or an aggressive seller using market orders. So the apes were told a long time ago not to use market orders. And I don't know why. I don't know why they were told that. They were. I mean, I remember seeing it on Reddit. Apes used limit orders only. Well, I mean, the problem is that makes you a passive that makes you a passive buyer or a passive seller. You're putting an order there and you're saying, I'm going to wait until it gets here and for anything to happen. Right? That's not and so your order is just getting added to an existing queue of orders that are sitting there at that level. Whereas if you are using a market order, that makes you an aggressive buyer or seller because you're saying, I want it now. I don't care what the price is. Push the price higher. I don't care. I need it sold. I need it bought now. And that's why. So, and there's ways that you can look at this and visualize it that would make more sense than me just explaining it. But, that's what it is. It's the aggressiveness of the buyers and sellers. And that's why you see short covering eat through it. Short covering will just shoot straight up because they're trying to get out. They're using market orders to get the fuck out, and it's eating through the whole limit order book to get up. And so it eats through all those. Same thing with short selling, but maybe not as dramatically. But anyway,
Mohammed, let me, because he's still saying they see no
average is higher, buy orders.
Rise.
Okay, yeah, I got that highlighted here.
Yeah, FTDs are not on the rise. They get
right.
They get settled. It's cumulative. We just explained that. You don't add each day's up.
Yeah.
Okay. And we explained how it's a function of the market. It still gets reported. Your price movement is not happening because it's not an in-demand stock. This fiction and fairy tale that shorts are still underwater from 2 years ago when the stock was $2 is a falsehood. You know why the stock AMC has been going on runs up to like mid-20s, back down to the sub 10 single digits? Because those are shorts closing their positions and profit taking. Every time it runs up, that's the shorts closing and profit taking. And then on the way down, they open new positions.
Right. I mean, and it might be different. Might be different people. It might be the same. Who knows? We don't know who it is, but you can see that even in ortex data. You can see the short interest go down. You see it go up. And whatever else.
If it's not in demand, why do we have massive daily buy orders go through multiple brokers, not just Fidelity?
I mean, again, it's because retail in general buys in small amounts. That's the other thing too.
Do you think? Buying takes place normally in small fractions, whereas sell orders are mostly, for the most times,
most of the time,
all at once.
You're gonna
big chunks.
You either want to cut your loss or you want to take profits.
One or two here, two or three shares here,
nibbling.
But when you sell, you're going to sell, 25% of your position, 50% of your position at a time, maybe 100% of your position. That's how it works.
Also, let's throw this in there too, because I know a lot of people were lied to about this last year, but retail investors don't move the market by and large. The notion that retail investors move the market that's another falsehood that was sold by CNBC and all those fucks and Charles Payne, basically to try to keep people engaged or whatever. I don't know why. I mean, it's the same reason that they have propaganda for everything. But by and large, retail investors don't move the market, and that's okay. You don't have to. Like, that's the whole point of investing and trading is you are, doing your research, coming up with whatever ideas for short term or longer term. Hey, I think this is going to do this in the long term, or hey, there's this short term catalyst, whatever, and you're latching onto it and you're going to ride the momentum that's there. The idea that you're going to create the momentum, that's a fantasy that was sold by the mainstream media, in my opinion. I mean,
Mohammed,
I'm not saying that like things like GameStop and stuff can't happen. They obviously do, but those things are so few and far between. And like Bad Back was trying to say earlier, we think about how much extra money, disposable income everyone had last year that they could do this with. Now, not so much. I mean, you're looking at basically 10% inflation. Let's just round it to 10% inflation, and everything that's happened. So it just doesn't.
Dark pools. You're still not getting it, Mohammed. Like, okay, first of all, you say large or small orders.
It doesn't matter if buys or sells. Right. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It does not matter.
Okay, if you have 100 buy orders for 2 shares apiece, right? 100 buy orders for 2 shares apiece, and you have 1 sell order for 500 shares. Your buy orders are outnumbering your sell orders, but the total number of shares are more being sold than bought.
Let's see if we can
understand how that is? And not only that, when you say if retail doesn't move the market, then why don't they just use dark pools? Or why I guess you're saying why
just not use the dark pools at all. Right. It's for institutional guys
because they're making money.
Right. No, and it's not for institutional guys. That's false. I mean, that's what we're trying to say. There are different off exchange. You got to get away from the term dark pool. You have to think off exchange. Okay. So there are stock exchanges, and there's always been off exchange. I mean, there's always been off exchange trading. I mean, hell, that's how it started, really. There wasn't an exchange, and they just met out by the curb in New York on Wall Street, and they traded this shit amongst themselves. Obviously, it developed into something that was institutional, but the idea of trading off an exchange is I mean, that's how the shit started. Anyway, dark pool is just the only thing that's dark is you can't see the limit orders that are sitting there. Level 2. That's it.
Yeah, you can't see the level 2 book orders. That's it.
That's the only thing.
Everything is reported. You just don't see the level 2 data. It has no bearing on price suppression.
No, it really doesn't. So let's see if I can find a good illustration here. I mean, this is. Let's see. Something that's going to be big enough.
You guys said dark pool first. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I normally don't say dark pool unless somebody else does, but whatever. It's here.
You just said off exchange.
Okay,
well, that's how we were explaining
off
how
exchange. That's
how the market functions.
There are different off exchange venues. That's the point. Why did it not get? Let's see.
So you have to, and it also just look at it like this way. Even if you don't, for shits and giggles.
Well, we're not
go outside.
Look, I'm not interested in going back to the chat and worrying about who said what. It doesn't matter. Okay, like if you're gonna argue that petty shit, that's whatever. It doesn't matter. Okay, we've told you more truth. We have tried to help you more than any of these other AMC YouTubers have. Okay, so I don't give a fuck about this arguing over semantics or whatever. Okay, but the reality is
prove us wrong.
The reality is that everybody says dark pool. That's the narrative. The narrative is dark pool, dark, bad, whatever. So that's whatever. But here's an image that shows you what an order book. So here in the middle, you have basically the best offer and the best bid. This is the price that you can buy it at or sell it at right now. Okay. And it's only 1 cent wide. $100 is the best offer or the best ask, and $99.99 is the best bid. And this tells you how many shares are available to either buy or sell at these levels. So if you want to move the price, what do you have to do? Well, you have to buy all of the shares that are available at $100. So you need to come in and buy more than 175 shares, and you have to buy with a market order. Because if you come in and say, I want to buy 180 shares, but I'm only going to pay $100, you're going to get 175 of those shares filled, and then you will have 5 shares remaining. The price will move up to $100.01, and you won't have those remaining 5 shares will not be filled. So if you come in with a market order and say, hey, I want to buy 400 shares, boom, you knock out this level, you knock out that level, you knock out part of this level. You move the price up to $100.02. That's how prices change. That's how prices change. There's no other way that prices change in the market. This is supply and demand right here. This is supply and demand. It's the same thing with selling. Hey, I want to come in and I want to sell 85 shares. Boom, guess what? You just moved the price down to $99.98. And it's that simple. Let me quote Frankie. It's just that simple. That's how the market moves. It's based on how many shares is somebody willing to buy and sell at what level, what orders are existing, and then some aggressive buyer or seller comes in and says, you know what? I want them all. And they take out this level, this level, this level, this level, and the next thing you know, the price is at $100.04. That's it. And now your new best offer is $100.04. Does that make sense? But if you come in here and say, oh, I'm going to buy, 2 shares at $100. Well, okay, great. This number here goes down to 173. You did nothing to affect the price. You had no effect on the price. You bought at the price. Yes, you bought it. And if the price goes up, you can sell it and make a profit or whatever. But you did not impact the price at all. That's the way. That's an auction. This is auction theory. So, I'll do another video, a short video, on this. But that's
Mohammed,
it.
Mohammed, I respect that if you're trying to learn. Best thing to do is just get in the Telegram. And
we use the link
to go back
we have a link.
You know what I mean?
Telegram group. It's not a scam. I hate that so many scammers use Telegram because it really is a good platform.
Ain't no one asking for no money. Ain't nothing to get in. We just exchange ideas, and if you have questions, try to answer them for you and provide literature and I
mean it's our little group,
and point you in the right direction of where you need to go to find the information.
Right.
So if you want to, it's a better one-on-one type thing like that. So.
Yeah. Yep. Agree. Yeah, and certainly, invite you to do that.
Usually on these live streams, Scott just reviews the AMC grifters videos and just points out all the BS and their lies. And
and there's never a shortage of those.
Lies. Yeah.
Never a shortage. But since you had the question here, why are there more shares than originally allocated issued by AMC? Surely there's more than the allocated amount that are shorted. Well, that's not what the data says. And okay, here's another thing too. And see, we already got the market coming back down here. In terms of that, so when shares are sold short, it does. And this is where things get a little tricky, and this is where people say synthetic shares and whatever else, but it's not. You do see an effective increase in the float because there is a second long position that is created from the share that is shorted. Let me see if I can find an illustration quickly here. don't even know how to look this up. But the thing you have to remember is that short selling it's temporary. And so a short seller will always have to return and buy back the shares that they borrow and sell.
And short sellers do not have to wait till the stock hits zero.
No.
And 99% of them do not wait until the stock hits zero.
So
that's a very small, random thing that happens in a minute, small amount of time. Most of them close out to get their profits and then reopen to try to get more profits. But go ahead, Scott.
Oh, he just said here, do synthetic shares not exist after all? That's what I'm gathering. No. So no, we don't believe that synthetic shares exist. See here.
But there's been no proof.
There's been no proof.
Yeah, and the proof that has been provided has been either debunked or it's the proof that's
misinterpreted.
A misinterpretation of how actual market mechanic works.
Right.
And they get confused and because they're looking at it through a conspiratorial lens. So if you're looking at something, looking for a conspiracy, you're going to find it. You understand?
Right. Yep. Exactly.
But you just have
and
to
it always comes down to a
everything.
misunderstanding. These type of things, these conspiracies, these, whatever, they always come down to a lack of knowledge and a lack of due diligence on the part of the observer. Always. So, timely example. If you look at the World Trade Center, okay, and I don't want to get into a discussion about this, but it's timely. So, I'll mention it. It's very easy to see. It's very easy to say, that, whatever. Insert your favorite conspiracy theory here, right? Well, the reality is, I'm not an engineer. We're not engineers. Do we really know? We weren't there. I wasn't there. And it's really easy to look at things from a distance that you don't understand and say, oh, and then that's taking the easy way out, really. So you always have to reserve the right to get more information about it. I don't want to go any further on 9/11, but let's look at this ortex here. So, I wish that they had the exchange reported, because that's the only thing that really is true, that we know is true. Let me see if I can find one that's got the exchange reported data on it. Let's see. Because
these shares are coming from buying and being sold. Don't fall for the fake out that no one's selling.
Oh,
that's just not. That's not.
I mean,
true.
you could even see that on Fidelity. You could see that on Fidelity, like Friday. Is it even on the list? It's not even. Okay. Actually, oh, look at that. On Friday, there were more sell orders than buy orders for AMC on Fidelity. What about that? What happened there? Well, clearly nobody's selling. Clearly they spoofed it or something. And the price went up. How about that? Total opposite of normal. There were more sells than buys, yet the price went up. So that pretty much disproves the whole thing right there. Right? 1,200 sell orders, 816 buy orders. The price went up. And yeah, it's orders, not shares. And this is one brokerage that I don't think most apes use. I mean, more use it probably than others, but I don't think... Fidelity doesn't represent the whole market. It's one brokerage.
The narrative that no one is selling is false. Look at your boy Trey. He sold, made profit. Your boy Kohrs, he sold, made profit.
Also true.
Your boy Lou has said he was getting out of the play.
I sold.
I don't even know.
Fuck,
how many
you
times.
sold. Everybody here sold shares. We bought and sold shares many times.
And I've done it multiple times, and so has many other people.
It's an echo chamber
playing the run.
It's an echo chamber that
no
gets
one
created.
Wants to come out in that community and say I've sold, because they're going to get chastised, harassed, and
you can't even.
You know what I'm saying? They won't be able to be with their group of friends anymore. They'll be kicked out of the community.
Right.
But people are selling and have been selling just the way it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Definitely.
these grifters on YouTube and Twitter, like, look at what they're doing. They're either trying to sell you something, access to a Discord, a trading philosophy, or they want donations, super chats, views. Like, they've turned this into their job, so they benefit off this being prolonged. They don't want to tell you guys, like, oh shit, you know what I mean? I really did. Like Trey, he just got in the market that year, but last year or the year before, he said.
Yeah.
So he don't want to come out and say, you know what, I learned more over these last 2 years, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I have a better understanding now.
No, because he's already committed to it.
That hurts his,
yeah.
right.
He's got 300,000 subscribers.
Now,
yep.
And his business, his job is to be a social, social media influencer.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So,
okay, here's the short.
The way it is. You got to do research outside of the group, outside of the cult. Get out of that.
That's right.
And that's when you'll start learning. You know what I mean?
Okay, so here's the short interest. This is the exchange reported short interest. This is the stuff that we know is true. Like, if nothing else, we know that this is what the exchange is reporting. The brokers that sell, and this is, again, this Ortex guy is he's such a grifter. He says that the exchange reported data is self-reported, which is nonsense. No.
Right.
And self-reported anyway means that it's reported by the people that lend the shares, not the people that borrow the shares. So
and the people that lend the shares are going to have a vested interest in being precise, because that makes up how much they can charge.
That's right. Exactly.
To lend the shares out.
So this is exchange reported data. The brokers that sell the shares on behalf of whoever's shorting it, they report it. They mark it as short. So, yeah, sometimes there's issues, sometimes there's fraud, whatever. But, I mean, that's the exception, not the rule. So we just have to say this is the known short interest. And the only reason I say known is because it's out of date. We don't get this data in a timely manner. Now, I feel like we should have gotten the end of August. I don't know why. Right? Everything, it's twice a month. It's the 15th and the 30th, but maybe it doesn't come until 2 weeks after that. I don't know. It's weird. It's not up to date, so you can't really trade off of this. So, but people do, and they try to, whatever. But on the 15th, this is what it's saying. On the 15th, there were 89 million shares sold short. Okay? Now, 89 million. What is the float of AMC? It's 516 million shares. So this is, percent. Well, I don't know why it doesn't say percentage of short floated NA. Okay, of course. Okay, let me bring up a calculator here so we can just do this. But what? So nice. So, and there's our calculator. Boom. There it is. There it is. Okay. So, and let me move it. So, well, that's fine. Okay. Put it. Oh, God damn it. Fucking OBS. There we go. Now it's a little bit behind the plant, but it's okay. Okay. So the float of AMC, let's just call it 516 million, right? So we have 89.1 out of 516. So that's 17%, right? 17%. Okay, that's what it was reported as of August 15th. Okay, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 516 and I'm going to add 89 to it. And that now you have 605. Now, why would we do that? Well, like I said, when shares are sold short, and let me bring back something else I said. For every seller, there's a buyer. For every buyer, there's a seller. So, shares sold short, somebody's buying them. They're bought by some other market participant. So, what that does is it does create an apparent float that is higher than the actual float. Now, it's not creating shares, it's creating positions. And if you think about it in terms of, with an analogy like to money, for example, you know, you can borrow money, you can lend money to other people, you can use money as collateral, things like this. It's really no different. So these shares have been lent and sold. They're going to be bought back and returned at some point, and then the float will go back down to 516. I mean, theoretically. Now, it's never the case, really, I don't think, that all the shorts cover and there's zero short interest. That will never happen.
No.
I don't think that will ever happen on any stock. So that right there is a fantasy, that all the shorts will cover, that there'll be zero short interest. I mean, the only way that would ever happen is if the company goes bankrupt. Then there'll be zero short interest. But other than that, you'll always have people who think the price should be lower for whatever reason. Okay, so
the key thing you said too, and a lot of people that are new to the market don't understand, because they're able to click a button and get instant settlement, is that for every seller there's a buyer, and for every buyer there's a seller.
Right.
What I mean is, go make a limit order for some outrageous amount. It'll sit there not being bought.
You won't buy it. Nobody will buy it.
A buyer has not come in to buy it.
Right.
Now, with market orders, the market makers, they cover everything and make it so it's instantaneous. And then getting further with it is how
but they have to fill it at least the national best bid and offer. That's I'll just throw that in there. They have to at least give you that price. But to answer this question here, no, you definitely don't have more than 516 million shares.
Oh.
No, that's not what we're saying at all. Okay. Shares that are sold short, they create a long position. They create a long position.
Synthetic long position.
You could think of it
because
that way.
Temporary.
I don't use the term synthetic because truly that refers to an option position that mimics a long position. So, but I mean, you could think of it that way. But I say the apparent, it increases the apparent float. So it looks like the float is higher. I mean, and I know this sounds like bullshit. It's like, oh, you're just trying to blah, blah, blah. No, I mean, this is it. This is the reality of it. Like, it's not just me making this shit up. This is the way it works. This is the way it always has worked.
It's like how in your checking account, if you check your balance, you have $1,000 in there, but you wrote $500 in checks. Just because it says that you have $1,000 in there, your checks ain't clear yet.
Or go the other way with
like
it.
That.
It says 1,000 and you deposited 500. It hasn't cleared yet. Well, you know that you have 1,500 or whatever, or like Bad Back's example, you know you only have 500. But it's temporarily not reflecting it. So those shares, those 89 million shares, they've created long positions, and the way I say it is exposure to the float. It creates an economic exposure to the float. Now, but the apes think that the float is the float, and that's it, and that's not true. That's just not true. That's never the way it's been. That's not it. Yes, there's a finite number of shares. That's correct, but those shares can be lent, and when you lend something, there's an agreement between the lender and the borrower, and they say, okay, you're going to pay this, and you're going to, return them, and if we want them back for any reason, you have to return them, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so then the person takes those shares and they sell them. Well, and again, here, FTDs. So remember, in my example, I had a share that was lent out. I sold it. Maybe it created an FTD. What about if I'm the short seller? I borrow a share, I sell it, somebody else buys it. Some other ape, some retail investor, an institution, whoever, doesn't matter. Somebody's holding that share now in quote unquote in their account, even though it's just an electronic debit in their account, whatever, credit. They sell it. They sell the share. the person who bought that share from the short seller, but the short seller has not bought it back. They're not ready to be done with it yet. So what happens now?
They haven't closed the position.
They haven't closed their position. So now that share that was borrowed from me was in somebody else's account. Now that person has sold it to yet another person. And now it is out in the wild and we have no clue. But I'm still owed a share. I still have the share. It still says I have it in my account. The short seller still shows that they're short that share in their account. They're still profiting if the price goes down. But there's only one share. That was 3 people, 3 individuals.
3 transactions.
2 transactions and 3 if you count the person selling it. But for the purpose of short, 2 transactions, 3 people involved, but only one share. One share. And if you think about it, if the price goes up and it's my share that was being lent out, I am a long position. I make money if the price goes up. I lose money if the price goes down. The short seller, they borrowed the share. They make money if the price goes down. They lose money if the price goes up. The third person, the person who bought it from the short seller, they make money if the price goes up and lose money if the price goes down. So guess what? The short seller and that other long position, the short seller makes money if the price goes down. That other long position makes money if the price goes up. They cancel each other out. They cancel each other out as if they didn't even exist. So that share, I'm the only one who really has any real economic change to the share. If you think about it, those 2 positions cancel each other out. So, and they're both, one person borrowed it, another person bought it, and the person who bought it, they don't know that they're buying a shorted share. It doesn't matter. They're still going to make money if they sell it at a profit. But what I'm saying is, in terms of the float being fucked with or, somehow cheating or anything, no, because those positions essentially nullify each other at the end of the day. And what you're left with is, I have the original share. I'm going to make money or lose money. The short seller and the other buyer, yeah, they're going to make money and lose money, but it's not going to affect the float. It's not going to affect the company. It's not going to affect any of that because it's literally just an economic exposure to that share. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. I don't know. I've never heard anybody actually explain this shit the right way. None of these guys, none of them, not a one.
Is a function of the market with instant settlement, being able to do an instant transaction. The only other way is if you drive to your broker like the old days, and apes want and think that that's how it should be done, but it's not the paper certificate where you have to physically get their certificate. It's
right.
Online. It's digitized. We're in the, what I'm saying? We're in the year 2022.
I highlighted Model 3's old comment here. So you Gen Zers wanted trading for free, as with everything, and those trading platforms need to make money by trading their fiduciary. So, I mean, essentially, yeah. What he's saying, I think, is that it's a business. This is a business. Yeah. The market is not a nonprofit organization. It's a for-profit business. It's big business. It's possibly the biggest business. And everything, every part, and you could make an argument, this could be debated. Maybe there, whatever. I'm not interested in having that debate. But at least the way it is the exchange, they're for-profit. They're traded on the exchange. Mm-hmm. The stock exchange is a publicly traded company. The brokers, they're for-profit. The market makers, they're for-profit. The data providers, they're for-profit. Ortex is for-profit. Fintel, Finviz, Fintwit, everything, StockTwits, all that stuff is for-profit. It's all about profit. So The only thing that's not for profit is the poor little piddly SEC and FINRA and those organizations. And is it really a surprise that they are basically useless? Like, I mean, yeah, they pass regulations and whatever else, but they don't have the budget. They don't have the budget to police everything. And you could make an argument that maybe that should be different. But again, you're dealing with the biggest business, the most money changing hands in the world on a daily basis. The golden rule is in effect.
A simple theater stock is going to cripple that.
Well, true. Yeah. The golden rule of he who has the gold makes the rules. So what Wall Street wants, Wall Street gets pretty much. And if you go, I mean, try going against Wall Street, whether trading, they're going to crush you. That's why you don't trade against Wall Street. That's why you try to go with the momentum of the market. Usually, that's how people make money. You don't fight the Fed. It's the other big thing. You don't fight the Fed. And if you try to sue Wall Street or sue an institution on Wall Street or sue Goldman Sachs or Citadel, you'll get crushed instantly. Like, it's not even funny how quickly that shit goes away.
And this myth about Citadel losing money and
God.
being
oh God.
I mean, come on. That's so fucking stupid, people. Like, at a certain point, you just got to look in the mirror and be like, it should 2 years. And every prediction and catalyst that you've been told, in theory, that you've been sold, has bricked.
Yep.
I mean, is it at a certain point? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, wake up.
Well, and Sig C is saying SEC is for profit. They're complicit with others and being in bed with them. So you could say that the SEC does make a profit, but not ones that you see. Well, if I can't see it, then I'm not interested in it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, yes, they're a government agency, and you could say, yeah, in our system, government agencies are corrupt. They're on the take and this and that and whatever else. That's fine. You could say that, but you know, that's not that can't be substantiated. It can't be shown. It can't be proven. It's speculation, and maybe it's true. Probably is, but it doesn't. So it doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying.
There's corruption in everything.
There's corruption in anything, especially when there's money involved. This much money involved, yes, but that doesn't mean that retail investors can't make money. That does not mean that you can't make money in the stock market. It's not an excuse. Period.
And the fact that you guys think you're going to clean it up, and that if you guys were the ones in charge, that it would somehow change. No.
Right.
Everybody is corruptible, man. Especially people that ain't used to having shit are easier.
Oh yeah. Well, like, and you got to say almost like that. That's one reason why this thing got legs the way it did, is because you had a bunch of people who, were promised like life-changing generational wealth that they've never seen before, and they are, it's almost like, and I'm not saying this is a grand conspiracy. Maybe it is. I don't know. I mean, possibly. Maybe Ortex is behind all this shit. For all I know, it could be. But maybe they're like, let's see how much shit they'll jump through. Will they actually eat shit if we tell them to? Mm-hmm. Will like Tommy Carcetti on The Wire, and that what was the old mayor's name? And he says, you have to eat, you have to eat shit when you're in the mayor. You have to eat the bowls of shit.
Oh, yeah.
Essentially, I forget. Dominic something or other, but anyway, no, that's the problem with focusing on one thing, one stock out of 8,000.
They've made this into a magic do-over button for their lives, and they think this is all. I don't know. They just made it into a mythical fairy tale that it's just I don't know, man.
It's crazy.
They refuse to look at any countering info or
no counter arguments.
To disprove.
They automatically say that you're a shill. You know, oh, which hedge fund do you work for? It's like
The definition of shill are the apes. They're the
right.
ones shilling,
Yes.
and they're the ones participating in market manipulation. For Christ's sakes, they're the
Right.
ones coordinating buys and holds, and you're not supposed to do that. But
no, you're not supposed to do that. And part of the reason I was reading about this too, for reg show, I mean, part of it is naked shorting and all that stuff, but part of the reason that the threshold list and all that stuff was created was to help prevent short squeezes from happening. I mean, that's some irony right there. The fact that these people are hyping this shit. Oh, it's on the threshold list. It's gonna squeeze. But initially, that came about because they were trying to prevent it, because short squeezes are not good for the market. Like, contrary to what these people think and want to believe, they're not good for the market. They're not good for the underlying companies. You know, they're just not good. I mean, and they're not good for people who are on the wrong side of them. And I don't care if you hate short sellers, which is completely ridiculous anyway, to think that short sellers are somehow evil or bad. But I'm not even just talking about short sellers. I'm talking about people, you know, who are involved in other things that have exposure to that. It's just not good. It's not a sign of an efficient. And what is true, though, is that when those events happen, the market is efficient enough to bring it back to where it should be very quickly. You know, so that's why all this computer share shit, these people who have their shares locked up in computer share, they're fucked. I mean, you might as well just relinquish your shares at that point. There's no way you are going to be able, if there were a squeeze, you'd be screwed. You will not have time. There's no time. Absolutely not. I mean, it's crazy that people would do that. I think it's absolutely nuts that people would even entertain that notion.
First of all, computer share isn't
it's not
made up to. If a real squeeze like that happened and they received the amount of calls, and
they're not prepared. They're not prepared for that.
No,
there's no way, and that's not what it was designed for anyway. That is not what computer share was for anyway. Manny wants us to play the Ape Father video.
Yeah,
so here we go. All right, here we go. Do I need to start it at the time that's on the thing? I'll just go ahead. Yeah, he put the link on there starting at 4:55, so, or starting partially in. Okay, this might be too loud. Shit. I'll let it
Before
load.
you play that, anybody does want to place bets that AMC reaches an all-time high by whatever date you pick? I'm down for that bet. We'll exchange cash apps and you pick the date. Anybody that wants to put that action in.
This is why Ken Griffin is an effing billionaire. He's a billionaire because he knows how to psychologically mess with your minds. He's got the collateral. He's got the money to keep this going. He's got the connections. He's got the not lose connections of ducks and squirrels. Ken Griffin has real connections, and that's what he does. You know, like he hired what's her name, Janet Yellen. He gives her $200,000-300,000 for the speaking engagements. He gives political donations. Kelly Loeffler and her husband, who's the what is he, the chairman of the New York Stock Exchange, and and just this is what he does. You know what I mean? And who knows what's going on with Gary Gensler? Who knows what's going on with the DOJ? Who knows what's going on with FINRA? Who knows what's going on with the DTCC? We don't know. Who knows what's going on with BlackRock, with Vanguard? This is what I'm saying. There's like a circle. There's like a circle, and either you're in that circle or you're not in that circle. And it's like this circle, whatever you want to call them, the Illuminati, whatever you want, a New World Order, whatever you want to call these people, they seem to...
Yeah, it sounds like he is pissed off and frustrated and whatnot.
So all of them are starting to see that it's bullshit, but they have yet to accept
Right. They
that
know that
they
something's
made the
wrong,
mistake.
but they
It's
can't. But they
it,
haven't connected it to the fact that they are the ones who fucked up yet.
right.
That's what it
It's still a
is.
conspiracy that's causing everything. It's just not the conspiracy that they've been
Right.
told or that
That's right.
Lou told them, or
Yeah.
they haven't looked in the mirror yet and said, "Holy shit, I
Yep.
fell for this
And
dumb
that
shit."
is the worst. That's the hardest one to admit that you fucked up. But that is the one that actually helps you the most. Like,
Yeah.
fuck, I totally
I mean,
fucking
I feel
dropped the
bad
ball.
for dude. He bought in. What did he buy? An average in the 50s or some
Something
shit?
like that, I think. Something like that, I
And he
think.
bought in a shitload. I think they were saying like quarter was it, a quarter mil, something like that, or 50. I don't know. He bought
But
in for a
yeah, it was a
lot.
lot of money. Yeah, it was a lot of money.
I feel for people like that, man.
This
But plenty of
highlighter
chances to get
tool
out.
is called Weeva. Weeva. W-E here. I'll just bring it up here. Weeva highlighter. Well, you can't see that because of the goddamn thing. I forgot I had all this shit on there still. Whoops. Weeva. So, and it saves everything you highlight, and that's what I use. But yeah, I mean, I think he's got whatever. The bigger the problem, the bigger the opportunity. So, it's going to be a time for people to reinvent themselves for sure and to figure something out. And I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to the highlighter thing. I don't pay for that. I do not subscribe. So just FYI, but it is useful, and you can put notes with things and stuff. But I don't use the paid version. So, all right, here we go.
To run the world. They make all the decisions. And we're like the friggin' puppets. They're the puppet masters. And it pisses me off. It pisses me off.
Welcome
this is
to
not
the world.
right.
Welcome to adulthood.
This is corruption at its finest, and it has to come to an end. But you want to know what it is? It's because I think people go too heavy into it. That's what it is.
I don't want to be dark. I don't want to be, insensitive, whatever. But there's only one way that you're going to ever end that, and it, yeah, I mean, it's fucked up, and it's not the right choice ever, but if that's what, that's the only way that you will ever be. And I don't even think that, probably not. You probably wouldn't even be free from it then, but, because you're just going to pass it on to your family, I mean, it's the most selfish thing. So there is no way. Effectively. So, you're an adult, that. Well, why are you whining about this shit? It's just crazy.
It makes me so frustrated because it's not turning out the way they thought.
Right.
It has to be the word. Like, there's no other possible explanation. Like, there's no way that it could be wrong. None of them is second guessed and been like, well, hold on. Maybe.
Right.
Maybe.
Yeah. Right.
Like, none of them have looked in the mirror. They refuse.
Yeah. And it's like, instead of even doing that, they just go further. They dig their heels in further and just get more and more ridiculous and more outlandish. Like, oh, Ken Griffin burnt down a warehouse, or Ken Griffin is trying to skip out of the country. Look, his plane's here in wherever in Europe. Well, motherfucker, the guy has businesses all over the fucking world. Why do you think he, like, what? What the fuck? Or, I don't know. Take your fucking pick. But, oh my God.
This is so maddening, man.
Manny says, apes, they're so arrogant, they deserve to lose it all. And, yeah, like, at this point, I mean, this channel was never intended to be like, oh, we're going to save people. We're going to save the apes. No. I just wanted to look at what these grifters, what these influencers are saying, fact check it, and talk about that. That's interesting to me. Like, what is the grift? What are people trying to do? What are people trying to get people to believe? And what are the actual facts, that are underlying this? And if people want to listen and, learn something, that's great. Good for them. If not, I don't care. I really don't. It doesn't matter to me
And it's
one way or
interesting.
the other, to be honest.
It's
And that's the
interesting to
truth.
watch the ape turn into the
And
grifter.
yeah,
That's always a fun one, the evolution
yeah.
of how they turn into it.
Yeah, they do. And that's why, you know, like I say, this it's a weird type of cult. It's like an inverted cult because there isn't one leader. There's a bunch of leaders and new leaders. They arise out of like just the group. Like who becomes the, you know, somebody decides like Frankie said. Well, Frankie's a good example. Who is that guy? He's a nobody. He's somebody who sold fucking bullshit male enhancement pills, you know, MLM, network marketing, just some random fucking guy, pyramid schemes. That's somebody, he doesn't know anything about the stock market. He knows nothing about this shit at all, nothing about finance. But he heard this narrative and he's like, oh, yeah, I'm used to selling bullshit. I can sell that. And he started selling it, and now he's got, you know, thousands of subscribers, and he gets hundreds and thousands of views, hundreds or thousands of views a day, repeating the same shit that other people are saying. He's not saying anything. He hasn't broken any ground at all. He hasn't, you know, pushed the narrative forward at all. It's just, you know, he's an organic leader that came out of this cult. So it's a weird one. It really is a weird one. But I mean, all the same things about cults, the same characteristics, they all apply pretty much. But it's just like the date of, you know, whatever the salvation is, like, you know, Jesus coming back to save, to judge, you know, to take everybody back to heaven, or, you know, whatever a cult believes is going to be like the judgment day or the thing that proves them right, you know, eventually, is always a delusion. It's always a fantasy. It you know, it's never realistic. Of course, it never happens. They give dates. Those dates come and go. They extend the dates out. They keep pushing the date. They give you a reason why it hasn't happened. They give you a new catalyst. New people, and then some people are like, you know what? Fuck this. This is stupid. I can't believe I bought into this. And they leave. And then new people come in. And they didn't even know, hey, the end of the world was supposed to be last week. They don't know that. They're just coming in saying, oh, now there's, you know, oh, the end of the world is in 2 months. Okay. They don't know it was supposed to be last week necessarily. They come in with a new date and the cycle just repeats. And that's how cults work. They depend on new people coming in all the time. And that's what you got here. But you also have these people that have been in this shit for a long time, like the Ape Father and whatnot. And like, and Trey, I mean, let's just think about it. Ape Father wasn't even one of the original ones. He was like a second string figure in this. He wasn't one of the original ones. He came about, you know, I don't know when he started. Last year sometime. But you got Trey, Matt Kohrs, who else? Been in it since the beginning. I mean, those two really, as far as I know, were like two of the early people talking about it. I'm sure that Manny and Model 3 Dude will, you know, think of whoever else it could be. Of course, you know, Keith Gill, but he's gone. He took his profits and left. The guy who came up with the thesis for this, which, by the way, was about GameStop, not AMC. AMC was never part of his thesis. He took profits, and you haven't heard a word from him, and you never will. He's gone. He's been gone. So what does that say? What does that say? You know, but certainly Trey, Matt Kohrs, Short the VIX, Jack Hunter, you know, all these guys, they've been doing this for a long time, and I'll put Ape Father in this category too. I find it very hard to believe that they don't either know, suspect, or believe that this is bullshit. There is no way at this point, I mean, especially somebody like Trey. Why is Trey still talking about AMC? Why? Well, because he's making money off of it. Not AMC, he's making money from YouTube. Same with all these guys. Matt Kohrs made $500,000 in super chats last year. So it's clear why these guys are doing it. But at some point, they have to make the realization that they're wrong about this. And I think at some point, like, they need to man up and say, and stop. I'm not holding out for that to happen. But YouTube should demonetize all of these motherfuckers. If they did that, that should be the campaign. That should be the not GoFundMe. That should be the change.org petition right there. Hey, YouTube, demonetize these guys that are lying on a daily basis about finance and the stock market and getting rich off of lying to people and promising them false hope. If that happens, they will dry up. They will dry up like the LA River. I bet you it would, that at least some of them would go away. The most egregious ones would go away. I bet. I don't know. What do you think? They shouldn't be monetized anyway. They shouldn't be monetized anyway. There's no reason for these motherfuckers, somebody like Trey, somebody like Jack Hunter or Matt Kohrs, to put out misinformation every day to 300,000 subscribers and rake in the money with no consequences. That blows my mind. That blows my mind. Like, I don't even care. I don't even care if they're on YouTube anymore. I mean, I used to be like, oh, they need to get kicked off. And then I got kicked off YouTube. So, but I don't even care if they're on YouTube anymore. I mean, fine, let them be on YouTube. But they should not be making money off this. They should not be making money off this. I may have to do that.
And they're not making a little bit of money. Like, Trey and Kohrs have, Christ.
Yeah.
The amounts of money they've made is... And then that's another thing that kills me. None of them ever show their positions. Even if they did, say they have 1,000 shares of AMC, right? Say they even bought it in the 20s, all right, $20,000. That's nothing compared with what they're making streaming and from all their other little hustles. So I'd buy 1,000 shares too if I knew I could make 10 times the money on other hustles. I just need the 10,000 share or the 1,000 shares as a badge of,
right. Like to show that I'm not full of shit, that I'm actually in it too. Right.
Don't mean shit. They're making way more money, so it doesn't affect them.
Right. Yeah. But I mean,
and they don't even show that they got anything because somehow they're. I remember that was Kohrs. My lawyer said,
"Oh yeah,
can't
right.
show them. You can show your positions. You just can't influence people to do anything."
I saw him.
You can show.
I watched him trade AMC options once last year, and he like instantly lost money. It's like, yeah, okay, I know. Yeah, you're full of shit. I realize. I knew it. I knew it.
His strategy was he got lucky that it popped and he made, his lottery ticket, and then he tried to keep doing it, and he would just keep rolling them over. Lord knows how much money he actually pissed away.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think he was playing weekly options when I was the time I saw him do it.
He was playing weekly and monthly.
Like,
I remember he was playing weekly and monthly.
Way, way, way out of the money strike prices, like, because the narrative then was like, okay, the price had already popped up, like it was in June sometime, I think. It had already popped up, so everybody knew it could do it then at that point, and everybody thought it was going to do it again and go higher this time. So he was buying strike prices like way out in the fucking clouds. And it's like, dude, of course, like, what? You're $20, $30 away from the price right now, and it expires in 3 days. Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah, teach people how to gamble their money away.
Yeah, they had no idea or even thought of the IV crush that was happening back then.
Oh, God.
They never even mentioned it or even looked at it.
No, and I remember one time, I actually do have this clip from my first channel because I was able to recover some of the videos, but it was TMI saying, this is from last fall, like oh, I think I'm going to buy some options, blah, 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 some calls, a little IV crush never hurt anybody. And I'm like, oh, really? A little IV crush never hurt anybody. That's the dumbest thing you could say. Like, yes, it does. And yes, it has. And yes, it will.
Yeah.
And of course it did. It did. Manny says he's against censorship. People want to watch and donate. Let it be. The idiots that listen to Trey and Matt were going to lose their money one way or another. Casino, lottery, crypto, drugs. I mean, that's true. That's true. But the problem
is to an extent.
Yeah. I mean, no, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, back. I don't know where he went, but I mean, you know, and that's I agree. I agree with that, and I'm not necessarily saying that that it should be censored. Although, being honest about it, YouTube's a private company, so you know, it really wouldn't be censorship so much as content moderation. But that's splitting hairs. But you know, the problem that I've always had with it, I don't know where Bad Back went. Maybe his phone died. You there, bud?
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll just say this, and then, you know, I want to hear your thoughts. But the problem I've always had with it is that it's so one-sided. You could never get, you know, any type of balanced information. Everything, and it's still this way to this day. You search for AMC, everything's bullish. Oh, the squeeze is coming. The squeeze is coming. That's why I decided to do this, because it's like, no, I know enough about investing and trading, and I don't know that much, but, you know, I know enough to, you know, still be, you know, my head above water. I know enough to know that nothing is ever, ever, ever like that. Like, again, if it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. And so when you search for something like this and that's all you see, that's a problem to me. And I try to put my money where my mouth is and do something about it. But it has to be more, like, it has to be more than just me. Like, I'm nobody. My shit, like, I struggle to get more than 10 people watching a live stream. And these motherfuckers, like fucking AMC fucking crackhead, Bigums, can literally sit there and fucking shit on screen. I mean, that's what he's doing. He's literally taking a fucking dump. That's the quality of what he does. It's like, it is crackhead quality research. He sits there and fucking jerks off and fucking pisses and shits all over himself on stream. And he gets 1,400 viewers at 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. No problem. Because they want to hear what he has to, they want to hear what he has to say, because he's a grifter. Well, I know now that's just the way it is. I mean, the precedent was set before last year. But to me, that's a problem. Right. Like, I don't like censorship either, but I also don't want to turn on a resource and have it be so one-sided that if I listen to what they're saying, it ruins me. I think that's bullshit. And that should not be the way it is. It should be balanced. It has to be more balanced. Anyway, that's all I got to say.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm with you. The fact that they don't offer any opposition, or any little bit of opposition is automatically struck down, is a problem. And I'm with you that everybody's grown. Somebody's going to give their money away. Why not take it? But at a certain point, they're allowing them to push this information out like it's fact,
right?
Not opinion. You know, it'd be one thing if they said, if it was, you know, we can't prove this, but this is my opinion what's going down. No, they present it as fact. And these gullible, down on their luck people
right,
buy into this shit. And
right,
yeah, it's their fault that they're that stupid. But you pick someone on their most vulnerable.
But they went on they went on the internet and they heard somebody who is like super confident and sounds like they know what they're talking about, and they're just trying to learn more. And I'm not saying I have any sympathy, because that's all of us had to start somewhere and whatever, and we all fucked up and lost money and whatever else. Not this bad, but excuse me. But I mean, God damn it, frog in my throat. But yeah, if you were making an honest effort to try to find information and all you could find was, hey, everybody is saying that this is going to happen. And I tried looking, and I went on, I went on Twitter, I went on Reddit, I went on YouTube, and everybody was saying it. So I went ahead and, and I'm not saying it excuses, it's still your fault. But to me, that's wrong. It shouldn't be so one-sided. That's all I'm saying. I mean, somebody could have been making a good faith effort. Now, we know that, but if you don't know anything about the stock market, I don't know. I mean, it's a tricky thing. Like, how do you deal with it?
Hold on one sec.
All right. Go to your happy place. Yeah. And the thing, and I don't know, bullish, bearish, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. I just try to go the way things are going. That's always been what the people that I've learned from, and the people that I've found to be most helpful. They're bullish when things are bullish, and they're bearish when things are bearish. And, or when everybody's bullish, they're bearish. And when everybody's bearish, they're bullish, or contrarian thinking. But you have to go with the market, essentially. And that can take the form of going, like, if the market is in an uptrend and there's no sign of it stopping and you're going to trade, well, you only have one way you can really go. Or you can wait, because what goes up must come down. So, but it doesn't make any sense. Like, I saw a post on Reddit, or no. It was a comment on a video from 2020. I forget who it was. Doesn't matter. Somebody commented that they bought a SPY puts for July of 2020. SPY puts for July of 2020. This comment was left in like May or June of 2020. And they were saying like, oh, do you think the market's going to go back down? I have puts for July. And it's like, yeah, no, you're fucked. you fucked up. And there were some replies to the comment, like from like a year later, that were basically to that same effect. That's a lesson, that you have to learn. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. Go ahead. Go ahead, Bad Boy.
Oh no, I was
take it away.
Hold on.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yep. Yes.
Okay. No, I ran to the gas station real quick.
Oh, okay.
I had to put you on mute. I didn't know I was gonna get jacked out there.
Oh, you're all good.
Jesus Christ. All right. But yeah, it's just people are just the fact that they're able to push that information out. And if you think about it, they're doing it on a platform like YouTube that you would think would have some type of restrictions. So it would have to, you would think it would they couldn't be just flat out lying and making shit up. You wouldn't think that YouTube would allow that
right
to happen. So people that listen to this shit like Trey, and some of it too could be the platform that they're on kind of gives them a little bit of what you call it,
license, gives them
like
yeah,
you know what I mean. Shit, I can't think of it right now. It gives them some
credibility,
credibility. Yeah, that's it, credibility. And the fact that YouTube and these other platforms don't at all restrict anything that's being said when it comes to the financial markets and giving advice, for financial markets is just, it leads to people believing the shit a lot easier. That's,
Right.
that's the main problem I have with it. Like, they make money because some dummy wants to, not listen to reality and whatever.
Yeah.
But it's these platforms, I think, and not only that, but the mainstream media lets them get on fucking TV.
Oh yeah, that's definitely, that's outrageous.
And doesn't question anything they say.
Just strokes their ego.
So,
says, "Oh, you guys, brought the hedge funds down to their knees." I mean, that's some nonsense.
Yeah.
So let's see. Mohammed says, "Do you think it's okay to follow Warren Buffett's advice and to simply forget it and just hold? I only lose if I sell." We just talked about that. But even if I did, I'm still up 200%. I mean, I don't know if you're talking about AMC. I don't, whatever. I don't care. But apes always love to claim they're still up, even though the stock is down 90%. But whatever. I'm just going to assume that it's something else. But and Model 3 dude says, on a real stock, that is great advice. Now, what say you, Badback?
What, 200%?
No. Following Warren Buffett's advice to forget it and just hold. Like the Warren Buffett, buy and hold strategy. And Model 3 dude says, yeah, on a real stock, that's good advice. So, if it's a company that is growing or is at least profitable and has future prospects and is on a trajectory toward growth, yeah. But AMC, GameStop, Bed Bath & Beyond, these companies are on their last legs.
Yeah.
Buying and holding these companies and forgetting about it, well, you're going to forget about it forever because it's going to go to zero. The next time you go to look, you won't have that stock anymore. It'll be zero, and it won't be there. So,
yeah, if it's with AMC and you're up 200%, I mean, how much more profit do you want? You're 200%. I guess you could have had more. And it don't have to be an all or nothing thing either. Like, there's other shit you can do. Like, you can sell covered calls. You can, if you think it's sell out of the money covered calls, make some premium.
Yeah, but it's not about the fundamentals though.
How much?
It's pivoted to be about the fundamentals. It's never about the fundamentals. If it's about the fundamentals, you are fucked because the fundamentals are fucked. Like, that's the reality of it. And he's saying, we've talked about this before, but like this is a cognitive bias or a logical fallacy here. We'll see how it plays out. I'm curious why, if we aren't a threat, we constantly get articles telling us to sell. I think they need something we have. That's a logical fallacy. You have convinced yourself of that, but nobody cares if you sell.
There's a difference between somebody telling you to sell and people just making fun of you for holding.
Right.
Like, these publications aren't telling you to sell. They're taking sarcastic shots at you for believing what you believe.
They're doing that, but they're also, for as much as you hate the Motley Fool or whatever, media it is, they have people there who are looking at this shit and they're looking at the facts and they're saying, wow, okay, yeah, this looks terrible. Okay, we're going to put out an article saying, yeah, that AMC, not a buy. You want to get out of it. It's not good. That's not anything special for your stock. That happens every day on all kinds of stocks. That's why I say it's a logical fallacy. It's a cognitive bias. You have bought into the hype. So, of course, you have a vested interest in it. Everything that seems to be negative is you're going to take it a different way than somebody who's just truly objective, saying, oh, wow, okay, where do the facts lead me? Okay, the facts lead me to this is a bad investment. Okay, that's a you.
No one wants your shares.
Right. No one wants your shares. The notion that they need and this is something you hear a lot too. They need something we have.
Yeah.
They need our shares. They're hurting. You know, they're scared.
Who is hurting?
Blah blah blah.
Who is
I mean,
hurting?
it's not
these
true.
Hedge funds are raking in record profits. Who is hurting? The retail investor is the only one that's hurting.
Right. Yeah.
These hedge funds and they're making tons of dough, hand over fist. Like you.
Why did it go to 72? I mean, we know why. You know why. I mean, and I'm not going to. We're not going to sit. We're not going to sit here and debate the fundamentals of AMC. Okay. Like I am not interested in doing that. So I don't need somebody to tell me that sales are increasing on AMC. Get out of here with that.
It's still unprofitable. They can sell all
it's
they
an
want.
unprofitable company. We're not arguing that. We're not going down that road. If that's what you want to do,
look at the earnings call.
Go to Tony Denaro.
Stop slobbing AA's nuts.
You think it's greatly undervalued? Well, okay, we understand.
But then buy more.
We understand you're an ape. We get it. We know that, okay? That's not the point. We're not here to be convinced of any, or to try to even.
Undervalued?
Yeah, no.
Buy more.
Right.
Take
exactly.
the kids' college tuition.
Put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is.
Get
buy
another
more.
Mortgage on the house.
Check it.
Load
check
up.
back.
You're going to be billionaires.
Right. Exactly. I mean, what else is there to say?
If you don't want to listen, if it hasn't happened in 2 years, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And yeah, it did go to 72. That was the squeeze. But if you don't want to believe that, leverage everything. Go balls to the wall. Do it. Fuck, we don't care. It's going to be entertaining. You apes are entertaining.
Right. And you can think that something is overvalued, undervalued, whatever. You can think that. You can have whatever opinion you want. But opinions are like assholes.
It's not a fact.
Right. Just because you believe it, just because supposedly 4.1, which I question this, 4.1 million other people believe it, that does not make it a fact at all.
90% of the float is owned by you guys. You guys constantly cite that, but you forget you leave out the most important part. 90% excluding.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Excluding indexes.
And the
funds.
true number, if you that goofy ass way that Adam Aron said it, the true number is about 35%. 35% of the
And let me
float.
tell you this. Bottom line, easiest thing ever. If it's going to Moass to some ridiculous number, then why did the entire board, Adam Aron and the entire board, sell damn near every vested share they own? You know what vested means? Vested means that they can sell it. Unvested, they can't sell it. So the only shares they have left, majority are unvested. So they can't sell them. So when Adam Aron says, I'm a major shareholder in the company, of course, you can't sell those shares yet. You've sold every share that you can sell. And the rest of your board damn near did too. Nobody bought or added to their positions. They fucking sold.
Yeah.
So don't give me that shit. And don't tell me that he need to plan estate. He's a billionaire. Don't tell me he's got enough money. He cares about people. Fuck that. People are about money. If there was money to be made, he'd be trying to make it. So stop with the bullshit.
Right.
Go ahead, put all your future into that. That's what you believe, but don't cry and piss and moan when the shit don't work out.
Right. And why would
you can't cry crime and manipulation because you're ignorant to how the damn market works.
Right. And that's why I hit him on the chat because, and then he brought up FTDs again. It's like, dude, we spent more time. We gave you a more personal attention on that than anybody else would on YouTube. And we gave you an honest, truthful answer, and you still have the fucking nerve to bring it back up again. So go to Tony. Go to Tony Denaro's. His stream is starting soon. Go there. You can say whatever you want there. He'll make you feel good, warm and fuzzy. But if you're going to stay here, just fucking listen for once.
Have those people, with all the shit they've told you and all the confirmation bias they've given you, have they made you any money? No.
Right.
You can think it's some grand conspiracy. But at a certain
Yep.
point, when every fucking theory, catalyst, and prediction has not come true, at a
Oh my
certain
God.
point, you got to look at it and be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Maybe maybe I don't know what I'm talking about.
Right. And at the end of the day, you could look at, you know, everything, it's all failed, whatever. And you could sit there and say, well, but it's still undervalued. It's still undervalued. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. But you know what? The market doesn't think so. And there's nothing you can, unless you are prepared to come in and buy all the shares or whatever, you have to accept the fact that the market, which the market has considered everything, and it says, guess what? It's worth $9. $9. That's
and
what
the answer to every the counter answer you guys have for every fact that we debunk is just crime and manipulation.
Right. And it's immaturity. It really is. It's immaturity and ignorance and just entitled sense of like,
and if you guys to think
we deserve
that hedge funds would actually pay people to talk shit about a $9 fucking stock.
Why? Yeah, why would they do that?
It's absolutely retarded. Tell me where to sign up, man.
Right.
Well, who's giving this money?
Yeah, I wish that Citadel was paying me. Fuck. They should be paying me, but they haven't. Nobody has. So here's a list. The DTCC regulations, SEC investigation, earnings reports, NFT marketplace, popcorn, market crash, market recovery, lawsuits, the GameStop split, media FUD, options, gamma squeeze, pandemic, the gold mine, the box office numbers, FTDs, nobody's selling, computer share, and of course the special dividend. None of those fucking catalysts did fucking shit. Right here on the screen, all of them. They've all fucking failed. And you have the fucking nerve to say that this stock is going to make you rich, even if you only have 5 shares. Okay.
This company isn't even going to be around in 5 years.
No, it's not.
It's an unprofitable. And the board knows it. That's why they're fucking cashing out and running.
Right.
Any chance they get. When his next shares are vested. I guarantee he gets rid of them shits.
And yeah, he tweeted about it recently. He tweeted about his shares. I think it's in Reddit here. See if I can get it. We talk about Tony East Wing Denaro, and then Chris appears. Yeah, Tony D's Nuts Denaro. Market always goes up. Let's see. I still not selling. Car died today when the transmission blew. I have a terrible credit score, no cash on hand, and almost $16,000 worth of AMC/APE shares. I need a new car. I'll figure it out. Of course, this post on Reddit has, some awards and they, 400 comments and this is like, this is like posturing. This is the equivalent.
I don't believe that for a second.
Right.
Screenshots or it doesn't exist.
Well, they got a picture of the car here with AMC on it, whatever. But and
if you streak your responsibilities,
that's even if it's true, it's dumb. If it's true, it's irresponsible. If it's not true, it's also stupid. So, but like that's a point of pride. This person is proud. They were happy to post this, and I bet these comments are like, yeah, you're really an ape. Yeah, I want to be like you, or whatever.
Such a misguided fucking.
Yeah,
I swear
right.
they act like this AMC thing is a reset button for all the poor decisions they've made in life and all the bad luck they've had. And
right.
They look at this as just holy shit. They've turned this into something that is crazy.
I know, it's insane.
Think about that. It reached 72. Right, hasn't gotten close to it since. Not only is it never going to reach that again, it can't even get into the 40s again, right?
Okay, hang on 1 second.
Going to be thousands per share.
Hold on a second here. Mohammed's back. He says, let's be respectful. No need to call me ignorant or anything. Well,
you're
coming in here
ignorant about how the market works.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's not me shitting on you. If you don't know something, you're ignorant.
How do you like that?
Look, I'm ignorant about a lot of things.
How do you like that? That's what ignorant people get. And especially you have the fucking nerve to come on my channel and say that shit. We've spent more time trying to help you.
Tell you how shit works.
Yeah, fuck off. Don't, fuck off with that shit. Seriously. That's that. People want to know why we hate the apes. I mean, seriously, it's because your fucking attitude sucks. Okay, you have the wrong fucking attitude.
How arrogant they are.
Oh yeah,
about their
take that ignorance. Shit. Take it. You don't watch other YouTubers? Fine. Take it to fucking Reddit. Take it to Twitter. Take it elsewhere. I mean, that's fuck
I'm
that.
sorry if you don't know about a subject, you're ignorant.
Right.
In that subject, that's not a.
It's not
a shot at
it's
you.
Not negative. It's a fact. Right. Exactly. You don't
what
know.
Ignorant means. I'm not.
You don't know. You don't fucking know. And the reason you're here, presumably, is because you don't fucking know, and you're wondering why your shit is down. So the thing to do is to shut the fuck up and listen. And we don't mind answering questions. I'm happy to do it when it's things that a lot of people believe. Yeah, I want to address that.
But this is the funny thing.
But we've already been over that shit. Already been over it.
He don't know, right? So he asks.
Right. And then
when he asks the question, he's given the answer, but then rebuts our answer.
Yeah. Why did you ask then?
But it's like, how can you rebut the answer if you don't even know in the first place? You asked.
Right. You asked the question first, and then you didn't like the answer because it wasn't. It didn't support what you already believe. Like that, and that's the exact problem with this whole fucking thing. Because nobody is actually willing to stand up and say, or admit that they're wrong, or that they had it wrong, or that they don't know. Everybody would just rather do what this motherfucker just did. And it's like,
and
no, I'm sorry.
Simplistic.
You can't do that here. That is, no. I mean, I put my foot down. I don't care who it is. You get fucking blocked. It doesn't fucking matter because I'm not here to make friends. Really.
And we're getting to the most simplistic workings of the market. If you're unable to accept how the market works, then you're doomed. You know what I'm saying? We're not giving you opinions on how it works. We're telling you this is how it works. Go fact check. Go look, not through your fucking cult. Look up through the SEC, DTC. Look at how the market works, at the rules and regulations. Do not take your fucking cult members' word for it. But if you can't even accept and learn the information about how the market works,
you don't stand a chance.
Then, you might as well go down to the horse track and just bet on number 7 all day.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
But to sit there and ask the question and then keep asking the same thing. We explained it. Like, I don't know what else.
No, that's. I mean, at that point, I think I put them in a category of being a troll. But whatever.
I think he really did try to listen. But these type of people, like they're almost there. They had a spark of something ain't right, so they're starting to check out other sides. But they still are stubborn in their position because they're so far deep in it that they want it to be true. So even though their brain is starting to wake them up, they still have that tendency.
Nobody wants
you know what I mean?
Nobody wants to admit that they fucked up this bad. I mean, honestly, like, I don't envy their position at all because, I mean, that would suck. But I mean, shit, what else are you gonna do? I mean, everybody has fucked up big time in their life at some point. I mean, for me, it wasn't this; it was other, other things, whatever. But I mean, shit, how the fuck do you ever grow and move past that? You have to acknowledge it. You can't just fucking keep pulling the wool over your own eyes. You can't just keep burying your head in the fucking sand like an ostrich. You can't, like, that works for so long until it doesn't work. And then you're by the time you pull your head out, you're fucked. And it's it's a lot more unpleasant.
And at no point did me or you, and I can't see the chat right now because I don't have my other phone, but I'm assuming the chat as well. Nobody at any time suggested that person sell his position. Buy more. We don't give a fuck. But if you're going to add, we're going to tell you how the shit works. You know what I mean?
You're going to ask a question. What about the FTDs? Okay, well, I mean, short answer is it doesn't fucking matter. But we went through the long answer. We went through the actual
literally spent like
division.
an hour.
Yeah. I mean, I never do that. I never go through the long fucking shit. Because I've done it so many times. I have videos already about that. I've talked about that. And most of the goddamn
inaccuracies. They don't want to do the legwork to learn. They just want to be told what something is and benefit off of it. You know what I mean? Which it's whatever.
Yeah,
I mean, I hope
it is what it is.
Whoever that was, but
it's never personal. It's just like I'm not here. I mean, I'm just not. Yeah, I'm just not. It's just no. Go somewhere else and do that, or shut up and listen, or ask an intelligent question, or it doesn't even have to be intelligent, excuse me. But if we answer the question and you're going to sit there and throw it back at us like we didn't answer it and tell you, I mean, I'm sorry, but that is a
if
signal.
you don't know,
fuck off.
If you don't know the subject and you ask the question, who are you to debate the answer with me?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, I told you, go look the shit up. Go look it up. Don't get out of your call and look it up.
And unlike the rest of these grifters on YouTube or Reddit or Twitter, I mean, I don't talk about things that I don't know. So if I don't know it, I'll tell you, I don't know, I'm not sure. Or I'll say, I'm not sure, let's look it up. But I always want there to be some factual basis for the shit that we talk about, because that's exactly what's missing from all the other shit. So, and maybe people don't know that, whatever. They're used to people lying to them, whatever. But hey, I mean, it's not the first person I've pissed off, and it probably won't be the last. And quite frankly, I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter to me. I don't care.
It just amazes me how.
But they have such an ego on them. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like unwarranted. It's one thing to have a little bit of an ego if you're like really good at something. You're really like world class. You're real fucking good, and you've got a bit of a head on your shoulders. I can almost even deal with that sometimes. But these people are the biggest fucking buffoons, and but they think that they are fucking like God's gift to the fucking market, and it's like you. Oh my God!
None of them have more than 2 years experience, and they all think that decades and centuries of people being in the market weren't able to find and figure out what they have all of a sudden. What I mean? It's like, dude,
at this point, it's all like, oh, this is going to happen. It will. This is, it's all in the future that they believe that it will happen. There's no precedent. I mean, you had one run to 72, and then now you've had a bunch of smaller runs, but that doesn't give you that does not give you the right or the justification. That's not proof that it's going to happen again. In fact, it's, if anything, it's proof that it won't happen again, because more often than not, it doesn't. I mean, it really doesn't, especially on a stock that has no fundamentals behind it. Oh, the sales are going up. The sales are going up. Yeah? Oh, well, that's good, but it doesn't matter. Like, the sales would have to quadruple, and even then, it still probably wouldn't be enough. Like, learn some basic business principles. You would look at this company and say, fuck me. No, I don't want to buy that company. But it's never been about the fundamentals. It's never been about the fundamentals.
No.
They'd had to pivot to that. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Once it was clear that it wasn't happening quick, they had to make it, and then you got fucks like Al from Boston. Oh, the squeeze is going to be based on fundamentals. Yeah? Well, it's going to be a fucking negative squeeze then. It's going to be a fucking long liquidation to the floor, to the fucking basement.
Can't they afford their everyday operations, but they can't even afford what they owe?
But they can afford to pay. But they can afford to buy what, $25 million in a gold mine that's now down 50% or whatever the fuck. And
short sellers do not cause bankruptcy. It's mismanagement and just idiotic investments from the management team.
Yeah, careless investment, mismanagement, or selfish,
and Adam
or
Aron
fraud.
is a shitty CEO. He's got a track record of being a shitty CEO, and what he's done with AMC should show that he is a shitty CEO.
Right. I mean,
the only reason why it didn't go under is because of retail.
Right, and he squandered that.
He cashed out, and they didn't, and they refused to, and they cheer him for cashing out while they hold the bag and struggle day to day.
It's
fucking
crazy.
Insane.
It is crazy. All right, let's get back to Ape Father here.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm just like, wow. There's always one. There's always got to be one. And yeah, Antoinette's right. Greed. And yeah, I mean, how could Adam Aron, he probably made more on this AMC. He probably never thought in a fucking million years that he would cash in to the tune of $40 million. Yeah, on this thing. And you can see it in his attitude, his tweets. He thinks that he is the fucking most clever baby boomer to ever have fucking walked the earth. And his tweets are fucking dumb as fuck, retarded. So,
and if you don't think it's a calculated decision for him to his appearance to look the way it is, I'm talking about clothes and how he's not flashy and how he doesn't even show a watch.
Right.
And how it looks like shirt untucked and it just looks like the
his hair's all messy. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like because he don't want them to know.
Oh, I'm sure.
He don't want the people to publicly see like. Damn,
we're struggling company. Yeah, money. I'm struggling. We're all right along with the company. Yeah, he's got how many millions in the fucking bank? Right. Yeah, that's funny. All right.
I made this mistake. I'm not here to criticize you because I made the mistake myself. I'm going to
go back just a little bit so we can hear this in context.
World order, whatever you want to call these people, they seem to run the world. They make all the decisions. And we're like the friggin' puppets. They're the puppet masters. And it pisses me off. This is not right. This is corruption at its finest, and it has to come to an end. But you want to know what it is? It's because I think people go too heavy into it. That's what it is. I made this mistake. I'm not here to criticize you because I made the mistake myself. I went too heavy into AMC. If I could turn back time, you want me to tell you the truth? I wouldn't have gone too heavy into it. I wouldn't have. I would have rather just picked up 500 shares or something and just held it because I wouldn't have cared, for forever. If it had 2 years, 3 years, 5, because see, that's the way you win. The way you win is that you have to outbeat them in terms of time.
Okay. I don't know if we've heard anybody say this type of stuff yet. Like, oh boy.
I respect the fact that he's saying if he had it all over to do again, he would not go as hard.
Right.
But he's still
beat them. It's
you
always
outlast them.
It's always half in and half 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Right. It's always this, like, they always do this shit. Who was it that did it before? Oh yeah, CSI. The other night, it's like, oh wow, oh my God, is he actually gonna? Mm-hmm. And then it's like, but we got to buy and hold. It's like, oh fuck, you were so close. And it's the same thing with this. Although, if this is an important lesson though for anyone, for anybody who's a trader or an investor, is not to over trade, to dump too much in one position, to scale in and scale out, that type of stuff. I mean, and I fucked this shit up too, still, and everybody does. It's human nature, you get greed. Mm-hmm. And it is like, it takes an insane amount of discipline, an amount of discipline that most people don't have, which is why most people don't make it in the market, especially day trading. They blow up their accounts in no time because they cannot, limit themselves. They can't see a longer term, or whatever, however you want to call it. But I don't know if I've heard any of these guys say hey, if I could go back and do it again, I would be a little bit more conservative. I don't think we've heard that. I don't think we have.
No, I haven't heard anyone like have that type of switch and say that they wouldn't have done it. You usually see them dig their heels in
Right.
even deeper.
Usually it's like,
you're starting to see a slow change, or frustration is setting in to the point where they're either grifter versus grifter, or starting to question some things, but still.
But by and large, they still believe that it is going to happen, or that it should happen. And
more importantly, that just like you said, that's perfect. That they believe that it will happen, but more and most importantly, that it should happen.
Right. Yeah.
Like that's their main thing, is they believe that it should, and they've been wronged.
Right. Right. Exactly. They don't think, they have not yet realized that the whole thesis was flawed. Now, that's something that we may not, I don't know if we'll get to that or not. It'll take a while. It's going to take a lot longer, because they still think that it should happen. And that's very intentionally why I said that way, because you can tell in what he's saying here. Oh, it's corruption. It's bullshit. It needs to change. But if I could go back, and what he's saying, I think, is, I didn't realize it was this corrupt. So if I could go back in time, I wouldn't have gone so heavy, because I didn't realize that things were this fucked up, but I still think it's going to happen. That's what I'm hearing. Which is a step in the right direction, maybe. It's like turning to the right direction, maybe taking a baby step, but we'll see. I mean,
have nobody in their personal lives reached out to them and just been like, because I know this, a lot of these people had to have tried to get some of their family, friends involved in this shit.
Oh yeah, they did.
I just hasn't anybody just known what they were talking about and been like, no, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, this is not how this shit works.
I don't know.
Or even somebody that don't even have no knowledge about the market, let them sit there and explain their theory to them and just be like, nah, what? It shit don't sound right.
Well, I don't know, but I will tell you this. It is interesting that there really haven't been any like experts or, expert investors. And I'm not talking about like media figures like Charles Payne and Jim Cramer, but like, anybody, any economists or anybody with any actual experience or expertise talk about this. I mean, either way, really. I mean, and maybe you've seen some people like obviously short sellers and, some of those people that go on TV. But if it were such a sure thing that was based in fact, wouldn't you see somebody like a Michael Burry or somebody like that come out and say, AMC, maybe not, because he doesn't, obviously you don't want to publicize the trade you're doing, because then, everybody's going to know, but everybody already does know. You see what you know what I mean? Like, there has not been any real credibility given to this by anybody who knows anything.
What about how the media, for the most part now, don't even want to mention this shit, because they know these nutcases will take whatever they say, misconstrue and run. Like that last thing that happened with CNBC.
Oh, the shorts. Right.
Cut off because they had to go to break. I think these TV stations now are like, man, we don't even want to mention this shit, because it just
probably
we don't even want to deal with the backlash. Fuck it.
Probably.
Let them believe whatever they believe. They're not going to believe us. We tried to give them, because last year they tried to explain, and give knowledge about how that shit was bogus. But now they're just like 10 steps away. They're like, we don't even want to fuck with it, because I think they know that you can't change their minds, and all it's going to do is they're going to misconstrue shit and just go, for lack of a better term, ape shit. of
Right.
anything they say.
Right. Yeah.
So
Okay.
you very rarely even hear
You don't. Yeah.
them talk about shorting
No. And that. And
on TV.
and I will say though that that's typical. Like that goes back even before the meme stock thing, as far as I can recall and remember. And even like Tasty Trade, they talk about this particular thing too, where the media has very much has a long bias. Like all they talk about is
They
what you
want
should buy.
bullish
What should you
action
buy?
because it'll keep people
Right. You want liquidity coming in the market, and
right.
it's that's what it is for a lot of people. It's only and the fact that you can make
But
money
even
on
when
it going
someone
down.
mentions,
Yeah.
when someone mentions like a short or a short covering or something nowadays, they don't even want to discuss. You know what I mean?
Very
like, they
rarely.
don't even want to discuss.
Very rarely. Yeah, they don't. That is it is really rare.
Anything that happened,
It has to be a
sneeze,
positive bullish.
a twitch.
Yep.
These people will take it and run like they're trying to communicate with us. See, the dude winked. He winked. It's like
Right.
eye itch.
And that's what one of those guys on one of those other podcasts. I played a clip of it, the Confessions of a Market Maker podcast, with the Canadian guy and the other dude, and they were interviewing an old guy, an old old Wall Street guy, and he was talking about it was the one where he was saying all these sayings like, well, that's where I got if it's obviously wrong from that guy. And he said one of the things he said was that he doesn't watch. If you want to watch financial media the way that they watch it on Wall Street or whatever, turn the sound off. That's the way they watch. They don't listen to what they're saying because it's nonsense, basically. But that it's propaganda. And he had a lot of other good things to say, like when it's time to short, you won't be able to borrow shares, or when it's time to sell, you won't want to sell. And when it's time to buy, you won't want to buy because it'll seem like it's wrong, but, those contrarian type things. But yeah. And also another thing he said about the media was he didn't like, and I see this all the time and I post stuff in Telegram every day about it, when they say that the stock market jumped 400, the Dow jumped 400 points because investors, pushed aside fears of the interest rate hikes. And it's like, how do you know that? Why is that really why? Why are you telling me why? Why are you telling me why it did this? That's up for debate. Like, that's the biggest news of the day, maybe. But it wasn't even the news of the day. It wasn't the fucking news of the day Friday. That's not why the fucking market went up. The market went up because you had more aggressive buyers. Well, why did you have more aggressive buyers? Is it because there's a fucking big flush coming down next week? Maybe. So I hate when they do that too. I mean, he put the words on it that I couldn't find. I hate that because it's like everybody has an opinion as to why something happened. And you'll never know if it was right or not. Like, there's no way to know that. None. The market is too big, too diverse. There are too many people. Like, you'll never know that. Like, sometimes it's clear, but sometimes, a lot of times, you have no fucking idea. Maybe there was no reason. Maybe there was no reason at all. Maybe, maybe there was no reason. Sometimes there's just no reason. That's just the way things go. Or something. I don't know. But I hate that shit. I hate it. So, yeah.
They always got to frame it.
Because it's propaganda. They're telling you because they want you to think something. Exactly. And I'm sorry. I already have enough fucked up thoughts as it is. I don't need the media telling me to be bullish when I know inside, my head, okay, I have reasons for this and that, or I'm open to whatever's happening. Don't put that on it. Yeah, that drives me nuts. Look, Lynn's here. Hello, Lynn. So she's been able to take some personal time because we got the other mods here. But listen to this. I'm going to roll it back because it is interesting what Ape Father's saying. Listen to this, Lynn. And it's not earth-shattering, but check this out.
There's like a circle, and either you're in that circle or you're not in that circle. And it's like this circle, whatever you want to call them, the Illuminati, whatever
Not
you
this
want, a
part.
New World Order, whatever you want to call these people, they seem to run the world. They make all the decisions. And we're like the friggin' puppets. They're the puppet masters. And it pisses me off. It pisses me off. This is not right. This is corruption at its finest, and it has to come to an end. But you want to know what it is? It's because I think people go too heavy into it. That's what it is. I made this mistake. I'm not here to criticize you because I made the mistake myself. I went too heavy into AMC. If I could turn back time, you want me to tell you the truth? I wouldn't have gone too heavy into it. I wouldn't have. I would have rather just picked up 500 shares or something and just held it because I wouldn't have cared, for forever. If it had 2 years, 3 years, 5, because see, that's the way you win. The way you win is that you have to outbeat them in terms of time. That's it. See,
Well, okay, so like we said, outbeat them in terms of time, whatever. But I can boil down what he's saying into one very easy phrase. Don't invest more money than what you are willing to lose, period. Don't invest more money than you are willing to lose. If you're only willing to lose $1,000, then don't buy more than $1,000 worth of stock, period. And if you do that, you won't end up in this position, this place. I mean, and that's one of the first things that somebody told me when I started investing in the stock market a few years ago was, look, don't put more money in than you can afford to lose. You have to assume that you're going to lose it all.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never broken that rule. And I have lose money, quote unquote, lose money. But you're always going to have losses. But if you don't put in more than you can afford to lose, those losses, which are inevitable, won't ruin you. And that is so key. It's been literally one of the first pieces of advice I ever got, and the best, I think. Really.
We used to call it before the stock market, like I learned like gambling from when I was younger. Like we used to call it ass betting.
Okay.
You're betting with your ass, you ain't got the money.
Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah.
But people getting into these apps that give them margin too, where they don't fully understand how that whole thing works. Because a lot of these, like Robinhood and a lot of these other apps, they'll give you like what is it? I think minimum 2 G's.
Yeah, you got to have
margin.
You have to have 2,000 in, and they'll give you 2,000. Yeah, that's the minimum. But they don't think they do any type of credit check or anything like that. Nope. They just give it to you.
They don't do credit check. They don't really explain. I mean, they have the literature on their app.
Yeah, it's
if
in
you want to look it
print
up
and shit. Yeah, but you can't really.
Yeah, but if you want to go search that out, they don't make it a prerequisite before they.
You don't have to take a quiz. You don't have to talk to
anybody.
For you to
understand what it's for yet.
They don't screen anybody personally. They just give it to you. Yep.
And they even, this is grimy too, they even say the margin that they give you, you can use for purchases as well with the ATM card that they supply. So for instance, with Robinhood,
really? Wow. It's like a $2,000 line of credit. It's like a line of credit, literally. Huh. Wow.
Exactly. And you with the ATM card, so you're using that to do your purchases, pay your bills or whatever, and they tell you can use the margin for your purchases as well, which is which
I did not realize
fuck
that.
You up some fears.
I did not know that. Damn.
So it's basically giving.
Wow. Okay. I wonder if other brokerages do that. Like I know you can get it. You can get like ATM card with like TD Ameritrade and
Mostly
Schwab
all
and
of
all that.
them you can get an
Cash
ATM card
advance.
with now.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I have the Robinhood card, and I mean, I have to
Yeah, I
say
do too.
it's come in handy for me a few times. I mean, I don't really spend money on it, but there's a couple times when for whatever reason, oh shit, I can't
It just makes it easier for you
pull
to
that out.
access your money if you need
Right.
to access it.
Exactly. You don't have to wait 2-3 days for transfer. You can just like, and I've used it at the grocery store and stuff like that. Like,
Mhm.
oh fuck, this is more expensive than I'll just use that one. Whatever. I mean,
Mhm.
it is what it is, but it is handy. It is certainly handy, and it makes it. I mean, and that's why I say you've talked about it. We've talked about it. At the end of the day, the problem is not Robinhood. Robinhood is not the problem. I don't think. I don't think
No.
it is payment for order flow. I don't think payment for order flow is necessarily the problem. I mean, they're going to
The education
get paid one way or
about the
another.
system.
It's either going to come
Yeah.
out of your profit or it's going to come out of the spread and affect the price that you pay. It doesn't matter which one it is. These are for-profit companies. They're going to make their money even if you lose money.
Mhm.
So, but you said it's the education, and Robinhood having fucking confetti and shit. I mean, I never thought that never made me want to trade more. I never wanted to trade more because, oh, Robinhood makes it like a game. To me, that's nonsense. I mean, maybe I'm just not
Yeah.
a gamer. Maybe I'm not susceptible to that or something. But I
I
didn't
think what it
think.
does is
Yeah, go ahead.
their interface is just more. It's easier to use and more accessible. So
Yeah,
whereas you might get intimidated by Fidelity's shitty ass app
right. Or think or
and how
swim. Yeah,
and how it's set up, they've customized it and streamlined it to be, you know what I mean, make it more easy. And yeah, they made it colorful and shit like that. I guess on some subconscious level that works, but
right. And they
it
do
basically
make more
was, it came
money.
around at the right time.
They do make
People
more
got free
money.
money and they were bored and they ain't have shit to do.
Right. And they do make more money, but this is for all brokerages. They make more money when you trade more. Whether
Yeah,
it's
the
commission,
volume. Yeah.
whether it's payment for order flow or whatever, that's how they make their money. It's like Walmart. How's Walmart sell? Well, maybe not a great example now, but traditionally, like why would Walmart be cheaper for laundry detergent than your local non-chain grocery store? Well, it's because Walmart moves a shitload more of that laundry detergent,
Mm-hmm.
so they can afford to sell it cheaper because they move so much. I mean, it's a basic principle of business, really. And that's a problem too. You got a bunch of people who have no business sense whatsoever. None. I mean, and just like Proposition Joe said, buy for $1, sell for $2.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what it is you're
Faster you
trading.
sell the brick, the cheaper it is.
Right. Unless you're putting out shit and calling it piss, or putting out piss and calling it shit, whichever way it was. That's one of my favorite quotes too, when they were like putting out the shit.
But I really do think one of the main problems too is, like we always go back to, is they don't see it in their hand. It's not
There's
something
no
they can
physical
physically touch. The shit.
Yeah, right. And so
I think they're having a hard
yeah.
time fathoming how the shit can on a large scale, how it can work.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I mean,
and I think if they would have came into it right off the bat and got taught the right way, they'd have picked it up. But since they were basically indoctrinated with this crazy conspiracy fairy tale of how shit works, and now trying to explain to them, like, it's hard for them to
Yeah, because you're
without,
always going to go
you know,
back
like
to
at it.
what your first impressions were and the way you thought about it when you first were exposed to it. Yeah, that's a good point.
Kohrs and Trey did the most damage.
Yes,
Didn't
they
help.
did.
Didn't do investors any type of good at all. They started this problem.
And honestly,
because the majority of people that got into it didn't take the time to fact check or
they did no due diligence.
you know,
Yeah, no, none.
to learn.
None. And Trey admitted when he, around that time that he was he was basically new in the stock market. He got lucky and, all this stuff, which is the same story for a lot of these guys. Astro is another one. He said the same exact thing. And, for my money, like Matt Kohrs is not as bad. I don't know. There's something about him that's not as bad. Like a lot of what he says is not really that far off or not that wrong.
I think because he changed his tune. Whereas before he
changed
was
his tune.
all conspiracy. The more he learned, it seems like he went away from the conspiracy shit and tried to teach people some. I mean, he still pumps AMC here and there, but he'll call out the bullshit now.
Right.
More than he would have earlier.
Right. But Trey has, as far as I'm concerned, he's gone off the deep end. He has, if Matt Kohrs tried to, if Matt Kohrs learned anything and tried to get smarter and incorporate that into what he did, Trey just snorted more coke. Like Trey didn't give a fuck, and he doesn't give a fuck. And I mean, he infuriates me. I can't, somebody commented on one of my videos, if you just don't watch his videos, it'll be like he stopped making videos. And I said, yeah, that's the ape way to think about it. Let me ignore something and then pretend that it went away. Like, I'm sorry. No. Like, yeah, he fucking infuriates me and I hate him. I legitimately do. But
because
pretending that he's not there doesn't make it so that he's not influencing people with his fucking mindless bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, sometimes you have to do things that you don't want to do. And that's and like that was such an ape response. It was like, oh my God, wow. This shit proves itself, plays out, proves itself out, It's crazy.
And the fact that Trey's been he doesn't have a long time in the market, but he's been doing whatever this is for the better part of 2 years.
Gambling,
now.
Yeah.
And the people he's been on,
God,
he's been on shows,
CNBC. He's been on Fox News,
interviewed, by financial publications.
Benzinga.
I'm sure he talked to a tax accountant. I'm sure he's had to come across, whether it be online or in person, some actual real legit people that have had to have questioned like some of his thoughts and theories. So I cannot believe that he still believes all the shit he says about these conspiracy theories and stuff. I just can't believe he's that naive and that
I don't know why he would. He cleaned up on this thing. He didn't even tell, and that's another thing. That's a whole other thing. He made so much money, he didn't even tell his fucking followers, his subscribers. He was never upfront about it. Never. To this day, he was never upfront about it. And everybody found out because they saw an interview or they read about it in a fucking article where he said, yeah, I made $1 million on trading AMC options. Like it was no thing at all. You led all these people. You created a fucking army of bag holders. And I'm not saying, hey, yeah, great. You made money. That should be the goal for everybody. That's what everybody's trying to do. But you basically, that is despicable to me. The fact that he couldn't even be honest about it. He couldn't be honest about it with his fucking followers. That's so fucking terrible. Like, what a piece of
He
shit.
made money doing the opposite of what he told his follower base to do.
Yeah, he said, "Oh, I know
hell.
it's gonna squeeze this month, in the fucking month of June or July of last year."
He was telling people, keep rolling
holding
your options,
keep
rolling
holding
your options, keep rolling.
Yeah,
and he
sold them.
Out.
He sold them. He cashed out, and then he has the nerve to go around and supposedly give out $10,000 tips, like flaunting his fucking money. And then the other video I watched the other night on here was like, he said, "Oh, some guy in my Discord said AMC's going to go down to $1 before it goes up." And I said, "Hey, you want to bet $10,000 on it?" Like, fuck you, Trey, and your fucking $10,000. Like, he's going to burn through that fucking cash so fast. That's the only thing that fucking makes me, be like, okay, Scott, whatever, it's okay. He has no idea how to fucking manage money. He has no idea how to actually build wealth. He got lucky gambling. That luck does not last forever. And I have a hard time believing that he is going to manage that money, well. And I hope, whatever, maybe he will. It doesn't even matter.
Even if he doesn't, he becomes a multimillionaire, whatever, and has a set life. The people he's leading down a financial path of ruin are not going to have that same positive outlook for the future.
No,
like, it's not.
No, and they don't, and they're struggling while he's living the fucking high life right now. Even like that's the thing, that, and I don't care. I don't care about his followers. I don't care about his subscribers, but it's just not. It's just like that to me. Something like at the very least, all I can do is sit here and say, you know what? This guy's a hypocrite. This guy is a liar. He's a fraud. Nobody should listen to him. Now, I don't care if people do. I know people still will. And that makes it even stupider. Like, wow, okay. Not only does he himself, like, all you have to do is look at him and listen to him, and you can tell he's full of shit. And that he did not do the same thing that he told us to do, because he's not in the same boat as us, and he doesn't go to work every day anymore. I mean, that right there should be enough of a clue to say, hey, what the fuck? What gives here? But somehow, I don't know. I mean, it's like, man, people are sheep. You're never going to change that. Never going to change that, but like, Antoinette says the majority of the money Trey made is gone. Think so?
That could be why he's back into streaming so hard.
Well, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, he is. He's like, I'm going to take a step back. I don't want to have to say what everybody wants me to say. And then less than a fucking week later, he's back on the fucking AMC grift train because AMC had this little, that fucking pump. And of course, he had to jump back in on that. Can't let a good opportunity go to waste. Ugh, it's so disgusting. And he's disgusting. He's just a disgusting person. Anyway, I'm gonna actually let this fucking play.
It costs us. I see people always say it costs you a lot to hold because like Teddy's makes that point. He's like, because you're losing money. But what Teddy doesn't understand is that paper loss is not an actual loss. You only lose when you sell. So
boy. So we thought that Ape Father had learned something, and then no.
Just when you think he's out, they pull him back.
Exactly. So that's not paper loss. Fuck. God damn it.
The value of the shit that you have went down in value.
Yeah.
It went down in value. Therefore, it's less you lost.
Right.
There's no other way around it. That's another like great mind trick that
it's manipulation. Yeah. People. It's so manipulative to say that kind of shit. Like, okay, but how is he gonna say it? He says, let's see here.
What pisses me off the most about AMC is that I know we're buying. Like, I know that we have the same buying pressure. Wait. Probably.
Did I go back? Oh, shit. I went back too far. Fuck. I went back way far. Oh, my cat.
I went too heavy into AMC.
Okay, this
back time, you want me to tell you the truth? I wouldn't have gone too heavy into it. I wouldn't have. I would have rather just picked up 500 shares or something and just held it, because I wouldn't have cared, for forever. If it had 2 years, 3 years, 5, because see, that's the way you win. The way you win is that you have to outbeat them in terms of time. That's it. See, it costs us. I see people always say it costs you a lot to hold because, like Teddy's A makes that point.
And by the way, I don't know who says it costs you a lot to hold. The narrative says it doesn't cost you a lot to hold. So that's what they say.
They say you don't lose anything until you cash out.
And they say you don't lose anything until
it
you cash out.
It costs nothing to hold, is what they say.
Right, exactly. Now he's saying the opposite because Teddy Zane. Well, Teddy is whatever, but I mean, whichever way it is, he's wrong about it because it does cost you to hold. I mean, the opportunity cost alone that you could be making money with is insane. To think that people have sunk so many thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars in this. So we'll see what he says here.
I see people always say it costs you a lot to hold because, like Teddy's A makes that point. He's like, because you're losing money. But what Teddy doesn't understand is a paper loss is not an actual loss. You only lose when you sell. So you can't look at this concept. You can't 1 minute I have 10,000, then I have 5,000, I have 4,000, I have 3,000. It's paper. It's a paper loss. You only lose when you sell. Because it fluctuates.
That is like
credit card debt isn't real debt because it just accumulates.
It's on
not
paper.
Coming out of.
It's on paper.
Yeah, it's not my bank account still says $1,000.
Right.
Fucking idiots.
Yeah, like.
Oh my god.
That is like, this is like how I think. I don't know. I mean, you probably gamble more than I do because you have more casinos probably in Baltimore. This seems like a way that like a mind trick that people use when they're losing a lot of money or they're trying to like avoid something that they know is wrong or that they know they fucked up, but they're like, well, you don't really lose until you cash out. There's always a chance. Like, it's really manipulative and stupid to me.
It like is absolutely,
it's so irresponsible.
And somebody that put that much, he put $250,000 and that into a play and doesn't even understand the economics of it, much less how
market dynamics and shit. Yeah,
investment works.
Oh my god,
doesn't even understand how an asset can depreciate or gain value and how
it's
that
wild.
Equates to
Antoinette, you should sue him. You should sue him and see, but they're gonna
get a bunch of IOUs.
Yeah, they're gonna pull out their disclaimer and say, "Well, I said I was just an entertainer."
Right.
And then
I love that.
Yeah. Then you say, well, I'm not entertained. Do I look entertained, bitch?
Right.
I'm an entertainer, baby.
I
yeah.
How they say that. Not financial advice. And
right.
In the same breath, give
yeah.
financial advice to
a
bunch of followers
bullshit.
That they know will follow said advice.
If it came down to it, those disclaimers don't mean a fucking thing. They mean nothing. Like, oh, I'm not giving you financial advice. Well, but you are, though. Like, okay, whatever. Fuck me.
1 minute it's 10, next minute's 5, next minute's 3, and then when the hedge funds cave in, it's 300,000. You see what I'm trying to say? You can't look at it. It's all paper. It's all paper.
Right. The hedge funds.
When you catch the leprechaun, the pot of gold is going to be worth millions.
Right.
Fucking.
I got the golden wrapper. I got the golden what you call it from Willy Wonka.
Ticket.
Yeah. The golden ticket. Yeah.
But the thing is, what you have to do is have money in this stock that you don't need to sell. That's the ticket. That's the ticket to succeed. Again, I just want to make something clear. I'm not a financial planner. I don't give financial advice. I don't, okay? This video is for entertainment purposes only. AMC Ape, GameStop to Pluto. Wow!
Okay. Yeah.
Like that guy he actually thinks he knows what he's talking about.
I seems like he does think that he does. Yeah.
Like he reminds me of like the you know when you watch like those documentaries on the History Channel about like maybe not even documentaries, I can't remember, but kind of like documentaries about UFOs and shit like that. And they always get that fucking nutcase, and he tries to sound so intelligent about space travel and
yeah,
and all types of shit, but like he ain't got but a high school education.
Right.
Like this is what they strike me as, like, you know what I mean? Like, and that's not me making fun of them or nothing. It's just you're talking about something you don't understand.
Right.
I wouldn't.
It would be
fucking make a YouTube channel and act like I know what I'm talking about when it comes to financial markets, because I'm not. I don't feel like I would be well enough versed to fucking put out information like that.
Right. Yeah, and it would be like, oh shit. It would be like, it would be, yeah, right. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I would say that. I mean, I think you know as much or more as I do. But I mean, I'm not. Then again, also, I'm not trying to put out information. You know, like I'm not saying, hey guys, check this out. This is a way you can make money. I would never do that. I would never come on here and say, all right, guys, I'm going to teach you about how to trade options, and this is a profitable strategy, and I guarantee you'll make money. I would never do that. But, I mean, I feel like we're qualified enough and have enough experience to look at something, you know, like this or whatever anybody comes out with and says, okay, is this true or not? You know, can we?
Yeah, I mean, well, we're basically fact checking,
right? Exactly. Can we back it up? And
yeah,
that to me is more valuable. Right. Yeah, like, but I would never go on YouTube and make a channel and say, all right, I'm going to create a channel about woodworking. Like, I've done woodworking. I can do some stuff, but I'm not like a master carpenter. I would never go and put up a channel talking about rockets. I don't know anything about rockets. You know, I would never make a channel about car repair. I know how to change the oil in my car and do some other things, and I work on my car. But I don't feel comfortable, you know, sharing that, and I don't know anything. I have nothing to add, you know, to those topics, right. And I really don't have anything to add to finance except like my experience and looking at, you know, what's being claimed and comparing it to what's available in terms of like supportive evidence, and just presenting that, you know, and maybe giving some opinions here and there, but, you know, nothing like, I'm not saying, hey, I have the answers to, you know, the world's problems, or I follow this formula and you'll get rich, which is what these guys are doing, you know. And then like, I know myself enough to know that, and I'm not trying to, you know, pretend to be anything that I'm not. And I'm very, very clear up front about, like, this is the purpose of this. But I mean, like, yeah, you look at all the AMC YouTubers. I mean, I don't think a single one of them really should be making videos about this. Not one. There isn't one of these clowns that actually has the knowledge or the skill set or anything to add that should be making these videos. Not one. I can't think of one. You know, I mean, because if they did have that knowledge, they wouldn't be fucking in this thing. They would know that it's a fucking scam. I mean, it's crazy, fucking crazy.
How about how they charge for trading?
Oh my God, Discords and stuff.
The trading, yeah.
Right.
What did he say? It was God damn it! Their proprietary trading algorithm.
Oh yeah, right. Or all the clowns and their 1348. Like it's the most fucking amazing thing that they ever discovered is a short-term moving average and a long-term moving average, and when they cross over, you take a trade. Like it was like almost a year into this thing that they discovered that, and then that became like their fucking religion. What, this has no sound to it.
I would
Is that the
love
joke?
to find out what went on in Kansas City last year.
Oh my God.
Like,
oh wow. Yeah,
what
that's going
was
back.
discussed, because
Yeah.
it almost seems like that's where the grift plan really got hammered.
It is. I agree.
You know
That's
what I mean?
where they all kind of unified the message. That's where they decided what it was like, how they were going to present it going forward.
And I'm
Very much.
wondering, because isn't AMC's head offices in Kansas City?
Yeah, it is. I mean,
So
they had to have met with Adam Aron.
Unofficially, yeah,
They had to
an
have.
unofficial meeting, off the record meeting with
Yeah.
that would intrigue me.
Wouldn't that be? Seems like that would be. I don't know if it would be illegal, but it certainly would be unethical. Like,
Yeah, I'm not even saying Adam Aron would have said anything illegal. Just the simple fact that he would meet with them and say, "You're doing a good job, guys. Keep it up." You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That type of shit. Like, I would love to know what went on, because they just didn't all go vacation together and have a circle jerk. They went out there for a purpose and a
right.
reason.
That makes absolutely.
And it wasn't just that
why
one YouTube video
why
that they put
Kansas?
out.
Why would they go to fucking why wouldn't they go to fucking, I don't know, Florida? Although they did go to Florida
Right,
later.
who the fuck vacations?
Why
in
would you go to?
Kansas?
They did go to Florida later. I forget why, but they did. I think, but yeah, why would they go to fucking Kansas? Yeah, that makes no sense. And no offense to anybody that lives in. I live in fucking Ohio, so I mean, at least I have the lake. We have Lake Erie here, so I live 2 seconds from the fucking lake, so that's cool. And even I'm like, oh my God, Kansas? Fuck no. Like, I've been to Kansas like twice, and I drove through
Kansas, but that's not a tourist.
Right, exactly.
What I mean? Like,
what is there to do in Kansas besides, I don't know, meet with the CEO of AMC, perhaps? Like, it makes no sense. We just got together. Yeah, like that video. I'm going to find it now. And Manuel's comment on this Ape Andy video. Sound is perfect, just like I like it. I'm going to quadruple my investment returns in a few hours based on the expert advice provided in the video. Thanks, Andy, for taking the time to share your crypto investment insights.
Didn't Andy have to cash out because
That's
he got
what he
evicted
said.
or some shit?
That's what he said. And then he put out this video has no sound. And Manny's like, oh, wow. Yeah, I'm going to use that advice. Like, that's great. That's perfect. Oh, that's so good. Okay, no, I didn't want that. Let's see. Shit, I always forget how to get to this video. We just kind of got together out here in Kansas. Yeah, right. We just kind of got together out here in Kansas. Nobody just gets together in Kansas. Like, seriously.
Yeah, it's just...
Nobody gets together in Kansas. Jesus Christ. How ridiculous. Oh. Well, it looks like Frankie's got a new idea here. If anything could ever load. It's starting to get a little slow here. They're just starting to get pissed.
Maybe a hedge fund will call and try to bribe them.
Right. Well, it's funny you should say that, because according to Frankie Mohammed, oh God damn it. I don't even have Thinkorswim open and it's this bad. Let's see. Let's go to the community tab. Frankie is brainwashed. That's putting it lightly. The devil opened a new LLC in Europe to help hedge funds. The devil opened a new LLC in Europe to help the hedge funds. Okay.
Someone like Frankie will never come around.
No, he is
gone. He's lost.
I mean, he will take, this grudge against the devil to his grave. He will. I don't know what could convince this guy or somebody like this that they're wrong.
And they think they've been, it trips me out. They think they've been wronged. The money they've taken from us, the opportunities for generational wealth that have been stolen from us. It's like, what the fuck?
That this is the only, how about this? This is the only way. This is your only chance to get rich. Like, that's even like, you go find a bunch of wealthy people and you ask them all, hey, how did you get to the point where you're at? And assuming that you didn't inherit it from, your family or whatever. And I guarantee you they're not a one of them is going to say, oh, I gambled and I got rich. Or I struck it rich on one stock. Like 0% are going to say that because that's not how you do it. I mean, yeah, it happens rarely, but again, so many people on one side, like that guy was saying about the market crash. He thinks that it's not going to happen now because a lot of people are expecting it. Well, some things are going to happen anyway. I don't think, like at some point, I believe that, reality takes over. And once they start taking money out of the system,
expecting it.
Once they take money out of the system, that's not something that really you can, but like with this, they've been saying this shit for like 2 years now. So there is no corner, no stone unturned on Wall Street that doesn't think that these motherfuckers expect a short squeeze. So if I were in that position, I don't care what the fuck I would have to do. I would do anything, everything. And it probably wouldn't even be that hard or that much. But I would do everything I fucking could to make sure that these motherfuckers lose every fucking penny that they have. I mean, and that's I'm not going to lie. Mm-hmm. That's what I would do. And I think that's what's happening. They're bleeding these motherfuckers out and they're eating it right out of their hand. It is so stupid. Yeah. Like, this is exactly what hedge funds or Wall Street, whatever, what the other side of this trade, this is exactly what they want. And I don't think this has ever played out this way before because we didn't have all this social media shit. Yeah, you had chat rooms and message boards and forums.
But nothing like this.
But nothing like this. No, nothing even close to the conduit of misinformation that can be put out. Like, I don't know if these people are getting paid to put shit out or what. I mean, I kind of like common sense tells me most of them probably aren't, but at least one of them probably did get paid something from somebody. Like, just kind of, like it just seems like, well, it maybe, but I'm not claiming that. I'm just saying, like, I would say if I had to bet, I would say, yeah, well, at least one probably got something from somebody.
But at the stage it is now, it's just a whisper to one of them and they run with it. They don't need money.
Yeah, because all they have to do is read a fucking headline from a news article. They don't even have to read the article or watch the whole video. They'll put out a video about it claiming that Citadel's going bankrupt. Like, I mean, and we looked at it, like, Citadel made record fucking profits. And it's not hard to see how with this bullshit. Like, it's all connected. But how do they get the idea that Citadel's going bankrupt? That's what I don't understand. Where do you get... How do you even know that Citadel's shorting AMC?
Like, they just saw a financial statement where it said...
less money. Yeah. That's so stupid.
Assets under management has shrunk. It's
so dumb. So they assume that it's a loss.
Right.
That shows you how much they know about basic principles. But
you even see like with Adam Aron's tweet about the 90%
yep,
ownership.
right.
They don't even see the excludes part.
No, they don't.
They just see 90% owns 90% of the float. They don't even. They stop right there. They don't
right.
even.
But see, the thing is,
look
like,
at the remainder of the information.
You and I,
they look to see what they want to see.
Right. And that's the overall problem. But you and I, people like us, people like, people that are in the chat here, Antoinette and Manuel, people who are actually trying to like get better and, make money. If somebody told me, if I was an AMC shareholder and they told me, yeah, you guys own 90% of the float, I would question that. Not because I didn't believe it or did believe it or want to believe it, but I would question it because, wow, really, that's a lot. Are you sure? And I would look into the details and I would want to be sure. I would check it. I would counter argue it. Like, okay, does that include this or that or whatever? I would, but I question everything anyway. But like, certainly something like that. It's like, yeah, there's a 99% chance that this will happen. Really? I'm going to need to see the numbers on that. Like, that's a high chance. So you're going to have to really prove that to me. But they don't ask for any proof. No. They're just like, oh, we own 90%. Fuck, we own over 95%. Why don't you just fucking say you own 100% of the fucking float and get it over with? Why don't you just claim that, motherfuckers? Dumb fucks.
And the first thing I would ask is if they told me that retail owns 90% of the stock first thing I would ask is, why doesn't no one else wants it? Like, why are we the only ones that have, like,
and why, if that's the case, why does every brokerage or the SEC, I mean, this comes from SEC data, why does every brokerage say that retail investors own about 35% of the float? How do you get 90%? Oh, excluding index funds. Okay, but even then, even excluding index funds, the number still doesn't add up. I don't understand.
No.
There's no way it could add up.
For them to not even
question it,
look at that.
Oh my God. And
read the whole thing.
And the only thing they do is repeat it over and over. Well, we own 90% of the float.
If one of them mentions it, then just like the phase 6 thing.
Yep.
One of them mentions it. All they have to do, they don't want to look for the information. They just want to be told what's going to happen. And then they repeat it. None of them want to fact check or
nope.
Look at anything. They just want it to be spoon fed to them and they automatically believe it. And then they push it out themselves with no fact checking.
And that gullibility.
You ask them how or to improve. They say, it's in the report. Read the report or look it up.
Or they call you a shill, or they call you a shill, or they call you a hedgy, or they say, well then short the stock. Well then why don't you just go and short the stock then? Like a bunch of children. It's literally like a bunch of toddlers. I honestly think toddlers are more mature than some of these people. Like, I don't know how they get their driver's license. I don't know how they graduate from high school. Like, they have, the
amount of time they spend on this shit. And
we've talked about that before. You spend a year doing something every day, you are bound to get better and learn about it. Oh, not the apes. Not the apes. They actually get dumber. And they feed off of each other's ignorance to the point where a year and a half later, they have this complete conspiracy about the market where somebody that they nicknamed the devil controls everything in the stock market. Meanwhile, there's not even any evidence that Citadel has ever shorted AMC that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
How do we know? I mean, we know what we do know is that hedge funds don't report their short positions. So you don't know that Citadel
They're looking
has
at the market
AMC.
maker.
They're looking at the market maker, not understanding, oh, that's a liquidity provider. That's a market maker. Exactly. That's a high frequency trader. That's a proprietary trader, whatever
To
you want to
provide.
call it. That's the person that sells to us. They're naked shorting. Well, motherfucker, they're allowed to, and if they couldn't naked short it to you, you wouldn't fucking have it. You would not buy
You
it.
get the instant settlement, and they don't make it short, as in
Right. It's not.
make the share out of thin air to profit off of. They do it as a market mechanic to make sure the liquidity and it's fluid.
They have to cover it.
Same day
They
settlement.
have to cover it within 60
Instantaneous settlement.
seconds. And they don't, and it's like, well, they say they have to cover it, but they don't. And they hide the FTDs in the options. Like, where do you get this shit from? Oh, they hide it in the swaps. Okay. There's no evidence to support any of that. Well, then go short the stock.
Price through the dark pool.
Right. They parked our shares in the dark pool. Like,
What do you mean
don't
they park?
understand.
Don't nothing park.
You don't understand the basics. I mean, we went through that limit order book and market orders example. Most people don't know that. Most people don't understand actually how stock prices change and why they change. And it's really pretty basic. It's pretty simple. Now, I don't think you really, at the end of the day, it's not something that most people worry about because they're not fucking sitting here saying that they're getting cheated every day and that there's crime
Right.
like these motherfuckers do. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it is nice to know how shit works. I guess I took it away. But, they just think that it's like, oh, yeah, it's arbitrary, or there's somebody that controls it, or it's up to one person, or they are doing it. And it's like,
They think
I'm
it's somebody
sorry, but-
sitting up top,
yeah, like
giving
the fucking
directions
wizard,
on,
the Wizard of
like
Oz.
a mob boss
Yes.
telling his captains what to do, and like
It makes no sense. Like, why would fucking Ken Griffin care about AMC? Like, seriously, why in the
and
fuck?
why would Ken Griffin be the almighty head of the total world market? Like,
Right.
how do they come up with that?
Well,
Who
they
made-
got-
like
they
how
have
do
to-
they think?
They have to have some kind of boogeyman. Model 3 dude says, Scott, you're really starting to sound like a shill. Oh, I know. I wish that my bank account reflected the fact that I was a shill. I'd probably have a lot more money than I do if I was getting paid to pump this shit or to say this shit. But I appreciate that, Model 3 dude. That's a compliment. But yeah, I mean, it's a fucking rookie mistake. It's a beginner fucking mistake. You come into something and you think you know everything about it because somebody told you and you believe it and you want to believe it because it's nice and it makes you feel good, and it ends up being something different and you don't get what you want, and then you blame the system that, oh, well, it's illegal, there's stock market manipulation and whatever else. I mean, it's so classic. Like, this is like just a classic case of ignorance. I mean, if I had to boil it down to one thing, that's what it would be. Ignorance, entitlement,
Yeah.
and childish behavior. But, I mean, really, it's ignorance. Because if the notion that you could come into the stock market for like less than a fucking year, 3 months, 6 months, whatever,
and break the market,
not
just make money, but break the market.
Totally fucking break the fucking shit, like down to its core, and fundamentally change things, and upset like decades, if not centuries, of fucking tradition and just the way procedures and the way things have developed to this point. You're fucking crazy. I mean, you are stupid. That is ignorance that I can't even express. Like, that it's got to be mental illness. There has to be some kind of like physiological reason that somebody would have that fucking philosophy, thought process, be that narcissistic or full of themselves and delusional. I mean, really, it's kind of delusional. I mean,
Like, do you really think there are people out there that
Jesus.
actually took out extra mortgages, you know,
I don't know.
their kids' college fund. Do you think
I'm
people
sure.
went YOLO into this shit, really?
I'm sure that some did at least. I am. Yeah. I think
I
so.
guess Ape Father put 250 in, but
I mean, we had somebody in the chat. This was last year, maybe like August or September, and he was from the UK, and he was saying that he was considering taking out another loan to buy AMC shares. Now, we didn't get screenshots or proof, but I mean, I think Lynn probably remembers this and whoever else was there. But yeah, I mean, that happened. And, you know, I mean, it could be they bullshitting us. I don't think they were. But I think that people have absolutely just overinvested, just like Ape Father said, because, you know, they wanted to believe it. And you got to think about,
and they were giving everybody loans.
They were doing that.
And credit cards and shit.
And
they ain't giving free money.
Think about how much shit sucked in 2021. Like, 2020 was a shitty year. 2021 was not much better. So here's something that you can put your hope in. Here's something that you can be excited about. Here's something that gives your life purpose, maybe. Here's something positive. And that's why I would say whoever came up with this, whether it really was Keith Gill, or whether it was Ortex, or whether it was just a bunch of, you know, fucking punks on Reddit, they did it at exactly the right time. It was a genius fucking move. Whether it was Wall Street, I don't know. It's hard to believe that Wall Street was not involved in this because it was such a good fucking scam. I mean, seriously.
It could have been created and started one way organically, and then as it got going, it could have changed directions. More people, you know, different entities could have came in and took advantage of it. Because everybody, I don't care what you say, like, yeah, what hedge fund went under from the GameStop thing? What was it? Damn, I can't remember.
Melvin Capital or Archegos?
Yeah.
Melvin?
Yeah, one of those.
I don't know if Archegos was.
It went under.
Yeah.
But they adapted. It's not going to. You don't think they're going to adapt, and other hedge funds aren't going to see the mistakes that they made?
Why would they continue to make the same mistakes? Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
They got one hedge fund sleeping at the wheel because they went in over their head.
And and I'll say, it was a good trade though, too. Like, if the apes hadn't fucked with it,
oh yeah,
which I guess is always a risk that you're going to have some fucking assholes come in and mess with your shit. But fundamentally, it made sense. And it still makes sense, I think, because and
the fact that
makes sense.
They didn't say anything about market manipulation, because the only reason why they didn't, as I think, is because it was retail. And they were excited that they had new participants in the market. So they let it go. And as it got further along, now they don't give a shit because it's not hurting anybody but the apes. They're not going to make it. That score went and came. If you think it's going to hit another all-time high, you're nuts.
Right. Yeah. And the problem, I mean, you know.
Barring, like, even if they did another, like, they're not giving away money anymore. So there's not the money to
that is the biggest. That is the biggest thing that these guys, they don't want to admit or acknowledge. And it's stupid because even Trey pretends like he's some macroeconomist, you know, and he talks about the economy and shit. And it's like, okay, so you know then that things are not like they were last summer when everybody had a lot of money. I mean, all you have to do is look at your own bank accounts, whatever. I mean, and so that's what kills me when he or people like him say, "Oh, it's getting ready to bounce." Why? How? Like, on what basis? Who's going to dump all this money in, you think? Because it's not going to be retail investors. It's not, I mean, why would, like, yeah, you're going to have short covering, like you always do, but short covering is not going to cause a short squeeze. Like, are you listening, KC? Are you listening, KC Shaw?
And even
It's not going to cause them to cover all at once. Like, that is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Oh, yeah, they're going to fuck themselves over by running the price way up to astronomical levels so that, yeah, it makes no sense. That's not how it works. They have to be forced. What forces them is a positive catalyst or something that causes the price to go up insanely, and they have to. But I don't even think that. I think at this point they would hold through it because they know it's going to fucking collapse again, because it always does. So I don't think a short squeeze is possible.
Squeeze doesn't mean
I don't think it's even possible.
When it went from nine something to like the low 30s, upper 20s last time.
Right. Yeah.
That's a squeeze.
Yeah.
It's a squeeze because shorts were closing. You know what I mean? So you got that upward pressure, and you 2x, a little bit more than 2x.
Oh, yeah. You could go from 2 to 72. I mean, that's 36. But
yeah, that's a mammoth squeeze that ain't happening again with this stock.
And if you were playing options, I mean, if you were leveraged, holy shit, yeah. So yeah, and I mean, beyond all of the other shit, the macroeconomics and just like, you know, retail investors being tapped out and the fundamentals of the company being shitty and all that stuff, even if all that were not present, I think that Wall Street would do, and like we were talking earlier, because everybody expects it to happen, even if it were a possibility, I think they would do everything they could to make it either prevent it from happening, or instead of like being like a spike, one huge spike, it would be drawn out, kind of like it is now, you know, where you have these bubbles up, and then it goes away because they know that people are going to sell off, so they don't have to worry about covering at higher and higher rates. It's just like, okay, we're going to let some steam off, and then it'll naturally take care of itself, and then we'll let some more, and eventually it'll just go down, and it'll be where it's supposed to be. But there will always be short interest. That's the other thing. You're never going to have all the shorts cover, because there's always going to be somebody who's like, well, yeah, this thing's still overvalued, no matter where it's at. You have a 50-cent price target on this. So good luck. There's always going to be shorts. And that's the way it is, you know. But one other thing too, I don't think that I don't even think it's possible that it would short squeeze, that there would be a short squeeze. I don't think it is. I don't even think it's technically I don't want to say technically. I don't even think it's a possibility. I think it's outside the realm of possibility, even if there is a positive catalyst for those reasons, because it's just not, I mean, you know, there are too many people on that side of the trade for it to work out. And I think we've seen this kind of thing before.
Even with a positive catalyst, there's not enough money that will be coming in.
Right.
To pump it over a certain amount.
Yeah.
Even with the short cover, if the shorts that are in now had to cover, and you get another little nice,
but
you know,
right. But I mean, what I'm saying, I guess, is I don't think a positive catalyst and a price shooting up, let's just even say to $40. I don't even think that would cause a shorts. I don't think that would spark a short squeeze at this point, because the precedent, the history has been every time it goes up, it comes back down. And that's been proven like a dozen times, you know, and plus the fundamentals are shit and the economy is shit. So there's no why would shorts be worried if the price went up? You know what I mean? Like, why would they fuck themselves over out of potential profit and potentially a large loss if that happened, because the writing is on the wall that, it's not like this company is going to, like recover and come out stronger on the other side or some shit.
Coming.
Right. So, and it's the same with GameStop. It's the same with all these fucking shit companies. I mean, it's not really a coincidence to me that this is happening to these bullshit companies. Like, the stock prices were low, maybe a little bit artificially low, but I mean, like because they were closed, lower than they would have been if it had been like 2017 or 18, whatever. I mean, it's just absurd to me that there's this much fighting, there's this much fucking whining and bitching by a bunch of children about stocks that at the end of the day, and, where's that one dude that I pissed off and blocked him? The AMC absolutely is a real stock. That's not a fucking real stock. Like, this is fucking bullshit. It's total fucking bullshit. Belongs in the fucking penny stocks. Belongs. I mean, really, seriously. The fact that people are buying into this shit still, it blows my mind. What a waste of money. Why would you waste your money on the fucking ape, by the way? Why would you buy the fucking ape ticker? That makes no sense to me. Who would want to buy ape? No sense. I don't get it. None.
You don't have voting rights with it. You don't, it's not really worth anything. There's nothing behind it unless it gets converted.
Yeah, but
into
do you
shares,
think it'll be around that
which
long?
At that point will cause dilution. So there's no real point in buying ape.
Yep, Manny summed it up. Squeeze happened a few summers ago. Or, yeah, I guess 2 summers ago now. Well, I guess it is still technically
21.
20, yeah, last summer. Let's just say last summer.
Yeah.
AMC got diluted. Shorts learned their lessons. Retail money is tied up on their shitty investments. So, yeah. And ape does have voting rights. It does have voting rights, the same as regular shares. So, essentially, it's just regular shares.
Ape has voting rights even if it doesn't get...
That is correct. It's a voting right, equivalence of 1 share. So yeah, it's the same fucking thing as basically as a common share. What's the difference? I don't know. What is the difference?
The only difference is they can dilute that without having to ask for a shareholder vote.
They
only need the board to authorize it. It basically was a stock split, giving them the authority to dilute without having to ask the shareholder.
And what is it, $3 billion they can go up to or something like that? I forget. I mean,
they can go up to whatever. A shitload. Yeah, they have an extra, I think, 500 million or something like that, but they can go up to, I think, a couple billion.
Because why did they do that?
I'm surprised they haven't diluted yet. To get at least some money.
Got to be coming. I mean, this is the slow quarter we're going into, so
it's just losing value. So you would think they'd want to at least get
prop it up a little bit
because ape's not going to go up.
Right. No. So here's the thing. Oh shit! What was I going? Oh, why did they do? So Adam Aron, was a sneaky bastard. They already had this authorization from years ago when nobody even knew what AMC was, 2013 or something. They had this authorization to issue this preferred equity. Why did he do it, though? Besides the fact that they need to raise money and that they're, obviously in financial dire straits. Well, because the apes refused to vote to add shares. They said, no. We're not adding shares until we get our squeeze because we deserve it. And Adam Aron said, oh, okay, well, I have this over here.
We know there ain't no squeeze.
Here we go.
So we need to do this.
I mean, yeah. So, and that's the catch-22. There would never be a squeeze unless AMC, I mean, there's not going to be a squeeze. But, I mean, there has to be some kind of positive catalyst, something that would make the price go up and make those short positions, like unlike what the fucking
Adam
Ortex
Aron
guy,
them,
unlike
when it did squeeze, because he unloaded all them shares to
Right.
what was it
Right.
Mudrick,
Right.
and that killed it. And he didn't even sell them to him over the market. He
Right.
did it.
It was privately or over the counter or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Private deal.
And then they immediately dumped the shares as soon as they got them.
Right.
So not only did it not go over the lit, the negative pressure came in, which killed it.
And then you have people going around saying stuff like Moass requires the lowest price possible to start it, which it's like, okay, I mean, what's it called when everything is fucking backwards and upside down and fucked up?
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is they're saying once it gets to the lowest, that'll entice the buyers to come in.
But nobody has money.
It's already low enough.
There's not enough fucking money
people are
in
gonna buy,
retail's hands. It's already low enough. People don't have that disposable income. And
remember when it was in the 30s
it's
and
fucking
40s
diluted now.
and 20s?
Everybody
was like, if it gets under 10, I'm going all in. I'm going all.
Yeah, right.
They can't. They don't have it.
They didn't because they couldn't. Same thing with GameStop. I mean that I'll never fucking forget that. They split the stock and everybody was like, "Oh, just wait until they," and then the fucking volume fucking dried up even more. Like, what a bunch of clowns. And then this motherfucker is going around saying, "Yeah, Moass, I'm sorry, dude. No, short squeezes are not caused by the price going fucking lower. That is so fucking stupid. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, requires the lowest possible price. Give me a fucking break. In an environment when nobody has money, I don't care. Give me an environment where everybody has endless amount of money. It's still not going to fucking cause it because the fucking shorts are smarter. They know this is fucking bullshit. It's a bullshit stock. It's not going anywhere. We're not going to fucking lose our heads on some bullshit. Fucking Ortex motherfucker. Okay. Let's buy AMC, guys. I'm going to watch this Lou video. I'm going to get the fuck out of here. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours now. There goes my Sunday. All right. I'm going to...
I've had games on while this has been going on.
Oh, you're good.
Track of time.
All right. Here we go.
What's going on, my little
Lou, telling us how telling it as it is.
You can say Ape, AMC, and the other plays. I just want to put something out there for people that keep going from one DD nonsense to another. Please understand that everybody on that side has not had to do anything, not covering, not, the FTDs, nothing. Nobody had to do anything for the longest time because nobody was calling on nobody to do anything. That thing that happened as far as in the UK, as far as the, margin call on the devil, listen, I'm sure he planned out certain things long range. Fucking man's brilliant. But as far as everybody else, the only way they've been able to do everything is because from on top, it's been circulating in the capacity of like, yeah, no problem. You don't have to pay the monthly premiums. Sure, you don't have to cover those fucking failed deliveries. Synthetics, listen.
What are you talking about? What is he talking about? Like, again, this is this total market conspiracy nonsense. Like some fucking guy on the fucking street telling you that, what the information that you get from, sources and all this stuff. Oh, they're not covering the FTDs. Well, then why does it fucking say that they are? Why does it show? Why is the short interest going down then? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I mean, this is straight up misinformation. It's stupid. And let me add this. This guy is a motherfucking convicted fraudster. Hey, that's not negative. I'm not slamming anybody. I'm just telling. I'm just saying. As Chris Norland would say, just keeping it real with you guys. Yeah. So can you imagine what people are going to say years from now? Yeah, I trusted a guy on YouTube. Turns out he had been convicted of fraud. Like, seriously? You trusted a fucking guy on the internet and he turned out to be a convicted fraudster. Good fucking job. Good fucking job. Jesus Christ.
So you know,
Motherfucker.
everybody's, no, ape is on the threshold. That's going to happen. Oh, the ISDA. That's going to happen. You know, everybody had all this shit. But one of the things I've realized is that this has been all working together like a syndicate, covering each other. So if the guy that lent you the shares or the money to borrow the shares isn't calling on you to pay fucking money, and then you're on the side fucking working with a bunch of other fucking sketchy motherfuckers, and they're creating synthetics in order to show any movement on a stock that had no stocks out. I mean, ape has fucking, you know, whatever. Then you take a look at this, and this is not the market. This is not the market by a long shot. So for all you motherfuckers that are already like this and freaking the fuck out, understand something. One of those pieces on the other side.
If you're freaking out now, you better get some heart medication and get your will in order. Because, I mean, I'm not financial advice. Not financial advice.
Has to collapse in order for all the other ones to collapse. So all the side
shit. Oops.
Already like this and freaking the fuck out. Understand something. One of those pieces on the other side has to collapse in order for all the other ones to collapse. So all the side deals, everything what brokers did with brokers, you know, what the institutes were lending out to motherfuckers at, you know, certain rates. As long as nobody's actually showed up like, dog, this is your bill, you gotta pay. This shit continues to go in a cycle. That's why one major domino falling kills the entire system. So I hope that helps you motherfuckers going into the week. You're not looking for anything. You're actually looking for the X factor. Because you're not going to find it in the line. You're not going to find it in any of that shit. And trust me, now, with the type of money and synthetics and failure to delivers that are out there, this is not only a managed event. This is like the ultimate managed event. And it ain't just
there it is, managed event.
It's across the board on a lot of fucking plays. We're talking trillions of dollars. So I hope that helps, you know, everybody.
Oh yeah, that really helps.
Sunday, so enjoy Sunday.
Oh yeah, I will now. Model 3, dude. Here it is.
So next week on 24, CRUDE discovers what?
No, I'm saying roll another blunt, man. Fuck, after all this shit. Not advocating for the. Well, it's illegal here. We live in the dark ages in Ohio. But yeah, it's fucking Twilight Zone here. Cross-border X-Factor managed event. Yeah, I like that. Like that.
Syndicate.
A syndicate. Yeah, it's like a syndicate. I mean, it's probably not a bad way to describe Wall Street. Yeah, they're a bunch of scumbags. You know, it's dirty. It's dirty fucking business, but you have to know that. Like, I don't know. It's just like,
I'm telling you though, the writing on this show is getting a little redundant. I mean, it was good the first couple seasons. Now it's starting to. It's just the same shit over and over.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same plot over and over again. It's like they keep remaking the same movie, and it's like, how many more fucking Jurassic Parks do we need? Seriously.
Get some new writers in there, some fresh blood.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. Like guys like Scavenger, you know, he's doing his best to, you know, add to the plot. But even like, yeah, they get new writers. They keep writing the same shit. And okay, fucking Matt Stoner should be in jail. Finance News, they should be incarcerated indefinitely, or at least like made to pay back all of the money that they made on their fucking lies. Like, I don't even talk about them. There's no reason to, because it's all nonsense. But holy shit. I mean, if I realized that you could fucking... Oh, shit! Oh, fuck! Oh, whoa, wait a minute. Hold the presses. Stop the phones. Hold on now, because I forgot. There is a new grifter. And I don't know if it's particularly about AMC,
They expanded the cast.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
No, it is about AMC. That's right. Oh, fuck. Yeah, you're not even going to believe this one. They got a new leading lady, even.
Introducing a new character for this season.
I almost forgot about this because Manny said red lipstick girl, and I don't know if he's talking about the same person, or if that just reminded me. But I think it's this one. Oh, why did an error occur? That's not good. Video available. Oh, video has been removed. No, really? Are you fucking kidding me? Moved by the uploader. Come on now. Been removed by the uploader. Huh. They took it down. Maybe they realized that it was nonsense. Well, it was called Decoding Tweets. Hashtag checkmate AMC Aron. This video is about the first chess tweet from Aron, a.k.a. our king. Our king, Aron. Does anybody else have problems opening that video? Let's see. Everybody can try this link that I'm putting in the chat here. I didn't watch it. I waited. I posted it in Telegram earlier. I waited, and I love how the code is like, looks like it says vagina. That's funny. BAGIN, and then it's 07, but it looks like, what a fucking weird, I don't know. Did I stop this whole thing just for this, and it's not even going to work? No, it's not loading. Okay, well, Zoom Afro Man. Well, shit. That sucks. Video removed. Chris confirmed. Video removed. Damn. Fuck. Well, oh well. I mean, I'm sure it was nonsense anyway, unless it was a parody. It could have been a parody, but none of this shit is a parody. The only person that puts out parodies is Lord Nemesis, and he puts out parodies.
I swear, the guy with the glasses and the mutton chops, and the Newark guy.
Yep.
I swear he's got to be a parody. His is a parody. He's making fun of this shit. I don't think he's for real. He's got to be bullshitting.
I mean, I would like to think so. Where is he here? How the empire is coming down. Goddamn Lou. Lou has outdone himself with this fucking scam. I mean, seriously. Like, he's like a kid in a fucking candy store. He's got people eating out of his fucking hand. It's crazy. Fuck is his name?
That dude was dead broke on parole.
Fuck.
And had a shitload of money to pay back.
Daniel Haddock.
Broke, but he was in debt.
This guy.
Is that his name?
Daniel Haddock.
That guy. Look at him. He's got to be bullshit. He's got to be.
I don't know. He hasn't put out a video in 2 days. AMC low volume manipulation. We're doing all the pauses here.
Hello, Ape and Apettes. I know the last couple days AMC's been pretty low volume, and some people get a little worried about that. But
the whole fucking market has been low volume, bro. Like, everything has. But yeah, I mean, it does look pretty cartoonish.
Excited when it's low volume because then it takes less movement to cause a big upward trend or a downward trend. So I'm not too worried about that. And really, a lot of times this turns into a lot of consolidation periods. I know it's just a lot of people get nervous about it and they just think that the play is dead and, you know, it's low volume, no one's paying attention to it. But then a lot of times it can spike up after that. So just don't be too concerned about it. Don't be worried about it. It happens. It's a good thing. I like seeing low volumes for long periods of time because a lot of times in this play, if you've been watching it for 2 years, it shoots up and it might do that soon.
By the way, how do you watch anything with glasses that fucking dark? I
And
don't
is there
know.
anything they don't like?
No, they like low volume, they like high volume, they like,
Dude, them mutton
consolidation.
chops, he cannot. He has to be goofing around. Nobody rocks mutton chops like that.
I don't know. I mean, I could see it going either way. You don't
And is
lose
his
anything
mustache?
until you sell.
Does he have the ends of his mustache twisted, Raleigh finger
I
style?
mean, yeah, sort of. Yeah, he's got the handlebars a little bit. It's like
Yeah,
he
it is.
wants to.
Yeah, it is. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, he does look like a clown. Not going anywhere until my
this-
kids are well off. I mean, the fucking comments, life-changing money, millions, no less. I have all the time to wait. All the time we hold the shares, we're winning. Katie Santina. I mean, she looks like such a nice, cute person. Like, but no, you're fractally wrong. Like, I'm sorry, hun. It's funny to see all
until their kids are well off.
Yeah, that's what they said. Generational wealth. That's a new way of putting it.
Them kids were doomed ever since they were shat out the womb, man.
But Dan, that was
no chance.
But Dan, that was Citadel, the hedge fund, lost 90 billion. Citadel, the market maker, made 350 billion. But still, that same thing, lost 90 billion because they reported less assets.
Yeah, that's not...
Nope. I mean, okay. AMC is the next Bitcoin. Oh boy, that's a good thing to say. AMC is the next Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean, it loses 60% of its fucking value on a blink of an eye? Jesus Christ. Why are you in a parking lot? That's a good question. Because it's spacious. Okay? I know people who are going to take half of their shares out at $50. Here's an honest comment. I know people who are going to take half their shares out at $50. Well, I mean, people who would take half their shares out at $50. I mean, like, it's not going to ever hit $50. But, I mean, let me see if I can fix that for him here. Let me see if I can edit the comment here real quick. Oh, no, yeah, I can. Oh, wow. See, check this out. You can just help him out here with this.
I'm really interested to see how this plays out over the holiday season. Because I thought last holiday season...
There we go. Fixed it for him. I know people who would take half of their shares out of it. There we go. Boom. I can upvote that. Fucking asshole. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What was I saying? Oh, I'm interested to see how it plays out this holiday season. Because I thought last holiday season, money was going to be tight. People were going to start freaking out. But
I'll tell you,
this holiday season,
I have a friend in real life who bought into AMC, and he's not like hardcore. He just heard about it, and I guess I never talked to him. I never once talked to him about it. He doesn't know that I do this. Like, I just never went there. Oops. And he has a daughter, and last fall, he had to sell his AMC share. I don't know how many shares he had or what his cost was. I didn't really talk to him about it that much because I didn't want to get into it. But he's very much fits the ape profile, of basically uninformed. And so like I know someone personally who like liquidated all of their whole AMC portfolio because of Christmas coming up. Like, I mean, last Christmas. So yeah, they did it last year. Imagine what it's going to be like this year. I don't think this inflation problem is going to be taken care of, or if it does start to come down, it's going to be offset by general like recessionary mood that we're heading into, probably. So I don't see it. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It'll be interesting to see what happens this Christmas. Now, there'll be no shortage of these assholes saying, oh, January will be January 2023. That'll be the catalyst.
To realize though is that might be a trap, because they might be setting it up for a quick run, a bull run up, and then hopefully shake some people out, because maybe they'll let it fly to 20 or 25, or who knows. I mean, you never know with these guys what they're going to try next, because the reality is when this hits 75, there's people who've been holding the bag since 72. If it hits 75, there's going to be people that want to jump right out of this play. They're going to say, I've had enough, I can't take it. I thought it was supposed to run tomorrow and the day before and the day before that, and now it's finally here, I'm jumping right out. They might try that. They might let it touch 75 or 80 just to get those people out, hopefully bring it right back down and demoralize us for as long as they can, because they're going to keep this
you gotta
up
play the victim
until the market crashes. When you see how much money they have, I don't understand that Citadel...
Jesus Christ. I don't know, man. I don't know if this guy's for real or not.
Lost $95 billion in their second quarter, which is an obscene amount of money. It's an obscene amount of money. I mean, I can't even comprehend that much.
Well, that's, yeah.
Can't comprehend a lot of things.
Yeah, right.
But when you see how much they've lost, and they can continue to lose. They have so much money. It's almost immeasurable. It's ridiculous. I've talked about it before, how you really have no clue, because even if you look at everything on their books, they still have all sorts of other assets that, through all sorts of market manipulations and regulations and crafty accounting, you don't even know exist. They can keep throwing at it. They've got favors they can pull, loans they can get. It's an incalculable amount of money. That's why this play is dependent on a market crash. So when we see it running,
God,
unless the market is there, and it might happen right before a market crash, because then they know there's nothing they can do.
So why did it not squeeze when the market crashed already? When the market was down, and it's still down. Why did it go down with the market?
And what happened to negative beta?
Well, yeah, negative beta, right.
Market goes up,
or it's going to happen during.
It doesn't work for him. Market goes down, it doesn't work for him.
No, that's why I have both of those on this failed squeeze catalyst list: market crash, market recovery. Like neither one worked.
Or right after.
God,
that's when I think it's going to happen. Not financial advice. I'm just telling you
from
what I've seen and what I know. I think that's when it's going to happen. So when it starts running, and then it goes down again. That's because it was fake. They just let all the they let all the failure to delivers on the buys go through. They wanted it to go up because they wanted people to buy, and then they wanted people to see it crash back down and think this is never going to happen. It's a complete demoralization run. That's all it is. They'll let some people make some money. They're happy to do that because they're trying to overall demoralize the movement and make people too tired to stay in.
They live in a comic book, dude.
So it's been low volume.
Live in a comic book.
That's on purpose, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, oh my God. And this isn't even the worst, like, of it. I mean, this is pretty bad, but this isn't the worst. I mean, I think what Trey talks, I think Trey's worse than this a lot of the times. But,
yeah, Trey has went off the deep end.
Oh,
but Trey's worse because he reaches more people.
He reaches more people. He's been in it for longer. And we've seen the transformation of him basically being a regular retail investor just alongside everybody else to now being this fucking market oracle, fucking expert with a Hugh Hefner shirt and a fucking gold chain and a big black dildo. I mean, yeah, you're right. It's a fucking comic book. It is a fucking comic book. If only Stan Lee were alive to see this shit.
Sure,
honestly.
they're doing something.
Fuck.
And if they let it get high volume and let it break out up.
And by the way, Stan Lee's death, that was supposed to be a catalyst too, but it didn't work out. So was the Queen's death, and that didn't work out. Well, maybe it'll work out.
Death.
Yeah, right. But now King Charles has officially been crowned, so maybe Monday we can see it. But I think the London Stock Exchange is still closed. It's going to be closed for a while. So what about those apes in London? Oh, they're fucked. Yep. Squeeze this week.
Up and everything. You do what you want.
Do what you
want.
want.
Of course, I would never tell anybody to buy, sell, or hold. But they are trying to shake people out one way or another, and it might just be constant volatility. That might be how they try to shake people out. It's just volatility, volatility, volatility. Try to get people out because they just get exhausted. They can't keep up. You know, Monday it's at $9. Right. Tuesday it's at 81. Wednesday it's at 11. You know, some people just emotionally cannot take that. Seeing their account go up and down and up and down. It's so depressing. I can tell you, it is depressing. There are days where you look at your account and you're like, son of a bitch. I remember when I had so much more than that in there. But you don't lose until you sell. And
man, there's a lot of people saying that these days.
Never.
There is a lot of people fucking saying that. Holy shit. That's the third or fourth time we've heard that.
Yeah. It's a new battle cry.
It looks like he's at like a fucking theme park or something. Where the fuck is he?
I think his RV might be parked in there somewhere.
Maybe.
Like
maybe he's living in that parking lot.
Yeah.
I don't know. Fucking hell.
So it's just up to you. It's up to you. But these low volume days, I get excited because I know there's a chance for a breakout. Jesus. I just like seeing it go up. So if I see it go up, it's exciting. But just because it's going up doesn't mean it's starting, doesn't mean it's happening. It doesn't mean they didn't want it to go up. So just some food for thought. Think about that. To me, I'm not watching this play every day. I glance at my phone once in a while.
Yeah, right.
I'm not going to look at it every day because this is a long-term hold. I'm holding it until it runs for real runs, and then I'm selling, and then I'm going to buy back into AMC when everything normalizes, and I'm going to be hopefully a lifelong holder of AMC. Just wanted to toss that out there. Hope you're all having a good one.
I don't know. Yeah, he's a clown for sure. Well, he said something here that made me think about this. I have to play this. Yeah. Okay.
I need the price to go up. Like very soon. I can't take this anymore. I'm checking price and it is lower every hour. Check price, bad price. I can't take this anymore. I have over-invested by a lot. I need the price to go up already. Can they do something?
Well, I got one more too. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it's been a while. Yes. It's been a long fucking time on this one. It's been so long on this one. But it's a classic. I'm going to scare everybody in the movie theater.
Oh, I know what this one is.
I'm going to scare everybody in the movie theater. You can't kill Michael Myers! It's impossible! But what you can do is buy AMC stock. Millions coming, baby. AMC stock. You want to be a millionaire? AMC, I'm an ape. They call me the ape father, baby. You can't kill Michael Myers, but you can become a multi-millionaire, baby. AMC in the house. Wow! I'm going to scare everybody in the movie theater. You can't kill Michael Myers. It's impossible.
How funny would it have been since all these mass shootings and shit if a fucking security guard would have just lit his ass up with a taser?
I mean,
that the shit out of him.
That's not that out of the that could definitely happen. Like, I mean, yeah, especially now. Yeah, there's been like several incidents in movie theaters since this happened. Holy shit! I mean, they'd probably have to turn it up. You'd have to turn up the power on his fat ass, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
but what you can do is buy AMC stock. Millions.
Look, I love how the people just don't care, too. The people don't give a fuck. They're not even looking at him.
Millions coming, baby.
Nowadays, you don't want to even, like, a motherfucker could be a nutsoid and fucking pull out a gun and start shooting everywhere.
Most of the or just like a random like fucking crazy street person that's like screaming to himself. Who let this fucking guy in here? He's not a paying customer. Like, holy shit. There's one girl who walks by.
AMC stock. You want to be a millionaire? AMC, I'm an ape. They call me the ape father, baby. You can't kill Michael Myers, but you can become a
This girl right here, she's like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
multi-millionaire, baby.
She's like, what the fuck? Who is this fucking clown?
AMC in the house. Wow!
And then there's a little bit of laughing at the end, like, wow, what a clown. All right.
He just screams attention, man.
Right. I mean, that's going to make me want to invest in that for sure. So, yeah. So, at least the NASDAQ is back down to basically being flat.
What's the SPY at?
SPY, S&P, ES futures, same deal. Pretty much right back down. It's up $1.75. So, yeah, I mean, it's basically already filled the gap that it gapped up. And I don't know. It's anybody's guess. Who knows? I have no idea. I mean, nobody does. But I don't see a sustained rally personally. If I had to bet, I would say the risk is to the downside. I wouldn't be going long on this shit. Well, I wouldn't be going long on this shit anyway. But if I was playing short term, I would. I'll be on.
I'm thinking today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking. I'm thinking down, but today might be one of those days where it just battles. Between little green, little red, and who knows what it'll close at. Maybe a little green, but I think it drops this week.
We do have CPI coming out tomorrow, or I'm sorry, Tuesday. We have CPI Tuesday, PPI Wednesday, I believe. Mortgage data Wednesday. Jobless claims Thursday. Michigan inflation expectations Friday. So there's some decent, data coming out this week. So I could see range trading, consolidation type shit tomorrow, Monday, until inflation comes out Tuesday. That happens sometimes. But I don't think it's not going to be a surprise. Like inflation, it's probably not going to be up. It's probably going to be about the same. I don't see it really being that different. So that shouldn't be a surprise. That there's no reason for the market to be surprised by that. But, like last time, I believe, was it last time or the time before, the market rallied. I mean, you had shit numbers come out. Yeah. And the fucking shit spike just shot up and you had short covering. And that's, in my opinion, that's because everybody was bearish. And so what are you going to do? You can't let everybody win. You have to fucking pull out your fucking bag of tricks because you're fucking douchey fucking Wall Street. Oh, let's short cover today. Whatever. But
I think
that can't happen forever. That cannot go on forever. At some point, reality has to set in. I don't know if we're at that point yet, but you can't just fucking short cover rally on every fucking piece of bad news. That's bullshit. It cannot happen every time. At some point, it has to, like, reality has to set in. That's all I'm saying.
I'm thinking if we get a CPI number that is either that hasn't gone down, or even if it slightly went up from last,
mm-hmm.
I think you'll see a big drop in the market.
What if it goes
I
down?
think
What if it goes
down,
what if it goes down by like 0.5%? So previously it was 8.5%. So
if it goes down to 8,
yeah. I mean, because that's not going to change. That is not going to change anything about the
it's
Fed's
not,
outlook.
but it's going in the right direction.
True.
So it could give, some confidence and cause it to pump a little bit.
Right,
when I
but
say
even
pump,
that
I don't mean anything huge.
that wouldn't
but
be. But you're not even talking about long. You're not even talking about long term. You're just talking
no,
about
no.
like short covering.
Long term, we got to go down.
Right. Yeah.
With the amount of interest rate hikes and the amount
Balance
of
sheet.
inflation that needs to be, and the balance sheet, the tightening that's happening, we have to go down. I don't see how we can have a market going up with all these negative forces that don't make
it. Yeah. It can't. It cannot. It cannot. I mean, and that's the thing about, well, if everybody's fucking bearish, it's too fucking bad. Like, if nobody's buying and everybody's bearish, buying puts and hedging, you know, what can you do? I mean, just whatever. But yeah, it's still 88% on the 75% basis point hike.
Unless the Fed, because they've said they're going to keep their target regardless of economic woes.
Regardless of anything happening in between, they're trying to get to what, 4% inflation?
3, 4. So regardless any of them changing their outlook and way they're going to act, it's got to go down. Right. Now, if they change the pivot, which I don't see how they.
That's a.
They can. I mean, they've said they're not, but
right.
Hasn't gotten real bad yet.
So. No, it hasn't. I mean, and that's the thing. It hasn't. It has not gotten bad at all, really. I mean, for us, I mean, you talk about Europe, though. A different story.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're good. We're really good at pretending and shit.
The highest ever.
Yeah. And I mean, their energy prices are. It's insane. I mean, like, there's no way that it could, literally be isolated. I mean, especially with the way things are now, as interconnected as everything is. Plus, you got China, you got Shenzhen, you got other places, and China locking down still or again.
Yeah, they're still dealing with fucking COVID and shit.
But I am seeing here, Japan's stock market is up 1% today already. So, go figure. Know if it really matters. Yeah, Australia's up 1%. So we could be in for more fucking retardation. But my thing is, the longer that this goes on, longer that this is held off, the longer that this fake bullish sentiment is maintained, the worse it's going to be. I mean, it's not helping things. It's not. And the Fed says they're going to continue to whatever, But
and
if the market
are already starting to lay off.
Right. If the market keeps going up, or at least, keeps having these fucking opposite reactions, I mean, that's not good for anybody. I mean, it's good for fucking Wall Street, but fuck Wall Street. They're the fucking problem. I mean, and people who say that this is retail investors buying are out of their fucking mind. That this is driven by retail investors. No, absolutely. I mean, there's no fucking way. This is Wall Street bullshit. It's shorts covering institutional banks, whatever. What was I going to look at here? Shit. I don't know. Shit. Well, anyway, I don't know. What's up with the beanstalk? Does it lead to the moon and a pot of gold? Well, everybody else has a fake plant on their set now. Like literally, Frankie Muhammad has a fucking fake plant in his office. Trey has one, so I figured, fuck it, I'm gonna get it planted. So I went to Lowe's.
It's the faux ass fern.
I went to Lowe's and got that, and there you go. So anyway, that's about gonna do it. Bad back. Thanks for being here, man. It was good.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Always nice to have, another voice in here to save mine a little bit and, bounce stuff off of. So, and
whenever you want, just let me know.
All right, man. Sounds good. You have a good night. And
all right, everybody, take care.
Yep.
Kill the markets tomorrow.
Sounds good, man.
Take profit.
All right. Yes. Always be closing. That's what we say. So with that, we'll say good night. Good luck. Have a good one, Chris, Model 3 Dude, Manuel, Lynn, Antoinette. Oh, God, who else is in there? Whoever else was in there, have a good one. See you tomorrow. Maybe we'll see. See you in Telegram. All that good stuff. See ya.